But it's just the best pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto Amogus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
1,662 players started our Stuttgart Regional Championship. Now we have 305 Masters remaining. Surging Sparks has shocked the field with new decks challenging the old. At the end of today, we'll have just one remain as our Stuttgart Regional Champion. And we are excited to see all the action here in the hall as our players are starting their round 10. Very exciting tournament so far, lots of different decks, but of course, we'll be taking you through all the action. My name is Mike Ellis. I'm joined by Amy Wosley, Freya Pierce, and Alex Dow, who took you through yesterday's action. And of course, we're excited for day 2. Amy, are you feeling like today is going to be similar to yesterday with such a diverse meta?
I feel like we're going to start the day quite open, and as we go through the tournament, those really fantastic top decks that everyone's been cooking at home are going to just sleek into that top 8. I think there are going to be duplicate decks in top 8, but I think they're not what you expect.
Yeah, and we're here in Stuttgart, which is one of many locations along the journey. You've just come back from Latin America, Freya, and there's lots of other locations these players get to compete at.
Yeah, absolutely, indeed have, and indeed there are. So we're here right now in Stuttgart, here in southwest Germany, but we're going next for a UK double-header. We have the Birmingham Regional Championships coming up, and then we are going back to our current European international home for the European International Championships in London.
And all of these players are vying for that potential spot to compete at the very end of our schedule, which is that World Championships in Anaheim, California.
Anaheim's surely going to be a fantastic time, but there's a different system this year, so it's going to be a little bit harder for our players to guarantee their spot at the World Championships.
Yeah, exactly. The top 125 of Europe will be taking their invite, and all those players who win the regionals also get their guaranteed invite. There's so much CP on the line at these events, championship points, which these players are looking to attain.
Yeah, they are the name of the game, and if you can't get your invite by winning a regional championships like this, you need as many points as possible to make sure that you stay in that top 125 ranked players in Europe.
Yep, and it's not just the Masters, of course. The seniors and the juniors are vying for those coveted spots at the same time for the World Championship invites. There's plenty of CP that is on offer for all the placements. We're only showing up to the 64th place, but they go down further, even sometimes to top 128, top 256.
And it's not just CP, it's prizes.
Money, money, money. That's what we're talking about, of course. Our Masters going home. First place of $10,000, 108 booster packs to boot. Imagine trying to fit that in your case if you hadn't equated for it.
I mean, not bad for a weekend of playing cards, is it?
Yeah, get more cards. That's what we all want to do. And I'm sure a lot of these players will be using that money they win to go to more events and cover the travel costs and the hotels and everything like that. We've seen a lot of players start to snowball the prize money that they win early on in the season to travel to more events. But the thing is, who are those players who are making it through to day 2 at this event? Because I know a lot of you are watching out for your friends, for your local players, or maybe the top players in the community, and wondering which of them are going to make it. And so we've managed to gather a small, I mean, there's a lot of players, like I said, there's 305, but here's just a few examples of some of those players who've made it, many of which we had in the stream.
Yeah, there's been so many that we've already featured, and so many that we actually haven't yet either. There's, for example, former world champions and Jesper Eriksson, Robin Schultz there on the full list of day 2 qualified players. Like Mike's just said, it's just a snippet of what we've actually got to come.
Yeah, and it's been a great showing for the Nordics in general. We already mentioned Jesper, of course, Mads Jensen, both Jesper and Mads from Denmark, the only 8-0-0 players currently, and Finland had a really good day as well. We see there Arnie and a few others. It's been and Øyvind as well.
I think Mads Jensen won the 8-0 match-off on the first round, so currently 9-0 with Ironthorn's Dragapult. So anyone who was thinking, oh, you can't fuse those two decks together, it's too clunky, well, there you go. Keep an eye on Mads. And for you, Amy, there's a lot of your locals who we've managed to see on stream and people in your community. What does it mean to you when you're part of a community and seeing people come out on top?
Honestly, it makes my heart flutter. I am so proud of everyone. I have so many of my lovely friends in day 2 here, but also in juniors.
I was gonna say, they're doing well.
They're doing fantastic. 2 brothers who come to my locals. I actually taught them how to play, and they're both, I think it's 7-1-1 at the moment because they've ID'd into top.
Oh, that's amazing.
A similar story for me as well. Mads is one of my locals as well. I live in Denmark now. I think you might not guess it from the way I sound, but yeah, Mads is one of my locals. We often face each other at local tournaments, so seeing him doing so well at 9-0 makes me very happy too.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned before, there's so many opportunities for these players to do it, but we're always wondering what their ranking is, because it's all well and good making it through to day 2, but you really need to stay at the top now to make it into that top cut. And now you can see Mads sitting proud at number 1, still 9-0, and Julius, who we had on the stream, another great player, at 8-0-1.
Yeah, just a reminder, this is after or at Swiss round 10, so a lot of our players right now are still in that round and still vying for that potential positions to make it into our asymmetric top cut. That's potentially going to come, but again, so many of these players that we've already seen on that graphic that was the day 2 qualified players still vying for those positions. I mean, there's even world's finalists like Mays Brenningmeier, and there's very top players there.
Honestly, that is a really star-studded lineup for us today. And like you say, a lot of those names are going to go all the way. We're going to see those in the top 8 and flourish throughout this tournament.
It's nice to see Jesper getting through to day 2 for once. We do like to take the mick out of him because he's one of our caster friends and always finds it hard to make it through. But it turns out if you just go 8-0, that's the best way to make it into day 2.
Oh, yeah.
Also, want to point out, only able to do so after becoming a caster and making a day 2 as a caster. So apparently that's the key, right?
We did it for him, so congratulations, Jesper, on your day 2, and keep on up. We've got the Clorf Terapagos deck doing quite well, which is something we haven't necessarily seen too much of. We only saw each deck once yesterday, and I feel like that's a deck we might see more of going all the way through to top 8.
Absolutely. I'm pretty certain we'll see one in top 8, to be quite frank. Not only is there plenty who got through to day 2, but also other decks like Mad's amazing fusion of Dragapult and Iron Thorns. When we're looking at these decks that have kind of fused together, they're very strong, and if you can make them work, if you can get that perfect 60, proof is in the pudding. These guys are going to go all the way.
Well, there's been some decks to watch, but we also started off the event with some players to watch. Now, it's always tough for us to know who's going to make it because it is a trading card game tournament, and some of these players were close, but not quite making it through to day 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of our players did just fall a little bit too short. I know Miloslav did make it into day 2, so he's still vying there to try and push himself as high as possible. We already know he's got that automatic invite from becoming LAIC champion. Brent Tonneson, again, someone who's been vying for so many different regional championships, international championships as well, and Nina, who's already had a fantastic start to the season. But it's why, I mean, these are the reasons why they are just a few of our players to watch.
And there are so many, many more. As I would say that our other players to watch surely are some of the fantastic names that we had on stream yesterday. If you missed any of the action, stick around for today, but then hop back because we had 12 unique decks on stream yesterday. Entirely different archetypes, entirely unique. It was amazing.
Still not some of the most popular decks like Raging Bolt, Miraidon. So let's have a look at what was the most popular decks of day 1, and from that understand how they might switch into day 2. I know this is the bit a lot of you guys at home are waiting for, but yeah, Alex, what are we seeing here?
I mean, this is the 1,662 players and the quick first breakdown of the 6 most represented decks here. So it's actually just showcasing how wide our meta is. Regidrago only at 11%, you know, in comparison to what it's been before. Same with Raging Bolt, still up there at 10% of the field, but we start to really kind of go to the nitty-gritty where Terapagos EX is the 6th most represented deck, but it's only 88, which means there's so many more decks that we did showcase yesterday that are around that sort of number as well.
I think the most shocking thing for me was that it took that long for Regidrago V-Star to take the top spot, considering how many top 8s it's had and so on. But I think people are like, picking up, yeah, this is probably the best deck in the format. And yeah, in the best of the rest, we see Golden Go EX coming back in again with the Energy Search Pro, definitely more of a presence there. The Roaring Moon EX, which we saw yesterday as well. And then a new contender in Cerulege for good measure too.
I mean, we said about the fusions. I think that's something that's really hard for us now with how many different decks there are and how much they combine to even understand what we're looking at with the meta. Like Clorf combined with Terapagos. Is that a Terapagos deck? Is that a Clorf deck? Iron Thorns with Dragapult. Is it an Iron Thorns deck? Is it Dragapult? I mean, we've got so many different decks, and consequently, everyone's taking their own different spin on them. But day 2, let's see which decks have made it.
Oh, hello. Is that Clorf in 2nd place?
Wow. A new lease of life for Clorf.
Absolutely, and not only is it a fantastic deck, you're right, these fusion decks are really coming up. I feel like it's a new era that we're stepping into where people might get a bit more bold with their deck building in the future, as we see 10% of our day 2, 31 players playing Clorf with Terapagos as an attacking partner.
Yeah, and this is just the 50% roughly of the order decks that are represented in day 2 right now. I mean, we've just spoken about the kind of combinations of Terapagos and Clorf coming together, as we get a look of our best of the rest for day 2 as well. Again, we're in the sort of the 6 to 5% ranges here. Only 3%, so 10 players playing Miraidon EX has made it into the day 2 field.
That's probably the biggest shock for me, considering it literally won Sacramento. Sitting only 10 entries in day 2.
Oh, Freya. Oh, Freya. Have you forgotten that Clorf hits it for weakness? It's all of the Clorf influence.
Yeah, there's a big target on Miraidon's back going into this event after the mirror match final in Sacramento. So Miraidon not doing so well, but Clorf converting. And this is the thing, the meta right now is constantly shifting. As a deck does well at a previous event, everyone tries to adjust to it. And I think that's why we're seeing Clorf succeed so much. I mean, we mentioned it when we were talking about our caster picks. You know, you chose Miraidon before last weekend, and then you got a chance to choose the deck after the Miraidon did well and went Charizard, and that just shows you how much it's rotating.
It has, and to be fair, I think when we were talking about it earlier, I even mentioned I could see it going one of either two ways. Either, you know, because of how unplayed it was, but it's still won, maybe Miraidon can still sneak through and do a big result again, or ends up with a heavy target on its back, and you see basically what we saw there, and that's what's happened.
Well, if you're interested in watching all the Pokemon action, we have an amazing little link for you where you can find out which broadcasts are going on, Pokemon.com/broadcast, whether it's TCG or other games under the Pokemon bracket, you can look into it. I know there's a Unite tournament to check out, the EOS Cup, as well as all of the tournaments here in Stuttgart and all the future tournaments. So make sure you head over there and check them all out. And while you're doing it, make sure you leave a follow on this channel and subscribe if you're on YouTube, and make sure you're interacting with us on the socials. We like to see all of your posts using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X and Instagram, and hopefully we'll get a chance to feature some of yours throughout the day. I know a lot of us have been scrolling through and seeing how people's records are going. It's always fun seeing those threads of people's tournament runs, so make sure you're letting us know how it's all going. Yeah. I mean, I think we're pretty much getting ready for round 10. They're still playing out there, but we'll get some action for you. And I think while we wait, let's take a moment and catch up on what happened yesterday and maybe teach you guys how the tournament structure works.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Well, if you don't understand how the tournament goes now, then you weren't listening hard enough, because Amy broke that down perfectly for us all. And it'll be me, Mike, and Freya taking you through the first round. in Stuttgart. So round 10 is looming right now. There's a lot of players finishing off their games, and we'll kick off with round 11 action. But for you, we've had a lot of decks coming through that have done very well. But we were just mentioning in the bit beforehand, Miraidon just got a target on its back at this event.
It wasn't the play for this event for sure, and yeah. But I think what was really clever about these builds of Clorf with Terrapagos is that it's not just the counter deck, right? Terrapagos covers the weaknesses that otherwise Clorf would have in terms of not quite being able to reach the right damage numbers against other things.
Like the V-Stars in particular,
exactly.
Right?
So I think it's a really, really forward-thinking to think, okay, Clorf has a solid basis as an attacker here. It hits a good weakness in a very popular deck, but how can I make it so that it's good against the other matchups too? Because I won't just be going up against Miraidon.
Yeah, it's all about those numbers, and we love working out the math here. And one of the greatest things about Clorf is the fact that poison is often the part of the attack that takes the knockout, which then means the flip the script of Serendipity, which I'm sure you guys have all seen plenty of in the current format, is then not viable because the knockout happens during Pokemon checkup rather than in the attack phase. So
yes.
A great way to counter the Serendipity getting back into the action.
Because flip the script very specifically says that it has to be if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during the last turn, and Pokemon checkup is between turns, it's not during a turn. So yeah, it is a way to play around it.
Well, we speak about seeing a lot of Serendipity, and I think we saw a lot of it over in LAIC where you were.
Yes.
And there was a lot of the decks that are very similar to this event, but consequently the meta's changed a little bit thanks to Miraidon and some other a few little picks here. But this was the top 8.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note as well, this was the last really big tournament in the Stellar Crown format. Normally for the ICs they end up being like your first tournament in a new format, but this was the last tournament in an old one. So yeah, Regidrago was dominant as ever, has been for a while now. But Ildia coming in there with the Golden Go, and that deck only gets stronger now, of course, with the Energy Search Pro. And then the other slots being taken up by Charizard, Gardevoir, and Terrapagos. So definitely a Regidrago show, as it were, but with other decks in the mix too.
And a lot of those archetypes you just mentioned will maintain themselves in every format and just be better or worse picks based off of what other decks are about. I know Charizard EX is doing very well right now. A lot of our top tables have Charizard. I think there's a Charizard mirror match on our second table.
Oh, there you go.
And that's off the back of Miraidon doing well, and a lot of these fast racing two-prizer decks where Charizard is able to disrupt them early and put a big Charizard EX in the active spot that cannot be knocked out. So good to see that continue its success.
Yeah, I mean, Charizard EX 330 HP is so huge, and I remember, we don't see it so much now. We're seeing these builds more lean towards perhaps saying the Secret Box or like the Prime Catcher is a classic one, but I remember the builds of Charizard EX with Hero's Cape.
Oh yeah.
And then you have dealing with a 430 HP Charizard. It's like, how do you even ever deal with that?
And this was that final. It seems like we're having a lot of mirror match finals recently. This was Regidrago V-Star over in LAIC, which definitely inspired the meta to be very heavily of this deck in Sacramento.
Yeah, a mirror match, not in cards, but definitely in deck archetypes. We did, of course, I think we talked about it yesterday as well, how Miloslav and Daniel Magda had featured in top 4 and did this list. They worked on together. It was a 60-card mirror match. Miloslav came out on top there and then went on to the finals and beat Brent in not a 60-card mirror, but clearly his build of the deck better favored in the mirror and won pretty convincingly 2-1.
Just think of Regidrago V-Star back in Silver Tempest when it came out. Lugia came out with it and dominated the format, and that card kind of sat by the sideline waiting for more Dragon-type attackers to come out. And once Dragapult was here and Kyurem, and now we see a whole plethora of Dragon-types in there, whether it's Gudra, Giratina, even a Alolan Executor coming in. These decks are the ones that grow as a format develops, as there's more options available to them, and it needed that Ogerpon just to create the attacks.
Yeah, the Ogerpon to get the energy acceleration going, and yeah, especially that Dragapult EX, that was the really big thing. That was the key attacker that the deck was missing 2 copy, but it wasn't really until the Teal Mask Ogerpon came in that the right energy acceleration was there, because I think some people were experimenting before with Regidrago V-Star and Gardenia's Vigor that lets you draw 2 cards and attach 2 grass energies, but it was never quite consistent enough. So, but being able to draw cards with Teal Dance, then use Energy Switch, way better, and that is why Regidrago is arguably one of, if not the best deck in format now.
Yeah, and Arceus V-Star had a little stint with Regidrago.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
And I think the weird thing about that is the Regidrago V-Star's ability, the V-Star ability, is so powerful that you kind of want to use that in pretty much every game you play it. So it's good to see it's come to fruition and been one of the most successful decks. And I think it also is one of the highest skill decks, which allows our top players to express their level of play, which is why we're seeing a lot of the good players picking it up and consequently taking it all the way through to those finals.
Yeah, and also interesting to see the kind of evolution of the deck, because at first it went very straightforward with mainly as just Dragapult and the Giratina V-Star to do the one-hit knockout to set up the numbers. But now we saw the build with that Slav won with, it went back to that sort of like toolbox of attackers, like you said, the Hisuian Guja restart, especially that Kyurem with the devastating Trifrost attack, which we saw used to great effect yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. Well, if you guys are tuning in just now, we are waiting for our round 10 to finish up. We will be joining the action at round 11. Currently, our players are trying to rush to the top of the Swiss, where there'll be 12 rounds of action. So we'll catch 2 rounds of Swiss, followed by our asymmetrical top cut, and you'll get to see the best players rising to the top. Right now, there are a lot of very good players on those top tables, so you definitely want to stick around and see what they've been cooking up in the Surging Sparks format.
I mean, I could give like a brief rundown here, just having a look. So yeah, Mads and Julius will be facing off on like the top tables. That will be Ironthorn's Dragapult against Reggie Drago that we saw yesterday, and then Oyvind and Arnie in a finished face-off, and that's the one you mentioned. It's the Charizard mirror match. And going a bit further down, we see some Claw, we see some more Reggie Drago, more Charizard, but like, it looks like, oh, Maze, we do have an update, did lose just now against Yuho playing Claw. Maze played Terrapagos, not Tal, so perhaps no surprise there. Claw also preying on the fighting weakness of Terrapagos, as well as the fighting weakness of Miraidon.
Yeah, Terrapagos came in at a tough time, because fighting weakness was definitely one of the worst weaknesses to have, with so many great fighting type attackers, whether it was the ancient Pokemon, they often sprinkled in either the Slitherwing to deal with Iron Hands. And so Iron Hands, one of the strongest Pokemon in the format, had a target on its back, and then Terrapagos got caught in the crossfire, and consequently now Clawf is really punishing Terrapagos and the Miraidons.
Yeah, and also to that exact point, I think this is the moment where I have to do my walk of shame, as it were, as I think we had the Casa predictions. So just as a reminder for ourselves and everyone at home, and yeah, that's...
we both got targeted.
This wasn't it. This was not it, unfortunately. Yeah, we both got targeted in our own ways. But, like, the counter deck to Miraidon also plays your card, though. So it's kind of like, you know...
That's true. Terrapagos is doing great.
Yeah, just not in the way we expected.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily think of it with Clawf, but that's why Terrapagos is such a great card, because it is that splashable Terra-type Pokemon that allows you to unlock the Area Zero Underdepths.
Yeah, and actually, I will give myself some credit here. Good point my way. Counter gain. I feel mega chuffed with that pick, especially featuring Emma on the stream yesterday. I said it was exactly like it came to fruition. I said this card is underrated, it's underutilized. I remember how good it was during the Sun and Moon era. There's going to be some deck that makes use of it to great effect, and the answer was Sylveon, apparently.
Yeah, Pidgeot Control is always looking to find ways to reduce the attack cost, because you don't have that energy acceleration that a lot of other decks have. So if you can reduce, and you're often behind as well, so counter gain works there, and you often play Arven too, so you've got a good way to find those tools. So counter gain, I think, fits nicely into that Pidgeot Control archetype.
Although, like we discussed yesterday, Emma very clearly noted as a comment on her deck list, this is not a Pidgeot Control deck. So, like, we got to take a word on that one.
Yeah, well, you guys are being very patient here, waiting for the games, and we featured 12 different decks yesterday. And so what we want to know from you is, which of the decks that we didn't feature do you want to see on stream? I think a lot of those decks like Raging Bolt, Miraidon might have fallen out of favor a little bit, but maybe we can show your favorite deck that didn't get a chance to be seen. But also, it's a new day. Maybe we'll just show some of the decks we showed yesterday again.
Yeah, either way, make sure you get in touch with us, like we already mentioned, but worth mentioning again on the socials, especially using that hashtag PlayPokemon on X and Instagram. We'll be looking at your posts throughout the day, and if we get the time, we'd love to feature some for you guys at home. Also mentioned yesterday, worth mentioning again today, add a photo. Just a little hint for you guys.
Photos always go down a treat, and a lot of people have been sharing their journeys here at the event, and I think it's one of those where you guys at home might not know what it's like at a regional, but it's a long day. These guys are competing for sort of 8-9 hours trying to play through all of these rounds, sometimes even longer if the rounds go on a little while. And so it is a huge experience for them. But if they do get knocked out, you think, oh, you know, you don't get 2 days of action. Yeah. There's plenty going on today. Lots of people are competing in side events and making sure they get the most out of their trip.
Yeah, absolutely having a good time. Now, I've mentioned it before, of course, I competed in a lot of events. You've kind of joined like a little bit more recently, but how many of like these big regional level events have you done, and like having experienced that firsthand, how would you describe it from your perspective?
I do a lot of local events.
Okay.
Any of the events that I can make, I'm normally here on this side.
That's fair.
I might be competing at some events this year, and I'm very excited for it.
Yes.
The one event I did do, I got in with a last-minute ticket, and my sleep schedule was a bit out of sync, so I didn't do very well because I was very tired. And that's something that people forget, is you have to be looking after yourself, you know, eating, drinking well, getting good night's sleep, potentially in a room that's not your own. You know, you could be traveling from quite far, so you're in a hotel room. So there's a lot of factors that can affect these players, and obviously travel is tiring, especially if you come straight from work on a Friday evening. So there's a lot for these players to bear in mind, so they can play at their absolute best. And that's why we often see these top players start to rise in the later rounds, because they've got that experience.
It always feels like we're giving not just Pokemon advice, but general life advice for preparedness, right? To get to apply that in many situations, but works in Pokemon as well. Yeah, get your sleep, get your preparation in, and you're way more likely to succeed, as many of our top players often do multiple times over.
Well, we'll see who's going to rise to the top today. And for you guys, we want to try and show you lots of different games. But when it gets to that top 8, I wonder if we're going to see something similar to the last events where it's dominated by a certain few decks, or whether we're going to see the variety that we've seen on stream and across the tables echo in the top. We haven't seen a top 8 where every deck has been different for a while.
No, we haven't. So it could well happen. But of course, in Sacramento, you ended up with it looked quite neat in a way. It was Miraidon at the top 1 and 2, and then Golden Go, and then 5 Regidrago V-Stars in a row. That's how it ended up. So maybe we could see something more along the lines of that, or more of a variety. Who knows? Maybe. I mean,
dominated by Clorf.
All Clorf.
Well, speaking of the decks that are dominating, let's have a little chance to break down Clorf as a deck. I know a lot of you might be hearing us say Clorf, 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 and what does that actually mean about the deck? It's one of the coolest decks in the format right now because it gets to utilize a mechanic that is infrequently seen at the top decks of Pokemon, utilizing special conditions with that poison, inflicting damage between turns, and also allowing you to hit bigger numbers whilst also engaging the effect of Clorf that it does more damage when it is poisoned itself.
Yeah, the Unhinged Scissors, 30 damage, and then 160 more if it's affected by a special condition, poison being the one that's easiest to do because you have, of course, that Brute Bonnet, which has the Toxic Powder ability, where if it has an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to it, once per turn you can poison both active Pokemon. So normally poisoning your own Pokemon is pretty bad, but in this instance you want the poison on the Clorf so you can get that extra damage in with the Unhinged Scissors, and then, yeah, normally you attach a double Turbo Energy to it, so that reduces the damage by 20, but still 170 damage on a single prize attacker. It's pretty good.
Especially when it's a fighting type attacker and that hits all the weaknesses. And then the Terapagos has allowed the deck to hit those bigger numbers that otherwise Clorf would have struggled with.
Absolutely.
So the deck is finding itself in a great position at this event.
And double duty as well, because Terapagos, of course, being a Terra Pokemon, it enables you to make use of that Area 0 Underdepths, which lets you go wider on the bench and have like more support Pokemon to be prepared for all sorts of situations, as we saw used very effectively yesterday in the hands of Rahul already.
Well, Clorf has changed a lot over the years. It used to play with some cards that we no longer have in the format, but I think it's still interesting to find out how Clorf used to work.
Hello trainers, I'm Amy Worsley and we're back to talk about one of the most outrageous decks in the format, Clorf! Clorf's Unhinged Scissors does 30 damage plus an extra 160 if it's affected by a special condition. To achieve this, we use Brute Bonnet with an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to use its Toxic Powder ability to poison Clorf and your opponent's active Pokemon. But that's not all. Here comes Radiant Hisuian Sneasler and its ability Poison Peak, adding another 2 damage counters to the existing 10 between turns to your opponent's Pokemon for poison. Clorf traditionally uses double turbo energy to attack, requiring us to only need to attach a single card to this crustacean to cause chaos. So we're dealing 170 base damage with a bonus 30 from poison, adding up to a crazy effective 200 damage. And if that's not enough for you, give your Clorf a Binding Mochi to do another 40. Not only is 240 damage rather unhinged, but if the opponent's active Pokemon was knocked out by said poison damage, it prevents them from being able to use Phesandipides, Flip the Script, and prevents Unfair Stamp. Pecharunt is a new addition to this deck, giving loads of early game pressure with its ability Toxic Subjugation, allowing you to put 5 extra damage counters on the opponent's active Pokemon during Pokemon Checkup. Add Radiant Hisuian Sneasler's ability on top, and we're dealing a hugely impactful 70 damage to the opponent's active, which is enough to KO loads of threats in the early game, such as Charmander, Dreepy, and Ralts, all before they get the opportunity to evolve for 0 energy cost. Hisuian Electrode V also rolls its way into this deck comfortably, as not only does it attack for Tantrum Blast, do 100 damage for each special condition affecting itself, it takes 0 energy to use this attack. And if we give Hisuian Electrode V some very fashionable super effective glasses, we can cause an explosive 330 damage to a Charizard EX after calculating weakness and poison damage for a one-hit KO. These Pokemon make a seriously toxic team. Will any of our players follow in their dastardly footsteps this weekend? Let's find out.
Well, there we go. I mean, it has changed a little bit now with the Terapagos being added in.
Absolutely.
But ultimately, it still works the same.
Yeah, and we saw the video yesterday. We've traded in our curries for Mochi in this instance, I think, in terms of the damage buff. So, yeah, the Spicy Season Curry used to use that to put the burn on the Hisuian Electrode V as a partner for extra damage. But now we're using Terapagos as the partner instead to get that extra damage in.
Well, there's a few other decks that we'd love to talk about, and I think the key for me is the fusion thing that we're seeing going on. We just mentioned Clorf plus Terrapagos equals good deck, and currently our only unbeaten player is 9-0 with Iron Thorns plus Dragapult, and this is something that you see throughout the history of Pokemon. Good decks that can be a bit better if they had a different coverage of the format. If you fuse them together with another archetype, you can often make them into something special, and in this case, Iron Thorns has great matchups, Dragapult has different great matchups, put them together, and they cover the whole meta.
Oh, hold on a second. I just got word in my ear. Mads has won again. He is 10-0-0. Does that basically almost like lock him in for like the top cut?
Pretty much, yeah. I think that's a pretty safe spot to be. So, very impressive run, and I think so humble yesterday when speaking to him. You know, not had a top 8 yet, I believe.
No, he's had a few good results. He's had a few, you know, advancing to day 2 of the tournament, but getting all the way to being always a position to be locked in for top cut, no, never had that before. So he's going to be absolutely over the moon with himself right now, I'm sure.
And to pick such a unique deck as well. We love to see that when players come in with something a little bit different, a little bit spicier, and on this occasion it was that fusion archetype that seems to come through.
To be fair, not a completely unknown concept. We had seen some murmurs about it online, some people experimenting with online tournaments, even in-person tournaments, but this is the first time I think it's had a really, really big breakout result, and it's the proof that the archetype is real.
Yeah, I think I've had a few times where I've played against it and thought, oh, I'm playing against Iron Thorns, right? Okay, we don't put any of our EX abilities out. There we go, right? We're playing it correctly. And then they bring out the Dragapult and you're like, oh,
hold on a second.
I've got to play it differently and I've got to do this. And so you have to switch it up on the fly. And I think the unknown factor of it when you flip over the cards can often be a huge benefit because you play so differently into Dragapult and into Iron Thorns. So consequently, you might have caught a few people off guard early on and are now showing the power of the deck now that everyone's got an understanding of what Mads is playing.
Yeah, and we can go ahead and take a look at the deck here. Of course, this is more focusing around specifically the Iron Thorn DX by itself, but it's still great to break down what the kind of card and archetype does as a whole. That initialization ability prevents rule box abilities on non-future Pokemon from activating, so it shuts down so much of the format, and then you can also play options like Judge and Crushing Hammer to disrupt your opponent's hand, get rid of their energy, and then maybe even like a Pokemon Catcher Heads to bring something up as well. There's so much going for Iron Thorns as a card.
Well, our 2024 World Champion deck is still relevant in the format. I think a lot of people thought it might be a one and done kind of deck, just a viable option at that event, but it has evolved a lot. We've seen people combining Iron Thorns with a few other cards like Mimikyu and Cornerstone Ogerpon to cover the matchups where Iron Thorns wasn't as strong, and consequently now we're seeing the extreme end of the spectrum where you've got a whole other deck combined with Iron Thorns, so working really well out here in the hall. And I wonder if anyone else who's playing it has had a little breakthrough, because I know there was a little testing group of them who all played a similar deck.
Yeah, and especially I think it does make a lot of sense when you think about it more as a fusion, because essentially you can go either one of 3 ways with the deck. Either you can play it just as a Dragapult deck, you set up your Dragapults and attack like Dragapult usually would. You can play it as just an Iron Thorns deck if you know that, you know, just bringing Iron Thorns out, you're basically guaranteed to win because you're shutting down your opponent's game plan. Or you can do both. You can like lead with the Iron Thorns and then use the time that buys you to set up Dragapult behind it and then come in and do the Phantom Dives to do really well.
I mean, I'm sure that sounds great in principle, but it takes a great player to master that and recognize the correct decisions. And this is where Dragapult is very different as an archetype, and we typically see it with that Sparkling Crystal to try and get an early Dragapult attack off as often as possible.
Yeah, the Sparkling Crystal, when it's a really powerful aspect when it's attached to a Terra Pokemon, reduces all of its attack costs by 1 of any color, so very flexible there. And then Dragapult as a whole is a very flexible card. We've seen it used as an attacker in Regidrago V-Star, just with that Phantom Dive attack for only 2 energy, a fire and a psychic, 200 damage, and then 6 on the bench.
And if you just look in the bottom right there at the bad matchups, you've got Lugia V-Star, which Iron Thorns beats very comfortably, and Palkia V-Star, which Iron Thorns beats very comfortably.
You're just covering all your weaknesses, basically.
It's genius.
Yes. And then not only that as well, but I mean, I guess Snorlax control might still like be a little bit rough. That's something we should probably keep an eye out for, because we did see a few make their way into day 2.
Yeah, and Snorlax doing well now that Latias EX is such a popular card, taking away a lot of those switch cards that were previously found in decks, and less Prime Catcher now, a bit more Secret Box in a lot of those kind of archetypes. So maybe this is the tournament for Snorlax to sneak through once they rise to the top with the best decks in the format.
Yeah, it seems that when Snorlax gets these wins at tournaments, it's by doing exactly that. It's by exploiting a point in the format where the conditions are just right, with the amount of switch cards not being played and the alternatives being played instead, for Snorlax to come in and say, no, with my block ability, you are just not playing the game and I'm going to win.
It was about 1 year ago when we saw Snorlax take on a top 8 of just pure Charizard. And I think one of the games was finished in about 5 minutes because the opponent went, I have no answer to Snorlax. It was like, I think it was Robin Schultz who literally went, nope, can't win.
That was at Stockholm, right?
Gdansk last over
yeah,
1 year ago. And that just shows you Snorlax Control can sometimes find the right tournament and just dodge and weave the tougher matchups and find all of those good matchups.
Then it did happen again in Stockholm, where of course Azul GG came in and just swept the tournament with the Snorlax Control there as well, and a similar kind of story.
It's just about timing for Snorlax, and while it is less popular, it often does better because less people are thinking about it. So definitely keep an eye out for Snorlax as an archetype here. And I'm sure you guys have heard the word Snorlax Control, maybe had a chance to play against it, and I hope you're all right after the fact. But we have a wonderful archetype here, as you can see. But it does have some bad matchups. In particular, Iron Thorns can be tough for it just because it is able to disrupt that Rotom and the draw engine of the deck.
That's very true, yeah. And again, that's not a weakness of the Dragapult deck that Iron Thorns, the inclusion there, will cover. But yeah, Accompanying Flute and Counter Catcher can force Pokemon into play to block with Snorlax. So yeah, when you try to play around it, these new tools kind of stop your opponent from being able to play around it because your Pokemon aren't safe anywhere, and then you could just bring something into the active that your opponent can't retreat and win from there.
I think that's the key there. You said your Pokemon aren't safe anywhere, and that's what that Accompanying Flute really allowed it to do. There was Erica's Invitation, where if a Pokemon was in your hand, it was always a worry. Potentially in the discard pile, there was ways to get it back out over the years of Snorlax's time, but now it's everywhere in play. You have to worry about your cards. So Snorlax definitely has an answer. It's just whether you have your own answers to deal with it.
Yeah, I can't think of many cards that exist that would be good enough to justify playing, that also make it so that you can guarantee there's no Pokemon on the top of your deck for Accompanying Flute to pick out. That's kind of the sort of dilemma you end up being faced with.
Yeah, sometimes 2 or 3 Accompanying Flutes early on take away the game completely, right? And with Arven, you often see the Snorlax aggressively trying to fill up your bench, so definitely one to watch out. And for you guys who are wondering, this is what's happening right now. We have just finished our round 10, and these are where our players are sitting. As we mentioned, Mads with that Iron Thorns Dragapult currently 10-0, but a lot of big names making their way up to the top, 8-1-1 and higher.
Yeah, and it looks like in that Charizard pitch-up mirror match, Arnie did beat Irvin, so Arnie there moving to 9-1, going to be looking pretty for top 8 as well. Yuho, our LAIC champion, not from this season, but the season prior, also doing well there in 8-0-2.
And Tord Reklev didn't start so strong at this event, but is starting to climb back half of the tournament. 8-1-1 that you see there. So definitely all of these players in with a chance of making it into that top cut if they just keep winning.
Sneaky from Tord. Yeah, wait, we didn't see him at all yesterday, did we? And then suddenly he's here in the top 16.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of Swiss, is you can have players who have a slower start or start really strong and then fizzle out. It really does allow those best players to rise to the top because there's so many opportunities to continue your win streak.
Yeah, and speaking, which was semi-related, I think it's very important for us to take a look at the EU leaderboard as it stands currently, because of course this is what it's all about ultimately. We see there the top 4 all have their invites through different means. You see Alberto, Daniel, Miloslav and James, they're having won their invites either through IC top 4s or regional wins. And then going all the way down the ranking, you see how the numbers are kind of looking to have shifted so far.
What I really like about Europe is we have a lot of players who have got unique play styles and they play completely different decks. You know, people like Stefan Ivanov who popularized Palkia Dusknoir. You've got players like Mateusz who popularized Burnett. We have a lot of our strongest players in Europe who are very creative deck builders, and consequently you'll have had a chance to see them rise to the top with their own unique spin on an archetype.
Yeah, you mentioned Stefan Ivanov, of course, Johan as well, from a testing partner of Stefan over in that sort of the cracked Paris League that we talked about before, where there's so many good players there, and where a League Cup feels like as hard as a regionals to win just because of how strong the player base is.
Yeah, and all over Europe there's little havens of those, especially with the amount of siblings.
Oh yes.
You can imagine you turn up to both the Kammerman brothers there, or you know, turn up somewhere and you got the Schultz brothers playing, and that would be tough to deal with.
And it's a similar story in Denmark as well. Denmark was quite a small country, so pretty much all the top players in Denmark go to all the League Cups because there aren't like that many. And so, yeah, any Danish League Cup is so tough to do well, and I'm talking from personal experience.
And this is why a lot of them work together and often come with the same decks, and it is really powerful having that here in Europe, and it really does allow very different styles of play to form across the region, and so consequently we get to see lots of different decks here. In Sacramento we saw a lot of the top players leaning towards what what could be considered the best deck in the format, and here everyone's got a different idea of what they consider to be the best.
Yeah, but a different idea of what's considered to be the best. But I think I'm going to make the bold prediction now. I actually think Cloth's taking on this event. I'm going to put my money on it. It's taking out my caster prediction, so I'm changing lanes. I think Cloth is taking this event, you know.
That's a good shout. I mean, I predicted Terrapagos, so I kind of get covered by the Cloth doing well. I'm sure there are some Terrapagos in there doing well. I thought this was an event for potentially the turtle, but consequently it needs to be in hands with that chaotic crustacean, I think Amy put it as, the claw coming through to help support the turtle to the top.
Yeah. Well, kind of almost unfortunately kind of backing up your point in a way, so Mace Blankfire is probably the highest ranking Terrapagos knocked out player, did just lose to Yuho playing Claw in that Swiss round 10 that just went.
Terrapagos came out on top either way.
Yeah, I guess
I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
You covered all your bases without even realizing.
Yeah, exactly. And we will be trying to get into our round 11 as soon as possible for you. As mentioned earlier on, we have had round 9 and round 10 today here in Stuttgart, and we'll be following the action from around 11, and then we'll go all the way through to the end of Swiss, which is 12 rounds. Then we'll show you as many games as possible from that asymmetrical top cut. Now, anyone who's not seen a recent regional, the top cuts have the ability to be more than 8 people, so everyone who is on the 8th record equivalent, so if say the 8th place person has 29, everyone then who has 29 points below them will also get a chance to make it into that final.
Yeah, and this is a way to kind of counteract the whole thing with, you know, in the past, if you had a good enough record to make top 8, but you end up being like on the bubble, of course, where the tiebreaker is done on the opponent's win percentage. So basically the amount of games that the people you played against won on that day, that's how the tiebreaker was done. And in the past, if it was bad enough, that was just it, your tournament was over. Now, maybe you still have to, you have one more chance at least to be able to make it. You just have to play one more game and win it to make that top 8.
Well, we'll see how that pans out this event, whether we'll get a pure 8 top cut or whether there'll be lots of players bubbling through. Looking at that, the top tables, a lot of people on 8-1-1. So if all of them follow a similar journey of records, then we might end up seeing a big asymmetrical top cut. But for you guys, make sure you follow the channel and keep up to date with all the action, because we will be showing you some of the best games of Pokemon you've ever seen as the Surging Sparks meta starts to form here as the best players rise to the top.
Yes, absolutely. Now we're going to be, if you just joined us, we are now, like Mike was just saying, round 10 is over. We will be soon be kicking off with our round 11 here at Swiss, and we will be going ahead with round 11 and 12, and then after that we will go to our asymmetrical top cut, and we will be, after that, crown our Stuttgart Regional Champion.
Stuttgart Regional Champion. It's a title that many have had before. This is our 3rd year in a row we've come back to Stuttgart. A very great venue. It's just gets bigger and bigger each time. I mean, there was over 1,600 players here, and consequently we had to get a bigger hall, which is great. It's great seeing that every single time we go to a repeat venue, having to get bigger and bigger space. We had it with Liverpool for 3 years running. We doubled the amount of players in Liverpool, and I think it's a similar story here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, I mean, now I guess Liverpool got so big, we're not even in Liverpool anymore. We're going to Birmingham instead. We're at the NEC.
Yeah, go to the biggest venue in the UK to try and fit all of these Pokemon players in, and so consequently the tournament has got wider, more new players getting involved, but it also means we're having more players traveling from further afield. We have players from Oceania, from North America here. I mean, just looking back at our last German event in Dortmund, we had a Japanese player and an American player in the final, so these players are traveling from further and further to try and get as many points as possible.
And why wouldn't you, right, with the points on the line, but also just the other cash prizes. We've seen players like Brent Tonneson do well enough at successive events that they can almost like bankroll their future travels, like you were alluding to earlier, and just use the prize money from the previous event to keep going and just go to as many tournaments as possible, keep accumulating those points and those wins.
Well, we mentioned earlier about how local scenes can be tricky due to the siblings. Well, our next matchup will be 2 players who have great siblings to practice with, so let's get to know one of them.
I'm Owen Kamerman and I played Pokemon TCG a lot. With my win, that meta was definitely changing up. People suddenly started playing more Chimpao again, and that resulted in also Gardevoir taking in cards like Avery, and there were things that didn't make it good for Chimpao, so that's one thing I had to calculate for. The rest was mostly just looking at how the meta developed. There are many reasons I went for Meet VMAX. So first of all, I was already comfortable with the deck. I played it to like multiple events already, so I knew it in and out. The most important part is that the meta changed in such a way that, so there was Chimpao being played and Mew had a good Chimpao matchup, for example. It was fun to counter your own deck. And then in the rest of the meta also shaped up to a decent meta. So yeah, day one already went like crazy. Like I faced 2 Charizard and a Roaring Moon, which are usually very unfavored matchups. Roaring Moon is winnable. Charizard seems very bad. But I somehow managed to clutch those into wins, and then end of the day 8-1. That was already crazy. Then day 2, I faced again Charizard and Roaring Moon. This time I lost, but then won the other things, and then all the way then until the end, it just kept on going. I don't know what to say. Well, honestly, the coin flip was very important here, and I won the coin flip, so I was able to go second. And then when I saw my hand, if you're able to attack turn 1 with that hand, then you're like happy. So I saw that and I was like, okay, I can work with this. And then I had that both game 1 and game 3, so I was like, those were both the moments where like, okay, I have a shot. And because that's exactly what I need. So every tournament is also testing for Worlds, so I first of all need to stay in shape. So if I stop, I could technically stop now and not play, but that doesn't make sense. So I just continue competing, and I love competing in general. I love playing with my friends, against my friends. I really love the game, man.
And here we are at the feature match table, where you just got to meet Owen and you get to see him play here on our feature match table. EUIC champion all the way back in 2017. I believe that was in the seniors division, right? I don't think that was in Masters, because that was the Tour Record one, of course.
Yeah, and looking at that Dortmund regional champion, it looks great on its own, but then you realize that the next event that he played in, Utrecht, he also won, so a back-to-back champion. Yeah,
back-to-back champion last year. Absolutely phenomenal player. One of the Netherlands' best for sure. And even when he doesn't win, he gets top 4. So OCIC Lille, so no slouch. But speaking of no slouch, multiple IC in the lower age divisions winner Kaya Lit. Like, look, it's all champions.
Yeah, what a senior Kaya was. Able to win quite early on in her time as a senior, which is often something we don't see. It takes some time to develop and get to the top. And I think a lot of that, I think she credits down to her family. She's got a very strong family of players. All of them practice together, test together. And I think that's what we mentioned before this match. We often see these siblings do so well because it's a great way to practice. If you're living in the same house as people who are playing all the time, you do get very good. And both these players who regularly finish high in our tournaments.
Yeah. Now, Kaya, we did see yesterday, so we know that she'll be piloting that Terapagos Noctowl deck. But Owen, are you guys ready for some G-string action?
Golden Go is here, and I can tell you now, as a Terapagos player myself and fan of the Turtles, this is one of your toughest matchups. Golden Go really does break the meta in lots of ways because it hits big, but is also a bit bigger than most things. So it's out of that 220 to 240 range that most decks are trying to knock out. So Golden Go sits very nicely against the basic EXs.
Yeah, he does. And you know what, considering how much damage Golden Go does, I mean, you're just a happy little surfer dude. I mean, look at you, just serving on the gold board with all the coins. I love Golden Go so much. And it looks like Owen will indeed, we see from the prizing, playing that version with the Energy Search Pro as we kick off our Swiss round 11 here with Kaya going first.
Really crunch time now for these players. They want to be making it through to the final stages, and Kaya winning the coin flip, I'm sure, opting to go first. And it can often be such a big factor in this matchup. Whoever gets to go first gets to take that first attack. For Owen, able to maintain a single prize board state with those gimme ghouls, but for Kaya, really wants to try and get that Terapagos on board as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely does. Now, the prizes went by quite quickly. We have them here just to give you a brief overview. Nothing too really detrimental for either player. I mean, 3 of like the different colors of energy price for Owen isn't like great, so the Energy Search Pro won't quite be that big burst attacking option that it is, but still otherwise pretty workable for both players, I would say.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of ball search for Kaya here, and all you need is that one ball search to find the fan Rotom, and then you can use that fan call that allows you to find 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, and then put them in your hand. So it doesn't just have to be basic Pokemon, it can be those Noctowls as well. And looking at Kaya's hand, it looks like she already has a lot of the Pokemon she wants to put down, so maybe able to set up even more Noctowl. Yeah,
I think it's going to be 1 Hoot Hoot and 2 Noctowl there, as I believe, though, like you rightly mentioned, 1 Pidgey and 2 Hoot Hoot already in hand, so she's got all the basics that she would ever want.
Yeah, and then this is the question, is there an Area 0 Underdepths to try and go really wide early on? But you do have to be careful with those Stadium, losing them too early. But it will be great to set up in future turns. As we all know, Golden Go tends to be quite an aggressive deck, and the aggressive decks in the format not disrupting as often. There is 1 INO in Owen's list, but unlikely to be played early on unless Owen is struggling a little bit, so Kaya won't be too annoyed if she sees it.
No, I imagine not. So yeah, it looks like it is just going to not go fully wide with with the Area Zero Underdepths. We're going to fill the board with Pidgey, a couple of and over to Owen, who starts off with a Cypher Maniacs code breaking. Going to have a look through to see what is prized in the deck and what isn't.
We love this card. I mean, we've seen it in the history of Pokemon. There's lots of cards that allow you to find 2 of any card you want, and they're always really overpowered and often have drawbacks. And on this occasion, the drawback is you put it on top of your deck. But you've got Golden Go that draws 2. You've got Greninja that draws 2. You've got Pokestop, which discards the top 3 cards, so you can very much control seeing those top 2 cards.
Yeah, you basically play a deck which turns Cypher Maniac's code breaking, put 2 cards on top of your deck into put any 2 cards from your deck into your hand. So yeah, super powerful card in this archetype especially.
Sometimes early on though, it can be a little bit difficult to draw those 2 cards as you don't have the ability to get the Golden Goes online. There is 1 energy there and the Radiant Greninja in play.
So he's good.
So we'll be looking to try and establish as many of those gimme goals as possible.
Yeah, so I imagine we'll be going for a couple of those Buddy Poffin, a super powerful search card that's been a staple in pretty much every single evolution setup deck ever since it came out. When you play it, of course, it does let you take any 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less from the deck and put them straight onto your bench. A super powerful setup card.
Exactly. And there we do see Owen just shuffling up the rest of the deck. Those 2 cards on the table will be placed on top. And you can see Radiant Greninja will draw those 2 cards, and because he's going to be going back into the deck with the Buddy Poffin, not too much of an issue there. And as you mentioned, just gimme ghouls galore will be the plan, as the Golden Goes are pretty safe in this matchup, so you can make as many of them as you need.
Yeah, you absolutely can. So we're going to go ahead and just go for both of them. And like you already mentioned at the start, it's very great for Owen that he can end his turn 1 on a single prize board setup, because what this means is that Kaya, there's no way for her to take an early lead in the race by taking a big 2 prize knockout on the second turn, which is really what you want to be doing when you're playing Terapagos.
And we saw that hand for Owen looking very good with a board full of gimme ghouls. We'll be able to evolve a few of them, draw some more cards, and use that Energy Search Pro to build up that first attack.
Yeah, going to be feeling pretty good about that for sure. Now, the one thing for Kaya that will be kind of helpful in maintaining that price tempo, we do see that Duskull was there ready to go in play. So if Kaya can put together a really powerful turn, what would be really ideal is take a KO on his active Radiant Greninja, whilst also using the Duskull, evolve it into a Dusknoir, and pick off one of these gimme ghouls on the bench, just to really limit both the attacking and draw options for Owen.
Yeah, typically that's the plan, is you want to try and knock out all the gimme ghouls before they evolve, but on this occasion it's not going to be possible as the full squad is out. And it's interesting as well, the gimme ghoul has so many different variants that are all pretty good. And it is unique how much that's changed over Golden Go's time.
Yeah, but this latest one, I think it makes a lot of sense to play, because it was, of course, the one that just came out in Surging Sparks, and it has that minor error running attack, which lets you search your deck for up to 2 basic energy cards and put them into your hands. So, I mean, what better synergy could you ask for?
Exactly, especially when you have something like Radiant Greninja in play, or you want to start building up for that next attack. It provides so much support, getting you energy out of the deck. And now it's over to Kai to try and dismantle this board as much as possible. As we mentioned, it's going to be tricky, but also try and establish as much of a stable board as possible and get that Pidgeot out to allow you to tutor any card out of your deck with Quick Search.
Yeah, so you've got the Quick Search going with the Rare Candy, you have the Noctowl. I mean, the amount of search power that this deck has is absolutely out of control. With the Jewel Seeker, when there's a Terra Pokemon out, search for any 2 trainers, and then, like you mentioned, Pidgeot with Quick Search, search for any card. And as we know, there's 2 Noctowl ready to go. So what, that's 5 cards search this turn from Kaya?
Yeah, and there we see that Area Zero under depths, which really opens up the bench for Terapagos, allows you to hit the big numbers, as Terapagos does 30 times the number of your bench Pokemon, but it also allows you to put more support Pokemon down to help you throughout the game.
And we do see here fetching that Ultra Ball as well, Rare Candy already in hand. So I think we're going to see, I think it's going to be Ultra Ball for Dusknoir, Rare Candy into it, and Kaya is going to start to attempt to pick off this really great board setup from Owen.
Yeah, and there's also the potential that Dusknoir will be needed to knock out a Golden Go once they evolve. It is really tricky because there could be a Fezandipity EX in the future that allows you to knock out a 2-prizer without needing the Dusknoir Curse Blast. There could be a Palkia, but for the most part, Owen's going to play around that and just try and stick to the Golden Goes only.
Yeah, but I think for now, at least, it does make sense to go for this, especially if you can get back that Duskull and put it back down on the bench, so you still have the option to KO a Golden Go EX next turn. But yeah, going to go ahead and Curse Blast, KO itself, KO the Gimme Ghoul, 1 prize for each of our players. As we see, Owen does take one of those energy that was prized. And
it also would improve the Disruption, which is about to be seen here.
Oh, there we go.
If you start using those Dusknoirs early, you force a lower hand size out of an early Iono, so Owen's only going to be able to see 5 cards after this.
Yeah, not going to feel great. And I don't think we didn't see Owen play the Energy Search Pro. It wasn't hand, but he saved it. And this is probably exactly why. We're probably expecting an Iono this next turn.
Exactly, waiting for the right turn to play it. And is there any playable cards in there that will
that's
help this
plenty.
turn. Yeah, I mean, there's some draw, but if the Radiant Greninja gets knocked out, this is where you really have to punish Golden Go. Take away all of their ability to find their established board.
Yeah, and I think there might be a temptation if you draw some kind of gusting card to KO one of the other Gimmighoul, but you really want to be taking out this Radiant Greninja, because not only is it the easiest thing to take out anyway because it is already in the active, but it also denies an easy out to a draw, because if you leave that Radiant Greninja out, any energy that Owen draws will be an out to draw with concealed cards.
Yeah, Kaya showing us exactly why Terapagos has been a deck to worry about since it entered the format. Just so many options available. Once you have a few Noctowl and that Pidgeot, you can tutor out specific cards for that turn and do exactly what you want to do. And as you can see there, the disruption now becoming more and more of a factor of the deck, playing often 3 INOs in the deck where previously it might have leaned into research more, just recognizing that in the end game, sometimes your only route to victory is disruption.
Well, it's both, right? It's end game disruption, but also in the early stages, there aren't really that many cards they want to be discarding in this deck. Every single key resource of a card in Terapagos is so valuable, so you really want to be just like, kind of a shuffle drawing, or, drawing more cards without discarding. So it makes complete sense that Kaya and many of these Terapagos builds would focus more on the INO rather than the Professor's research, as we do see there. The Unified Beatdown coming in, taking a knockout on this Radiant Greninja. Let's see what Owen draws.
Oh, was that a Golden Go?
Oh, it is. What a top deck!
The Golden Go there. That's going to be 2 more cards, and also some energy cards available through the Earthen Vessel, but still a lot to piece together here. Needs to find an energy attachment plus 5 energy to discard.
Yeah.
So one of those supporters could come in really helpful.
Very heads up here from Owen, recognizing that all the basics that he needs are already in the deck, so not going to play that Hisuian Heavy Ball, instead going to use it as excellent discard fodder for this Earthen Vessel. So this Earthen Vessel, it's been a staple in many, many decks ever since it came out. Lets you discard a card from your hand, such a 2 basic energy from the hand to the deck, rather.
Yeah, a little high-level tip for any of you who has a Hisuian Heavy Ball in your deck. A lot of the time, it is a great card to use to check your prizes, but if you can check your prizes naturally through looking through the deck, you'll know whether to play it or discard it in those situations, especially if you're playing a deck like Owen is here, where you have to discard so many cards, and those 2 cards, Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking and a Golden Go.
That's pretty good. I mean, you can guarantee one of the cards will be perfect with the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking and the draw from the Golden Go EX, but can you find a way to draw both the cards they put on top of Cypher Maniac? I'm not sure if there's the way to piece that together specifically.
You could put a Golden Go on the top, and then the card you want. Okay, just to set up the board. I don't know, but definitely not an ideal draw scenario where you're seeing as many cards as you want.
Yeah, but I think that is what he's going to be going for there. So yeah, just guarantee the 3rd Golden Go and then another card that you might want. And yeah, Owen's going for it straight away.
Yeah, you see the sequencing of this deck so good. And we mentioned Owen having a previous victory in Dortmund, a different German regional, over a year ago, where he played Shen Pao, and there's a lot of similarities with this deck.
Yeah, there is, in terms of just it being a kind of deck where you want to like draw a lot and like build up a lot of energy either on the field or in the hand, so that you can attach it with the Super Cold, or in this instance just build it up in the hand to do lots of damage and make it rain. As we do see there, the Energy Search Pro, what a great card to search out from that Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, really showing its power here.
We've seen lots of different ace specs on the stream. This is the first time we've got a chance to see Energy Search Pro. Really has brought Golden Go to life and completely changed up the composition of the deck, especially when it comes to the energy there. And this is exactly why, because you can get that first huge knockout so easily.
Look at that rainbow of energy in Owen's hand.
Wow, that's going to be a simple knockout, and energy still to spare.
Yeah, love to see that. And now I think he's just debating which energy he wants to discard here exactly, and is going to be, going to keep the grass and the fire in hand, interestingly enough. And that will go ahead and take 2 prizes, and takes 2 more energy out of the prizes as well. So that's now all of the energy out of the prizes, and either in the deck or hand or discard. Well,
now you're going to see Kaya staring down 3 very big Pokemon that cannot be knocked out easily by Terapagos. Yeah. And this is where that Dust Noir is going to come in so key to allow for a knockout here. It's going to be tricky because there is 3 prize cards remaining for Owen. So if a knockout were to happen here with a Dust Noir, Kaya would need to win the game that turn. Otherwise, Owen is in range of finishing the game. Yeah, and this is the problem Ray ran into, right, with the prize trade. It's kind of, it makes Golden Go a bit of a tough matchup for Terapagos in that aspect. It's not, impossible to... not impossible to overcome, but it is very, very rough, and Kaya is going to have to do her best here, especially considering how good Owen's setup is to try and overcome this hurdle. Well, lots of options available, and you can see Kaya thinking through them now. And the advantage of going first is quite big in this matchup, but as we saw, Owen set up the perfect board state with just as many Gimmighoul as possible, and this is exactly why, because once there are golden goes galore on the board. You cannot deal with it too well. 260 HP is just one of those weird numbers that's out of range of a lot of decks, and it particularly sets it up to be a tough knockout for anything that's targeting the format right now.
Yeah, and there's not really any good ways to reach for those bigger numbers either, other than, as you already mentioned, the Dust Noir. But then when you do that, you're giving up a prize, and Owen's already taken 3. So if you do that, then one Golden Go knockout on a 2 prize will be all she wrote, and Owen will take the game.
And did I hear you say, oh, but I thought you said Terapagos was really good at disrupting. Surely Kaya can disrupt. Well, unfortunately,
yep.
Golden Go can draw as many cards as it wants, especially the coin bonus on the board will allow for 2 cards drawn and 1 from the bench. But you can see in the situation that if Owen were to get disrupted down to, say, 2 or 3 cards, it's not going to be a huge amount of cards available for him.
Yeah, it is one of the strengths of Golden Go. Like we see this be a strength with so many of the top competitive archetypes. It is a deck where it has its own draw engine built in, as well as a good attack. That is normally a killer pairing in any scenario. We saw it with Zora at GX, where we're seeing it here again with this Golden Go EX. Like coin bonus draws cards, the Make It Rain lets you just do a ton of damage. So, and being able to like protect yourself from disruption with INO is such a strong asset to have.
Yeah, and you notice as well the way Kaya has played out both matches on stream. We saw it the other day as well, but not over-benching unless needed, because if you put all 8 Pokemon down every time, all it takes is that stadium to be bumped, and you suddenly lose a lot of your Pokemon to put in play.
Yeah, so I wonder here if Kaya is considering, I was just thinking about this, soften up the Golden Go with something else, maybe with either a Pidgeot EX or a Fan Rotom, a single prizer. It is tough though, because like the math still doesn't work out amazingly necessarily. If you do 50 with the Fan Rotom, then that'll put the Golden Go down to 210. Then you can go in and KO with the Terapagos, but it still doesn't really feel amazing.
I think you're also thinking about potentially just knocking out the active Golden Go and going, well, if I knock that out, you've then only got 2 in play, and you need to find all that energy, so it would be possible then to win. But all of these options, they're off the back of hoping that Owen doesn't find the cards, which is not ideal.
Yeah, and there's so much, there's draw on the board already, and if Owen just finds the Fezandipity EX, that's even more draw that he can like go through. He can flip the script to draw 3 more cards. So yeah, you can tell that Kaya's back really is against the wall here, and she's just trying to piece it all together, as she does go for this Power Pad.
Great way to return some of those INOs back into the deck, and there's some great supporters that you sometimes want to see later on but have to discard early on. Also some of them you want to play twice, but you only have one of them in your deck, so the Power Pad acts as like a second version of all of these different cards, which is great. But we'll just be getting that INO back to try and disrupt here.
Yeah, and that makes absolute sense to do that. So yeah, maybe just try and combine either an attack or a KO with this INO. Maybe even thinking about going for a preemptive Dust Noir now. So kind of like it did on the earlier turn, make it so the INO makes Owen draw 1 less card, just to really try and put like some brakes on Owen's insane draw power. And yeah, I think Kaya's going for this, you know.
Yeah, and with the Dust Noir doing 130 damage with the Curse Blast, that means Terapagos only has to have 5 bench Pokemon out to finish off the Golden Go. And as you can see, Owen is looking down thinking, I really hope my coin bonuses get me out of this, because that is going to be quite a lot of disruption off the back of this INO.
So yeah, here we go. Rare Candy into the Dust Noir, and I imagine it will be, yeah, Curse Blast onto the active. So all Kaya needs to find is 1 bench Pokemon. No, actually, you even find 1 bench Pokemon? Because
just the one.
Yeah, just the one. But I mean, finding 1 bench Pokemon off the INO shouldn't be too much of a problem, I imagine. 4 cards drawn, famous last words. Oh, there's a Buddy Pop. There we go.
There's so many Pokemon in this deck. The advantage of the decks with Area 0 under depths is they do typically have a lot of Pokemon available, and what better Pokemon than Fezandipity?
Yeah, flip the script, draw 3 more cards, set up the hand nicely. There's a Prime Catcher ready to go to try and seal things out on the next turn. But with that Dust Noir giving Owen an extra prize, it is going to come down to what does Owen find off of these coin bonuses, as we do see, of course, with the Area 0 under depths in play, Kaya can still play that Buddy Poffin to get a couple more Pokemon onto the bench, maybe a second Pidgey, or you could get another Hoot down as well to do more Noctowl searches.
Yeah, and we'll need to try and find a Dust Noir again next turn to be even able to knock out the Golden Go, as you're seeing now. So Kaya will be in a position where there's still a lot to do next turn, but we'll hopefully find it here. Trying to go as wide as possible, set up as many targets as possible, and we'll put that Terapagos into the active spot, ready to knock out the Golden Go, and ask the question of Owen, can you find it out of this INO? You've been put down to 2 cards, a top deck, and some coin bonus. Can you find it?
Can you find it? Here we go. One card drawn. It's decent already. There's a Nest Ball, so I'll grab the Serendipity. Already finding a lot of outs here. It's not going to be too tricky to put this together. You just need, what is it, 1 energy to attach and then 5 to discard, and you will KO this Terapagos and take the game. Let's see if Owen can find it here.
You got the Superior Energy Retrieval as a 1 card out to 4 energy, which is always quite useful, but just needing to draw more. Is that a Cypher Maniac's code breaking the hand too? So just going to try and draw first off the Serendipity before deciding. So I think Owen must have it here.
I think that will do it, right? Yeah, because 1 energy in hand, you can just search for another energy and a Superior Energy Retrieval. That'll do it. Or you can search for 2 of them as well. That works.
And then draw those off the coin bonus, and then we'll look to get the energy back from the discard pile. And Owen is taking our first game here on stream against Kaya.
Yeah, and huge congratulations to Owen. Definitely showing how Goldango really is the favorite deck in this matchup. Kaya did everything absolutely right, played to her outs as best as possible to deny Owen the chances to draw the outs. But in the end, there was just too many. The coin bonuses were too strong for Owen, as he was able to find absolutely everything he needed, and even finding that Nest Ball straight away for the Serendipity to flip the script to draw even more cards.
Yeah, I love how Goldango has had a bit of a resurgent recently. It was Yella over in Dortmund showing the power of the deck as a pilot of Goldango for quite a while. And now a lot of players really joining that hype and bringing it into the play. And it's because of this ability to play out of disruption whilst also having Pokemon at that awkward number on the field that are hard to knock out, but can also knock out anything.
Yeah, love the way Owen did it that turn with the Typhon Maniac as well. Just put the cards to the side and then coin bonus, draw the Goldango, plonk it down, draw the Energy Search Pro and play it. Love that. And yeah, right at the end there, able to use the Typhon Maniac again to find 2 Superior Energy Retrieval, and with more than enough cards in hand to discard, does end up taking that game quite convincingly.
Well, round 11 here in Stuttgart. Lots of our players now needing to win both their games to make it into that top cut. And Owen and Kaya are in that position right now. 8-2-0, looking to try and win 2. And if they do, they are going to be comfortably looking to try and take on the best of the best to make it to that regional champion. Owen has been there before. Kaya many a time in the seniors division, looking to try and get her first win on stream. We seem to give her tough matchups when she comes onto the stream as well.
Well, in the Masters division specifically.
In the Masters
yeah, she has been on stream many times as a senior and won many times, but yeah, she's looking for her first Masters division stream win, so she is going to be extra hungry for it, I am sure, as it looks like, Owen having a tough time deciding what to start with here, it looks like.
And both of these decks are ones that can struggle at the start. If they don't find the right cards to trigger that either draw engine for Goldango or search engine for Terapagos, it can be tough. And look at the prize cards here. Some Metal Energy, which might make it tougher, but there is always going to be that third one.
Yeah.
And on the other side, that Fan, Rotom, and Terapagos start, so the dream for Kaya once again.
Yeah. Now, I need to take a quick look at the list here. I did see that there was a Pidgeot EX prized. Is there... no, it's fine. There's a 202 line in the list, so we're good.
Which is something interesting with Terapagos when it first entered the scene as Stellar Crown became legal over in Dortmund. We saw lots of players playing a 101 Pidgeot line and being very greedy with it. And as time has gone on, people have realized how fundamentally important it is, and consequently, the 202 has been popularized.
Yeah, just you really want to get that Pidgey down. You want to not make yourself vulnerable to prizing either the Pidgey or the Pidgeot. Sure, if you prize the 1 Pidgey, you can get it out with Hisuian Heavy Ball, but if you prize the 1 Pidgeot EX, you're kind of stuffed. So just playing the 2 to avoid that scenario as much as possible.
And even then, you want to be able to find that Pidgey off the fan call, ideally.
Exactly.
So you don't want to have to lean to the Hisuian Heavy Ball early on. As Kaya setting up similar how we saw to game 1, and Owen will be looking to try and get as many Gimme Ghouls down as possible as we saw in game 1 too.
Give me those Gimme Ghoul, and then we put them down so that you can draw all the cards in the deck with the coin bonus, as we do see Kaya starting off very, very strong again. Does have a Pidgey, pretty much the exact same bench as last time.
Is that identical?
Yeah, it actually
is. A different order of the cards on the bench there.
Yeah, but speaking of identical, I mean, Owen is not quite starting with the Radiant Greninja this time, but does already have a Buddy Pop to start things off very well indeed, and we'll look through the deck to see the pricing again, not too unworkable at all. 1 Goldango EX price, a couple of Metal Energy could be awkward if you want to make sure you find that 1 Metal Energy to attack with, but otherwise pretty happy goings, I think.
Yeah, it's a weird one where if Owen has a Metal Energy attached to a Pokemon, whether it be a Goldango or something else, you can almost just play around it if you knew that, but most people will be knocking out the biggest threat on the board, which will be the Goldango with the energy typically.
Yeah, and to be fair, even if your Goldango with an energy on it does get knocked out, you don't really mind too much because you can just get it back with one of your many energy recovery cards like the Night Stretcher and the Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Owen, a very good pilot of Shenpao when that was a strong deck in the format. a similar game plan of trying to get as much energy in play to take those big knockouts. The difference being it's from the hand with Golden Go, but consequently those superior energy retrieval type decks are ones that Owen is very familiar with, and as you can see, very familiar with this matchup because playing again the exact same format, all the gimmies against the Terapagos with all the support.
Yeah, just no Radiant Greninja this time. Oh, no, never mind. Commentator's Curse literally puts it down as I say there's no Radiant Greninja, does go ahead and conceal cards, and after that we'll pass it over to Kaya, I imagine. Or unless you have another energy in hand, maybe go for a minor errand running?
Yeah, could do.
I think he's thinking about it. Is there an energy in hand?
Could also,
there is. Okay.
Could also prime the deck for next turn with Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad. You kind of preemptively defend it. This is the other way you can use Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, of course. You can use it kind of more aggressively in order to search out exactly what you need and then draw it with one of your many draw options. But you could kind of use it defensively. Just put 2 cards on top of the deck so that if you get hit with an Iono, you know that you're going to be drawing into some good cards.
Yeah, great card for that. And that's why cards like Unfair Stamp, Judge, and Roxanne can be such good disruption cards, because anyone who has control over the order of their deck cannot play around it. Whereas I know the popular disruption supporter for Kaya is going to be ineffective against Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking priming.
Yeah, because it's not a shuffled disruption, it is kind of a straight draw disruption, as it were. So passing it over to Kaya, let's see how she handles this turn here. I mean, the hand's looking pretty strong. There's a Noctowl ready to go already. We'll be able to Jewel Seeker.
I mean, we say the hand's looking strong, and it did the same thing last game, and I think that's the question, is the deck able to even beat Golden Go when it's both players are playing to their strengths and having the perfect board state?
Yeah, I guess that is the problem, right? And both players have, again, set up pretty much as well as they did in Game 1, so I guess we'll have to see how it plays out here. But yeah, if it's like Game 1, then this is going to be going to an 0-2-0 victory, but we don't want to talk too early about that yet.
Well, just trying to prime you guys who are watching at home as to how difficult this will be for Kaya to break through. And if she does, that will just show you the level of skill of our previous Seniors World Champion can put on show.
Yeah, so looks like going to be leading things off by looking for that Area 0 Underdepths and maybe a Buddy Puffin. Makes a lot of sense, of course. The Area 0 Underdepths is really your enabler in this deck. When you have a Terra Pokemon out and you have the Stadium out, it lets you have up to 8 Pokemon on the bench, which means that, you know, more support Pokemon on the bench, and it means you're doing more damage with that Terrapagos EX's Unified Beatdown.
At this stage, the board is all single prizes for Owen, so Kaya limited to only taking 1 prize through an attack, but would potentially be able to take 2 prizes through a Dust Noir route that we saw last time. But the question is, does Kaya want to go down that same route, or will she try something different this time, maybe integrating the Fan Rotom attack that we saw was teased as an option last time?
Yeah, we could maybe go for that. I mean, you can't KO a Gimmighoul with it, unfortunately. That double turbo will reduce the damage by 1. That would have been the ideal otherwise, but it is going to go ahead and grab the Rare Candy and the Area 0 Underdepths. Rare Candy into the Pidgeot, Area 0 Underdepths played, and now the second Noctowl going down for a second Jewel Seeker for good measure.
Yeah, it could be a research here. Okay, just trying to set up more. Recognizing that actually keeping the Dust Noir for later could be possible.
Yeah. And also recognizing that there's not much point going for an Iono here. You know you're going to be giving Owen exactly what he wants, so may as well just go for a research so you can draw more cards. And usually, although we were just talking about how these Terrapagos decks do lean more in the Iono direction, you usually still play just like 1 Professor's Research just as a bailout draw option, which here seems pretty ideal to go for, in all honesty. Exactly.
Great decision at this point. As you mentioned, the priming from Owen of putting those 2 cards on top of the deck does make this turn so much different to what Kaya would have gone for. As last game we did see the Iono almost disrupted Owen out of setting up completely, but just takes 1 Golden Go to start the draw engine going.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kaya, that third Hoot there is only a free Noctowl line in the deck, so free Hoot and free Noctowl. That third Hoot is prized, so won't be able to go for a third Hoot with this Buddy Puffin in order to set up for another Jewel Seeker next turn. Gonna go for that second Pidgey instead.
Yeah, I like that. The advantage of the 202 Pidgey line as well is that decks that can knock out a Pidgeot, it can be quite useful to have a backup Pidgey in case you need to re-establish it. Saves you having to go down that Thornton route, and consequently makes it less of an appealing target to knock out for your opponent.
Yeah, it sure does. And then after that Nest Ball there, finally the final card being played down, just going to go for that second Terrapagos EX just to keep the Terra Pokemon enabler of that Area 0 Underdepths as well. Love to see that. And then there is a counter catcher in the hand. Can't make use of that, of course. So yeah, just going to be happy to discard that with the Professor's Research, draw 7. Let's see what she finds here.
Does get the energy, so that means that the Pidgeot can search for something else.
Yeah, that's the other important factor as to why you play that Pidgeot EX, of course. It is one of the only cards that can search your very limited number of energy cards. This deck, it only plays 4 double turbo energy, doesn't play anything else. You are just attacking with these colorless attackers, and double turbo is all you go for.
We sometimes see Energy Lotto or Corus's Tenacity in the deck as a way for a Noctowl to find an energy, but as you can tell with this deck, really leaning into setting up Pidgeot with the 4 rare candy, the 202 Pidgeot line, making sure it happens every game. And also there's potential for just drawing into the energy sometimes, as we saw there. The research sees a lot of cards, so you often just draw into it through the natural way.
Yeah, but you save the Pidgeot for after the draw in case you miss it, right? Because that way you see what you draw off the research, and then you decide afterwards, right, okay, do I need to use the Pidgeot to get my energy, as you just said, or can I go ahead and search for something else to set myself up for next turn?
Well, the turn has panned out as you'd expect for a Terapagos with all the search engine, exactly how you'd want it. The Pidgeot available, Terapagos attacking, and some Duskull ready to evolve in the future. And there will be the knockout, not overextending with the Dusknoir this time.
Nope.
And Owen will be able to get that perfect top deck after the Cypher Maniacs code breaking for last turn. And now in a position to draw 2 with coin bonus, and you'll see the other cards that were put there. Another Cypher Maniacs code breaking.
Yeah, just to set it up nicely, knowing that the Radiant Greninja is down, can basically use the Cypher Maniac with the concealed cards to cherry pick any 2 cards from the deck. The other card drawn is that Palkia V. Not really something you want to bench in this matchup, not really that useful. I mean, maybe you can set up a big Moonlight Shuriken with the Radiant Greninja with that Origin Form Palkia V-Star Star Portal, but in this instance, recognizing that no, putting down 2 prizes that can't be easily knocked out in one hit by Terapagos is way more important.
Now we see a similar setup to what we did last time, of a Golden Go being one of those cards, as well as the Energy Search Pro. And this is why it's so powerful. Getting that early knockout becomes so much more viable. Later game, you can utilize the energy recovery of superior energy retrieval, but for that first knockout, you want to get as many energy out of the deck as possible.
Yeah. And it plays double duty, right? Because not only is Energy Search Pro finning or searching out the energy that you need to do an attack, it also just fins your deck of what, like 7, 8 cards potentially, and that is like, it means that any other subsequent draws that you do will be for just good cards, you know, cards that you want to see in the late game, like your Boss's Orders, your Night Stretchers, your superior energy retrieval. So it's such a strong A-Spec in this deck. It fits about as perfectly as you could ask for.
Well, the A-Spec's also powerful in the format. Prime Catcher, the A-Spec of choice for Kaya, but not very useful in this matchup because you're probably going to be wanting to knock out the active most of the time anyway. And we've seen a whole range of A-Specs used across the tournament, but the Energy Search Pro, very much a one-deck wonder. We're only really seeing it here for Golden Go, and this is exactly why, as we see the 250 damage of the Golden Go happen on that first attacking turn.
Make it rain, more like make it rainbow, I think, right?
The full range of colors, all of the energy types in the deck to try and allow for that Energy Search Pro to be as effective as possible. And Owen now with great hand available for next turn, able to take a knockout, and the response from Kaya has to be great here.
Yeah, it really does, but even if it is great, like you said, Kaya did have a pretty great response in the last game, but it still ended up not being enough. It is a very, very tough situation no matter which way you look at it, but maybe the start of getting there is going to be that Nest Ball. I imagine it's going to be for that Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, Flip the Script will open up more options, and then as we saw, the 2 Noctowls have been used, so cannot use a Dual Seeker this turn. We'll have to rely on a little bit of natural draw through the Pheasantipity, and then off the back of that, quick searching for the missing pieces.
Yeah, that's going to have to be the choice here. But she's going to have a look through to see what else there is after this Nest Ball. Really wants to plan out this turn as well as she can and think, how do I want to go about doing this? Can I do a little bit of chip damage of a Fan Rotom to make it work? And maybe if, you know, Owen misses something like a Boss's Orders to bring something up, maybe I can make that work too. But it's very, very tough for Kaya, no question.
Could be a Dusknoir plus Terapagos attack into the active. Could be the Fan Rotom. Could be a double Dusknoir as well. You could potentially take 2 knockouts like that, but that would put Owen in range of winning the game next turn. And that's the downside.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems with using Dusknoir is that you end up in a very similar situation to game 1, where if Owen can just take out a 2-prizer easily, then you have another Duskull, which is not doing anything, because if you do Dusknoir again, you give Owen your last prize and you lose the game. So, yeah, not really feeling pretty no matter which way you look at it.
That hand's looking great for Dusknoir to be used here. There is, I think, 2 Dusknoir and a rare candy already, so definitely a lot of the pieces available, and this Flip the Script will open up some more. We need energy and another rare candy potentially.
1, 2, 3 Night Stretcher I saw, and a Buddy Puffin. Didn't see what the other card was, but I'm not sure if it's one of those pieces that she needs. There's a rare candy Dusknoir ready to go.
And an INO.
Okay.
So the pieces are coming together, and you've also got the Pidgeot still, so can find those final bits maybe after the INO.
Yeah, there's so much to think about here. I'm just trying to think it through here and just trying to piece together how Kaya can kind of stop Owen from taking like an easy win, because we saw in the last game, even though Kaya disrupted so much of Owen's board, if Owen is just allowed to get 2 prizes remaining, finding the resources to put together that last 2 prize knockout just isn't that tough, and that's what's really that's the thing to play around, which seems so tricky for Kaya here.
I mean, Kaya will have to disrupt this turn. You cannot leave Golden Go with the hand of choice, and especially with that last turn, we know there's still some energy in hand, which means the Radiant Greninja's active. You're going to have a Golden Go in play still, so there's a lot of factors now that Kaya's having to think about to try and disrupt the next turn. With such a draw-heavy deck, it's really hard to find that.
It is. Kaya briefly considering that Blood Moon Luna. It is getting to the point where it can attack for less and less energy, but for now just going to grab that Fan Rotom. Rare Candy into the Dusknoir. Are we going to see it popped right now? There's another Dusknoir in hand ready to go too, but no other rare candy as we see. Maybe it is just going to be the INO after all. You have to weigh up whether you want to pop the Dusknoir and use the Curse Blast to put Owen on less cards after the INO, or whether there's something else that you want to kind of coordinate.
And there's also the potential for using Briar if the Dusknoir is saved for later to finish off the Golden Go.
Yes.
You can then play the Briar, then use the Dusknoir, and then take a knockout. But there's so many prize cards to take here. It's going to be tricky to be able to utilize that.
Yeah, so maybe in this instance, Kaya thinking, you know what, I just want to get the Dusknoirs ready, and maybe this quick search could be for a second Red Candy, so you can Red Candy into that second Dusknoir, then go for the INO, and then, yeah, save the Curse Blast for afterwards, and then try to put it together at the end of a Briar play. I like it. I think that might be one of the best ways forward for Kaya here.
Lacking the energy still, so...
I think the Double Turbo was in hand, wasn't it?
Is there a Double Turbo in hand?
I mean, if... either that or this is very, very risky, because if you don't have the Double Turbo, then you definitely search for that off of this quick search right now, but it looks like it's going to be the Red Candy instead.
If it is a risk being taken, you know it's a calculated risk, knowing that it's such a tough matchup. Sometimes in the tougher matchups, you have to play for the high rollers. It's your only way out of victory.
There is one option that Kaya could take here. It would be absolutely bonkers, but she could go for it. Yeah, we talked about the double Dusknoir. You can use that to knock out a Golden Go, then maybe bring up the other one, just hit it, and then disrupt your opponent, hope they miss so they don't take a prize, and then finish it off with Briar. That could be something you do, and I think I think that might be what Kaya's going for, actually.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Double Curse Blast, 260 damage. Yeah, exactly enough to KO this Golden Go EX.
Okay, they're just going to take those prize cards now. Owen gaining 2 prize cards in Kaya's turn, and Kaya will also be getting those 2 prize cards too. As we mentioned, still not got the energy. I guess there is a world where Kaya is able to potentially Thornton out. I don't know, maybe just taking it slow here.
But I mean, so Owen has a really tough decision of what to promote here, because if you bring out the Golden Go EX and you let it get hit, it is like one of your best draw options, but it also, if you let it get hit, it does open up that Briar play for Kaya, but I think you just had to maybe accept the risk here.
I mean, for Kaya, the disruption is key here, and by doing that double Dusknoir, you're putting Owen down to a smaller hand size.
And with only 3 draw outs, that's where you have the Golden Go in the active and the Radiant Greninja, and Owen did take Golden Go off the prizes, but you know you're IO-knowing your opponent, so they have to Owen will probably have to, like in game 1, draw into that Pheasantipity EX somehow to try and put it all together.
We'll see what happens off the back of this disruption. This is a fascinating endgame, and this is what happens when you're playing into your tougher matchups. You have to go down an unorthodox route. You cannot take the typical route, because that deck will already have an answer to it.
Yeah, and actually you were right, I was wrong. There is no double turbo in hand, so you're relying on hitting it from this INO here. This could be very, very risky.
It's only an INO for 3 as well.
Oh boy, okay, so I guess, yeah, it's going to be the Night Stretcher to bring back the Duskull.
I mean, if you get a turn back, you're not too worried about missing the attack if you're going to use the Dusknoir anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. So that can make things a little bit easier. And then, yeah, it's going to be INO, but Kaya needs to find off of these free cards a double turbo energy. It's crucial.
This is a big draw, and that Hoot didn't come off the prizes either, which would have been a great one to put down. Oh, there's an energy!
Oh, she hits it! Oh my goodness! Okay, so now, Kaya has put it together as best she can, but now it just comes down to this. Off of these 2 cards, off of this Golden Go EX and this Radiant Greninja on the bench, can Owen put together the KO on either this Pidgeot if Kaya leaves it active or the Terapagos.
Yeah, and going to be using that Terapagos here, moving it into the active.
Okay.
Recognizing that it has to be a disruption that works.
Here we go.
And this is the turn now for Owen. We're going to watch it once again. Will the Iono stick? Can Kaya disrupt the most undestructible deck in the format of Golden Go? And we begin now. Owen, top deck. What's he got?
It's a Syrian heavy ball. It's a Buddy Puffin.
Not much.
Oh, okay. This is not like the game one. This Kaya might have just found the tiny margin to victory here. 2 cards off of this coin bonus. Oh, this is going to be crucial. What does Owen draw?
What have you got there?
It's an Ultra Ball.
And that's going to give a little bit more draw, maybe a Pheasantipity. We're seeing the turn pan out here. Owen is trying to draw out of this disruption. Many different ways it could go, either Golden Goes, maybe to try and get the Pheasantipity. Kaya still needs 3 prize cards.
Yeah, but if Owen misses the KO here, all Kaya needs is Slam Briar, announce Unified Beatdown, and that will win you the game, and it will be going to game 3.
And you see the Irida in hand for Owen. He has a way to get those superior energy retrievals, but needs to find more than that.
Wait, is the Irida in hand, or was that the discard pile?
I think there's an Irida in hand, but you need more.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Pheasantipity. It makes a lot of sense. Flip the script to draw you 3 cards, and these will be the 3 cards that will hopefully get you there.
Okay, and just checking it is active because the Dust Noirs took out a Golden Go during the last turn.
Yes.
Even though the attack that finished the turn didn't take a knockout, Pheasantipity will still work with Flip the Script.
Yeah, it is. There was a Pokemon of Owen's knocked out during the last turn. Doesn't matter that it was in an ability, it still counts there. So, Flip the Script, 3 cards drawn. What does he see here? Nice stretcher, but there's a... Oh, wait.
Superior energy retrieval.
Oh, hold on.
Huge.
I think I'll do it, you know. Yeah, with the Irida, I think that gets you there.
So just trying to make the calculations here. A lot of cards need to be discarded with that superior energy retrieval.
But I think you can get like a discard fodder from the Irida, right? So I think, yeah, with the Night Stretch as well, I think you got it there. So yeah, Owen's just doing the calculations. Irida will go ahead and search for a Origin Form Palkia V-Stars, discard fodder, and a superior energy retrieval, and then that will get enough energy back. I think that'll do it.
And even can use the Greninja to draw more cards if it needs to discard anything more. So going to try and get as many energy back here as possible to take this knockout.
And then there's one, and there's attach metal energy, and then you can, that is it. Superior energy retrieval again, get back the energy, like attach it, make it rain. Owen takes the game and takes the match, and with an impressive display of Golden Go's power here on our feature match today.
Yeah, Golden Go looking strong. Another win for Owen would put him comfortably into that running for top 8 and potentially winning the tournament. But at this stage, a strong matchup for Golden Go, playing into the Terapagos, one of its best matchups, able to show exactly why it cannot be disrupted and why it can knock out absolutely anything.
Yeah, congratulations to Owen, and huge commiserations to Kaya, finding a obscure line that I think was absolutely the best way she could have made a comeback there, but Owen just finding enough resources, finding the Ultra Ball for the Pheasantipity. But that's in game 2. Let's take a look back at game 1 first, just to remind ourselves how that match went.
Both players setting up as they would wish. For Owen, all 4 Gimmigholes and a Radiant Greninja in both games. For Kaya, a board of support Pokemon with a Terapagos in the active. Unable to then close it out, even though the perfect setup was done. And Owen using that Energy Search Pro in both games on his first attacking turn.
Yeah, it was a battle of 2 games of perfect setups, and when both decks set up perfectly in this instance, Golden Go is heavily favored. We saw it there in game 1, found the Energy Search Pro, double superior energy retrieval to finish things off, and in game 2, although it kind of played out similar, both players set up very, very well. We saw the really great Cypher Maniac's code breaking there to go ahead and find the Energy Search Pro, plus another Golden Go to set up nicely and get a big KO on the first few turns. And yeah, Energy Search Pro, what an ace spec for this deck.
And it really shows how well Owen has built the deck. 3 Irida, 3 Cypher Maniacs code breaking. We saw every turn of the game a supporter being used, and a lot of these supporters will find you very powerful cards that will open up the rest of the turn. And once the Golden Goes are down and you're drawing plenty, that discard is not an issue. When we saw at the end there, superior energy retrieval, discards 2 cards from the hand to get those 4 energy back. But when you're drawing as much as these are, you'll have enough cards to discard.
And Flip the Script was what got there. Find that Ultra Ball, find the Pheasantipity, flip the script, found the superior energy retrieval with the Irida already in hand, like you rightly called out, finding enough energy to take the KO on the Terapagos and take the game and the match.
Kaya, we're going to get you on one day for a stream in the Masters Division, and you will be able to win it. I mean, that was just unfortunate. It was just a tough matchup. Both players setting up perfectly, and that's where we look at these matchups, which we say are favored towards one side or the other. Generally, when you think about that, you can think, if both decks set up as expected, the deck that is favored will win most of the time. Yeah. It tends to be when one deck is less consistent, you'll often have games that will bounce back and forth, but as far as consistency goes, both of those decks, if they get past the first turn, they're in the game.
Yeah, they are. And again, cannot emphasize this enough. Huge commiserations to Kaya, who played it superbly well given the circumstances in a very tough matchup, found the potential outs to get there, but just with the disruption, the disruption just wasn't quite enough to stop Owen from finding the outs to close out the game with the last KO.
Well, Owen, one of the infamous brothers in the scene, Owen Kammerman now.
Infamous.
Yeah, very much in a position now to look at the top and go, I can make it there. One more match in the next round. So that was round 11. We have round 12 after this, which you'll get to see. And so all it is one more. The winning in for Owen. And so I wonder how he's feeling. And I think we've got a little chance to catch up with Owen. Let's go and find out how he felt about that game.
Thanks both. Yes, I'm here, and great again to be with a familiar face of our round 11 winner, Owen Kammerman. How are you feeling?
Amazing, yeah. Good to be back at this stage.
Yeah, I feel like we have you here far too often, but you know, we always enjoy you being at this couch, being able to give us a little bit of insight. But let's talk about Golden Go. Why this deck and why this tournament?
Ooh, good question. I mean, Chimpao wasn't working anymore, so I had to go for the other side of the Dortmund finals, so Goldango. Goldango, I mean, it has a huge buff now with the Energy Pro. Just being able to get like a KO on basically anything with just a Cypher or Irida. It just feels much more consistent than it was previously, and it was already contending in the previous format, so why not again? Or in this new format?
100%. I mean, it's had back-to-back top fours, LAIC into Sacramento, right? Which is pretty cool, right? We're going to do something a bit special, I think, and hopefully the viewers will like this as well. I want to bring you back to game one. Okay, right. So this is where in game one, Kaya had finally just playing out her turn 2, where we had the Duswa actually pop. We get it on the screen here as well. So I just want to understand your thought process a little bit. We see Kaya with the Duswa, Curse Blast on the Gimme Ghoul. We then see an Iono, and you see the top 5 cards, and it's a tough moment for you. How are you feeling at that moment?
Well, it was... I mean, first of all, I wasn't sure what she was going to do as a strategy-wise, because I've never played this matchup before. And then I saw that this was probably the best route she could take, so the Iono, and then hope I just don't get anything, which is risky, but it is a good play. She goes my Greninja, so I have barely any outs in the deck. I know 2 Goldango are on the bottom of the deck.
Yes,
I know
exactly.
a Cypher's on the bottom of the deck. I was quite scared.
Yep.
I was like, okay, if I just lose to the Iono, that's it.
That's just some of the things. I mean, from a top player like yourself, sometimes you just got to stay composed, right? Just maybe sometimes a bit of a poker face without giving too much away, but then you ripped the Golden Go, which is like huge relief. It must have been like fantastic feeling.
Yeah, that was like, okay, now I'm still in this. And from there you can like spiral much further, because I'm not sure exactly what I drew, but I drew pretty good from that as well.
I think you hit a Cypher Maniacs, and then was able to hit into a couple more Golden Goes, and your board was just 3 Golden Goes at one point.
Exactly.
And it looked pretty good.
It was the dream from that Iono into going into 3 Goldangos. I wasn't like, I couldn't imagine that, but it just happened.
Yeah, I mean,
so I'm happy that happened.
I mean, it looks pretty good. I mean, so coming back to the whole tournament now, you're now 9-2. Mm-hmm. One more Swiss round. How are you feeling? Do you think Golden Go could take down this tournament?
I'm not sure.
That's not the confident Owen I expect.
No. The thing is, the matchups are a little bit tough on the top tables. There are like these weird decks like Claw for Torrent's Dragapult. I mean, I've never played them, and I don't think, based on theory, I don't have a good matchup into them. I beat one Claw, so it is possible. So it's just a little bit just a matchup roulette, like every format, and then see if I can get it.
Right? It's so wide right now.
Exactly. Like almost any deck can win a tournament or can have a viable finish. But I'm really happy that I have a chance at top 8 already.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, one more win, potentially a way to push yourself into that position, and it would be potentially really great to see you as a regional champion once again, especially after such a strong season last year. But I want to give you a little bit of a break, of course, because you just had a stream match, and obviously let yourself to refuel a little bit, maybe get a drink, go see your friends. So thank you very much for having a chat with me. It's always great to hear from you.
Thank you.
Like I said, it's great insight from some top players. But for the moment, let's head back to the casters.
I'm Ethan Wild, and I'm just here to play Pokemon and have fun. So I started playing about 5.5 years ago, and it was just to pick up something new. I wanted to get out and about and start doing things not in front of a screen and meet new people. I think the favorite deck that I've played is Mew VMAX. It's not legal anymore, but it was really fun to play. You just drew so many cards, you had so much flexibility, you could use single prize attackers, you'd stop your opponent from doing anything, like with Judge and Path. It was just very versatile. I think the community is just an amazing factor. There are so many nice people, and just seeing friends regularly at regionals and ICs is really fun. Yeah, I just enjoy meeting people from all around the world.
Welcome back, trainers. We're just going to take a short break here in between the live coverage of our rounds, but we're going to have a chance to speak to our latest regional champion, Owen Kammerman. Owen, now I must ask you the nitty-gritty questions now. This is where the pressure starts. But, first of all, how do you prepare for such large events?
Ooh, it really depends on how much time I usually have. But in general, I'd say absorbing as much Pokemon content as I can in any way, shape or form is how I prepare the most. As in, I do not always have the time to test or get into nitty-gritty of matchups, but absorbing current results, what my friends are saying, just discussing with friends about Pokemon. That's a major part of my preparation because it gives a bit of a live view of what is going on in the meta.
Okay, interesting. So, when you let's say in an ideal scenario, when you do have time to test, how does that sort of process look for you?
Ooh, I'd say it's mostly, well, I don't often test with my twin brother, for example, but I often test against myself because that is, you learn to play both decks at the same time. And to beat a deck, you also need to know the other deck. So I'd like to be able to at least know a little bit about the intricacies of each deck in a format, and then playing against yourself seems to be the most efficient in that regard. It's also time-wise. It's a bit exhausting playing that much because you need to think about both sides, but it's also fun because you learn about so many new decks as well.
Well, I first learned about that quite a while back. That you have of course, you have a twin brother. You see both of you on the floor usually at these big regional events, and the fact that you don't test together, I find just so bizarre. Because you're such great players, and you both know the formats so well. But it's such an interesting take on how you test for formats. Now, going back to the wider season, we've got 3 major events now going into the end, and then, of course, Honolulu, Hawaii. What's your mindset going into the rest of the season?
Ooh, I mean, now that I have a regional champion title under my belt, I just can see whatever still can come my way, right? I'm already happy with my season, but of course I'm gonna try my best, just the same as any other events. I mean, I'd love to get at least an IC top finish. Of course, I'd love to be first, but a top finish I'm already very happy with. And just try to consistently finish out the season with 1 or 2 top 8s in general. I think that's what I love.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see you do that for sure. Now, I have to ask you a quick question here. With the start of this season, we saw that regional champions or special champions get their auto invitation to the World Championships. And as you are a world-class player, as everyone knows here, did that change your process or preparation for events, or maybe even deck choice?
Well, it did in a sense that I really wanted to have a champion title in general. Not only because of the auto invite, but also because I had some top 8s now, some top 4s, but I never had been in finals. And then my mindset changed a bit in the sense that I didn't just want to get a day 2, I want to beat day 2 and have a deck that's able to beat the good players. So I see often that good players gravitate towards certain decks, and then I take that into account in my process of what deck I'm actually choosing, that I at least have a good matchup against the decks that good players would be using, and maybe a less good matchup against players that general players are using.
Now, talking about the rest of the season, we talk about preparation and testing. As you said, you like to play both decks on your own. Rotation, it's just around the corner. You've won a regional with Chen Pao. arguably when it's actually worse. You know, going into the next format, it obviously gets better with the additions of, say, Prime Catcher and the other cards from the new set.
Mm-hmm.
So is your mindset shifting away from Chen Pao, or is it very much sticking to that archetype going into, you know, rotation in a new format?
Well, I never really like to stick to an archetype. I wanted to be like free-flowing every time to see what the meta shapes up. So obviously it'd be a deck I'd be comfortable with, so I can always just pick it up whenever it becomes good in the meta. But I'm not like stuck to it in the sense that I did good with it once. I need to continue playing it. I just love playing all kinds of different decks, and I'd like to change things up depending on the meta.
Well, thank you, Owen, for some fantastic insights. But of course, we have to get back to the live action in between our rounds here. But don't go away and stick around.
Wow, more Owen. Like, it's amazing to always keep hearing from Owen. And that was an interview we done before he was even back-to-back champion from last season, and he's in this position now because he's listening to his own tips and tricks that he was giving, heading into potentially trying to push himself into this asymmetrical top cut at Stuttgart Regionals as well. So obviously I just had the chance to speak to Owen. I'm now joined by Amy. How are we feeling?
Absolutely ecstatic, ready to see some games today, ready to get into the thick of it.
Oh, yes.
With our fantastic competitors such as Owen, who, like you said, is making that vie for top of the top, ready for a crown this season. Haven't had Owen on our graphic yet for our winners, but it wouldn't surprise me to see him up there either today or at another event this season.
Yeah, exactly. We've had so many top players that we've not even yet had a chance to feature. We've had so many different decks as well. We've had, for the very first time, a back-to-back viewing of what Kaya was playing with that Terapagos Dusknoir, but a chance to see it up against Golden Go for the first time. I've already mentioned it in the conversation with Owen. It had back-to-back top fours in the last tournament.
Absolutely, and all of those tips from Owen as well about how to prepare for an event are really crucial, because you don't get to be in that position without being prepared.
Of course. I mean, and that's always why we love to hear from players like Owen and other top players who have been playing such a long time as well. We know we've always see Owen's name alongside his brother Brennan as well, at the very top of the tree, as it were. So it's just great to hear that kind of level of insight.
Absolutely, and I mean, how do you prepare best for an event, Alex?
I mean, I try when I can. You know, it's the same way we try and prepare for some of these casting and tournaments that we get to actually also try and bring the best viewing to our viewers as well. It's just that kind of understanding the meta, understanding your own deck.
Absolutely.
I know Owen mentioned there he loves to be a bit more free-flowing and sometimes with his decks as well, but when you know a deck inside out, and sometimes when you get to that position, you know, you make fewer mistakes. You're kind of, again, when you're in the tournament as well, staying that hydrated and sort of refueled when you get a chance to get the support of your friends and family alongside your fellow competitors as well. I know it's a 1v1 game, but we have so many different friends at the competitive scene and even at the sort of local scene as well.
Absolutely, and I got the opportunity to speak to a deck check expert yesterday, so we got some of the insights into how to prepare for the tournament on kind of a more literal level than a technical level, on what to bring with you to the tournament and how to make sure that your deck is looking spiffy throughout the entire event.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, we're always very grateful to our judges and then local professors like yourself, Amy, of course, that kind of just help us maintain the best possible game state, the best possible game that we can play to make it the most enjoyable experience as much as we can.
Absolutely, and that's what we're all here for, right? A good time.
Exactly. We're here for a good time. We're here to help you guys have a good time as well. Just as a bit of a reminder, of course, we're going to be shortly heading into our Swiss round 12, our final Swiss round of the actual tournaments before we finally sort of work out who will be or potentially could be in an maybe an asymmetrical top cut. So this is the potential winning in scenarios now to just for that, for the upper echelons.
But not only are our Masters playing today, but also don't forget that we have our juniors and seniors who are battling it out nonetheless. 154 players in day one for our juniors, Alex.
Yeah, incredible, sort of very different sort of format and meta, what the juniors tend to have to face up against. You see very sort of familiar decks from the formats that we've already seen before. The Raging Bolt is a massive percentage there because it's a deck that's been around for a bit longer, so it just kind of means that they've got a bit more experience with that kind of deck, similar with Regidrago and Charizard. I know you've got a couple of junior trainers that are actually in day 2 as well, Amy.
So well, and our day 2 shows very much so that Raging Bolt may have been the pick for the juniors at 24%. 10 decks are currently continuing its reign of terror in the juniors division, but Dragapult and Lost Zone Box and Lugia and Regidrago, all with 4 decks each, 10% apiece, and Claw just sneaking on the end there. 3 decks, but I know one of them is doing particularly well at 7-1-1 at the moment.
Incredible. I'm assuming that's one of your locals, Amy?
Absolutely, yes it is indeed. He's a big Claw fan and he's really doing the deck proud today. And you know, he might go all the way with it and we might see a similar story in the Masters, in fact.
Yeah, but even before we get to that stage, let's talk about some of these junior trainers as well. This was the day 1 sort of meta, well, of the most represented decks of the top 6, sorry, of the 173 players in the seniors division. Regidrago again at the top there with 17%. Raging Bolt, Charizard, again, those kind of top 3 at the moment, it seems. But here's where we start to see a little bit more Gardevoir EX and Goldengo EX that we just saw piloted by Owen Kammerman as well.
I gotta say, this looks kind of like you've split the Masters in 2. You've got almost the best of the rest there on the right, and then the main graphic on the left. And I love seeing that the seniors have like their own integrated meta. It's really different. You have to prepare differently if you're a senior moving into Masters, let's say. You've got to kind of learn a new meta game.
Absolutely, and although they take a lot of pointers from the Masters division, we do have the deck analysis of the day 2 senior trainer as well. 54 players have made it through that threshold, and Charizard has joined Regidrago at the very top there. Raging Bolt sort of just falling slightly. Not too much changes. Terrapagos EX Noctowl is the one that's actually joined the graphic now with Goldengo just dropping off.
I know. Wild to see Charizard back at the top. I wonder whether Masters will duplicate that in due time, like we were saying yesterday with your storyline there, Alex.
It's a similar way because obviously with seniors, you know, they get a chance to really explore the meta in a similar way that the Masters do, and it just means that they get a chance to kind of follow suit sometimes, and you see this kind of rotation of the meta and the format, and that's just how the Masters do it. But with the juniors, of course, I know you've got a couple of juniors that are involved heavily in the regional scene and sort of in the international scene as well, and they just kind of also follow suit, but at the same time they have their own sort of thoughts and own sort of play styles, right?
I gotta say, the juniors really impress me every time because they have such fresh ideas. They really cook with their lists. They really put in the effort, and there's so many of them that will run up to me with this crazy idea, and I'm like, are you sure, buddy? And every time they really pull through. They build the deck, they play test it, they check if it's good into all of the relevant matchups, and then they bring it to events like this, and they're doing fantastic, but they make those decisions on their own.
Oh, 100%.
Like, honestly, the amount of just curiosity and inquisitive deck building that they can do should never be underestimated.
Yeah, I know you've got some fantastic stories with some of the juniors as well. Just wanting to play decks that, you know, they feel like they want to play for a particular tournament. Again, it gives them a good breadth of experience as well, which is really cool to see. You know, just juniors or maybe the younger members being able to pick up like a variety of decks.
Yeah.
And again, like you mentioned, use that little bit of innovation, maybe take them so far.
Exactly, and I tell you what, honestly, the amount of learning that they get from these events as well, not only kind of going to the events, speaking with people from different cultures and languages, the amount that the kids learn through that in not only mathematical skills, literacy, but also social skills that I wish I'd learned when I was younger. I wish I could take a loss better now, because I feel like if I'd have learned how to be a gracious loser
loser of a match earlier in life, I'd have dealt with things much better than I have in my adulthood. And sometimes the kids come away and they were like, that was really fun. You go, did you win? They go, no. I'd love to be able to do that when I was their age.
For sure. I mean, it's been a long time since I was maybe the age of a junior, but I would have loved to just kind of have that, just that kind of view on life, you know, and we're alongside all of the opportunities that you've already mentioned, the chance to potentially explore, go with their families to see different cultures, like you said. But again, play a game or bring them back to a game that they all know and love.
Exactly.
Everyone's got the same sort of hobby that they all kind of congregate around, and it brings everyone together, and that's like the amazing thing about it.
And they make so many friends from around the world, just like us.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You get to come to an event and you see people and you're like, oh, I played against you in Liverpool. I played against you at NAIC. And you get to meet all these friends who you've kind of gathered from around the world, people you've paired before, people you ended up hanging out with after the event or during a side event. And you get to know all these lovely people. And then as you're walking into the hall of an event, waving at everyone and saying hi, it's just the most incredible feeling when you start remembering and noticing. And I always find myself remembering people's names and coming through the hall and going, I did that person and that person and that person. Oh, I like them. They were nice in this side event and such. And it's a great community feeling when everyone comes together like that. If you're looking for a hobby that's going to gain you friends, my word is Pokemon the way to go.
100%. The community is what sort of brings us all together. But just as a bit of a reminder, once again, we have just finished Swiss Round 11. We will have Swiss Round 12 in due course, but just for the moment, we have the Swiss rankings of our Masters division at the start of Round 12 here. Mads Jensen still undefeated, of course, 10-0-1 record. We were able to feature him in day one with that incredible Iron Thorns Dragapult EX deck.
Honestly, some of the most amazing players we've seen come through, like Juho Kalama, Robin Schultz up there on 911 as well. Incredible work. Owen Kammerman, who we've just heard lots from, Nico Albas. Honestly, the names just keep rolling in. And 10-0-1, undefeated, Alex.
Yeah, actually incredible. And just to have a showcase opportunity of that deck, it's not something, you know, any of us had really considered for our caster predictions, for example. So incredible to see that kind of fusion that we keep talking about really come together and really just kind of shine at a tournament like this.
Yeah, it was a deck that I really wanted to see featured at Dortmund earlier in the season when it first started to creep into local scenes, and you could see all of that play at local level, but then to see it finally come across to Stuttgart here, it took a couple of months, but we got there. And if you want to find yourself on those standings one day, maybe you could head over to your local scene, and we're going to show you just how to do that.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Absolutely. Please come and play at your local Pokemon League, where you can make brilliant friends for life and play with our favorite Pokemon trading cards, which I don't know about you, Alex, but I have been obsessed with since they came around, and it has never faltered. And whether you're new to the hobby, whether you're wanting to try something new, or whether you've been a fan of Pokemon for a really long time, honestly, please give the trading card game a go, or any of our games, in fact, as we do feature Pokemon Go and VGC across the weekend here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, and that's not just a call for your local league.
Not
Amy,
at all. No, I promise you, anywhere.
Hopefully you caught a glimpse of that QR code as well that we've had just on the screen. If not, just scrub back a little bit before coming back to the live action here. But you had a chance maybe just to scan the QR code, find your local scene, your local events, your local leagues, and just get involved. I mean, you never know how much you might enjoy it. If you've enjoyed streams like this with myself and Amy, just trying to guide you through one of these tournaments, maybe one day day we'll see you here.
And even learning to play, honestly, a lot of players' first step is either playing online on the Pokemon trading card game live or hopping into their local game store. The juniors we were talking about just a minute ago, I taught them both to play a few years ago. I remember them coming into the store for the first time and me being the judge on duty, and I was able to teach them the fantastic hobby, and now they're here at the regional event doing so fantastic in top 8 of juniors, and that could be you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the younger generation as well. Pokemon spans so many decades, as it were, at this point now, that we've had, parents get involved, maybe it's something to just get involved with your kids as well. And it's just, when you start enjoying it, I've seen many, like, quote unquote, parents of Pokemon players enjoy it more than the kids after a while. Sometimes it comes in phases, and it's like amazing to see just like different generations come in and enjoy the game.
You're so right. Honestly, I've played against, I think it was the Sisterhood side event at, I think it was NAIC, and I met a player who was a little bit older than myself, and she was just an inspiration. She started playing when her kids started playing when they were younger, and as they grew up, they kind of went to other hobbies, or they kind of just got caught up with life. She was judging while they were children, but now she's a player and she's carried on playing even though her children are fully grown, got jobs, moved out, all the rest of it, and she's still playing the game. She was honestly the most wonderful woman. She was so inspirational and a really fun player to play against. It was one of the best experiences, and so I think that's proof in the pudding that you're never too old to start a new hobby, you're never too old to get involved with Pokemon, and come and see us.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the sort of starting steps you might find yourself before you maybe head to your local league challenges, your local league cups, maybe find yourselves at one of these regionals partaking against some of the very best. It's an experience, even just to kind of meet them, have a conversation, learn so much, just to see how, Pokemon players actually end up trying to take down big tournaments like this. And maybe one day you can find yourself at an international championship, maybe even the world championships as well, as that's what all of our players are vying for, those championship points and that potential to become a regional champion with that automatic invite. Just a reminder, of course, we're going to be showing our round 12 shortly before we even head into the top cut and hopefully look to actually choose and find our Stuttgart regional champion. I think I'm still just so excited to see what we've got next.
Honestly, a champion's going to be crowned today.
Yes.
How much more exciting could you get?
There's not even just one, there's 3. We always have touched on it already. The juniors will have a champion, the seniors will have a champion, and of course our Masters division will have a champion as well.
That is so fantastic. Our players are just about to come on over to our stage, so don't go anywhere because we're going to give you a little sneak peek about who one of those players might be.
I'm Nico Alabas and I play the Pokemon trading card game competitively. When I started playing the game, there was not really anything like an international level. There was the World Championships once per year and the German Championships once per year. And then once the season, or like once the game got more serious, once we got cash prizing international regional championships back in 2016, I decided to take the game more seriously because I was already among the best players in Germany. So I thought, okay, why not try to be one of the best players in Europe or even in the world? And so I decided to take the game more seriously and travel all around the world to play Pokemon TCG. The key to playing at a high level consistently is to just stay interested in the game, just keep playing the game. Sometimes there might be phases where you have to kind of force yourself to play the game because there's formats you might not enjoy as much, but having a lot of friends to playtest with and make the journeys to tournaments still a pleasant experience, even if the playing might not be like the primary reason, definitely helps with staying consistently in the game. And then if you just stay at a consistent level, stay at a high level and try to always play your best, you can be successful. Having a lot of friends in the game is one of the most important things because you're not going to travel all around the world or even attend tournaments if you're just going to be by yourself. So at some point you will find people, you might find them locally, you might find them internationally, but you're going to find friends and then you can experience the journey together. The one thing that makes the Pokemon community stand out compared to the other games is how welcoming the community is because, the game is designed for children, even though the majority of people are not kids anymore, but it also means that a lot of stuff is geared towards young people to be welcoming, to be just an easy introduction to the game, so everyone can join and then at some point, find people in the game, and once you get to know them, you will experience the same. So my biggest accomplishment was winning the 2020 Oceania International Championships in the 2019-2020 season. Ever since then, or even before that, I've been striving to win the World Championship at some point. I think every top player has the same goal, so that's what I'm always going to be aiming for, but that doesn't mean that I'm not taking every other tournament seriously, so it's always going to be my goal to do as well as I can at as many tournaments as possible every single season. I think at first it's gonna feel surreal and you might not even experience all the feelings at some point, but then once you meet all of the people that are gonna be cheering for you in the finals and you realize, okay, what has actually just happened, then it's just gonna be excitement and relief as well, because you finally accomplished that one thing that you've been aiming for.
Wow, wow, wow. Wise words from Nico there. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us earlier.
Yeah, an amazing player, an amazing friend I've had throughout the years. Again, we've spoken about the communities, not just within your local areas or regions, but someone I've known for quite some time. And look at those accomplishments. He's already mentioned one of his highlights of his entire Pokemon career was being crowned international champion at the Oceania Championships there, as we see in 2020. It was an incredible feat, and it's just looking to maybe take down a regional championships as well.
Absolutely. Honestly, an inspiration, but against that behemoth of accolades, we have Alex here, who was doing very well in Dortmund earlier this very year. Top 64 in Lille, of course, Milan and Bologna. So looking to top those accomplishments today, going further than ever before. Alex, I believe in you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you're not talking about me for once. But yeah, Alex is a very accomplished player as well. In sort of more recent seasons, being able to get multiple day 2s or phase 2s, as we see both our players now place out their prizes. We get a glimpse of what deck they're going to be playing. Nico Alabash will be playing that Cloth Terrapagos deck. Alex Bortolini will be playing Regidrago V-Star.
Amazing. Both incredible decks in their own right, and we've spoken about both of these throughout the time. And of course, this is our win and in moment.
Yeah, here we go. Swiss round 12 is kicking off here. It looks like Nico Alabash will be kicking us off. It looks like just a pass over with just the Latias EX in the active spot. Nico's, I'm sure, is just thinking, well, actually, Alex can't really do too much. There's no real way to knock out 210 HP in one turn, but it's just over to Alex now, as he does start with that Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot.
Absolutely. As we saw yesterday, there is a potential that going second Regidrago can launch a Dragon Laser attack, or maybe even attack with our Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, but they certainly can't climb to 210 damage. So we're not too worried about a Myriad Leaf Shower or a Dragon Laser right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just going to be double checking what's in those prizes. Of course, you know, a key sort of aspect of the game is understanding what you have access to within those decks. And we've had a little glimpse of them a moment ago as well. You know, one Regidrago V, one of those Dragapult EXs, you know, a big attacker typically that you would often find in Regidrago V-Star decks. But, you know, nothing too crazy. So there's a lot that Alex will be able to work with.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Regidrago as an option of a deck. If you're considering picking it up, it's got great flexibility. And even sometimes, if you make a little mistake, it can go very unpunished. And you can often find a way out of it, wiggle your way into a different tactic. And actually, you can bring everything back. As we saw with Julius yesterday, he was feeling like he had not done his best and made some silly plays. But actually, he won the set and he did fantastic.
Yeah, we do see the Squawkabilly EX now. That Squawk and Seize being utilized here. Just before we start maybe dancing their way to try and get energy acceleration and the energies on the board. A second Regidrago V also hits the field. It's going to be vital to try and make sure that there's multiple of those to kind of counter what Nico could potentially do.
You're so right, Alex. Honestly, getting those Regidrago
Regidrago Vs on the bench, making sure we have multiple in case Nico comes back with a really powerful attack that could knock out a Regidrago before it has the opportunity to evolve. Since a Pokemon needs to be in play for one full turn before it can evolve, we need to keep these precious Regidrago on the field.
Yeah, and we do see the first teal dance there, and there's a second one. We're going to be dancing all day throughout this Swiss round 12
we
here.
Certainly are.
Just top decking a Canceling Cologne, another Ultra Ball, so continue kind of going through the deck. There's an energy attachment, vital for the Regidrago to launch offensive attacks as well. Does need fire energy and 2 grass.
And we're going for the Ultra Ball to continue thinning that deck and get some more really great attackers, some of them being very new, Alex. Talk to us about Executor.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lowland Executor EX, a brand new card from the Surging Spark set, something we don't often see too in all the Regidragos, as we do see it discarded with Professor's research as well. It has 2 attacks, Tropical Frenzy to be able to attach as many number of basic energy cards from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like, but often used for that Swinging Sphere attack, where you do flip a coin and you have a chance to take an automatic knockout on a basic Pokemon. Heads is the active, tails is the bench.
Amazing. I love that. Swinging around, taking KOs. You can see where the name comes from with the Lowland Executor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have seen an energy switch of that grass energy from the active to the Regidrago V as well. And we do see Nico not really having too much. It's just a boss's orders.
And a pass the turn back to Alex after Nico hasn't got anything in their hand to help them out other than trying to disrupt Alex's play by bringing the Regidrago V into the active spot. It's got a really heavy retreat cost of 3 energy, which you have to take off the Pokemon. It must go to the discard pile in order to bring it back to the bench, unless Alex has a card that says he can switch.
Yeah, and there's going to be normally just a couple of those in the Regidrago V-Star decks. 1 switch, 1 Prime Catcher, which is not live. It does require you to make your opponent switch out a bench Pokemon into the active spot, as we do see the Ultra Ball top decked from that Teal Mask, Ogerpon's dance ability. Now the Regidrago V-Star will be grabbed here, most likely, as we do see him move to the front of the deck.
But is it going to go on the bench or the active?
Nico's seen the writing on the wall there. So just a very quick game 1 going to Alex here, our winner of the game 1 of this Swiss round 12. That's really put himself in a commanding spot against Nico Alabas.
Huge advantage against the powerhouse of Nico, who's been doing so well this season and beyond. So we know that he's an established player. He knows that we're on the clock here. We have 50 minutes to play 3 games of Pokemon. This is best of 3 here in Stuttgart.
We do get a quick replay, just kind of making sure all of those attacking pieces were hitting the discard for Alex's side. Nico looking for that opportunity just to stall out, maybe top deck 1 more card, but it just wasn't possible when Alex was able to hit that Ultra Ball, and that Regidrago V-Star was about to come down and start raining upon that Latias EX in the active spot.
Absolutely. Nico saw the writing on the wall and thought, okay, we've got more matches to play, and I'm going to have a better opportunity if I just get set up. The top deck was not enough, but it was worth waiting for. It was worth waiting to see if it was any good, but clearly the card was not going to save Nico in this instance, and so Alex gets that win for game 1 here in Stuttgart.
Right, so here both our players now have placed their prizes. Again, there's a couple of unique pieces from Nico there, the Squawk ability and the Pheasant ability, and all of those support Pokemon, the Petrarunt as well. He does open with that Latias EX.
What are the chances of that, Alex? He only runs 1 in the deck, right?
Exactly, and this is why also he has to play his Hisuian Heavy Ball in a count of 2, because there's so many one-offs within this deck that he needs access to. Quickly sees he has to grab that Squawk ability to try and get into the game. He's there just making notes of his prizes as well. Hisuian Heavy Ball give himself an easy chance to kind of figure it out.
Thank goodness Hisuian Heavy Ball lets us look at those prize cards and take a basic Pokemon out and swap it with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. So, as you say, really key card, but thank goodness there was one in the opening hand to utilize this early on for one of our support Pokemon. We've gone for Squawkabilly EX, and it would be rather Squawka-silly not to use that Squawk and Seize ability to be able to discard your hand, but only on your first turn, and draw an extra 6 cards, really elevating Nico's level of play here, being able to actually begin this turn right with some Pokemon on the bench.
Yeah, just an opportunity to get in the game, unlike that game 1, because of course right now he's 1 game down in this Swiss round 12. Gets a plethora of attackers on the board as well with the Area 0 under deck, so now has a potential to bench up to 8 Pokemon. So now he's just got a couple of pieces in his hand. He's very far set up in comparison to the previous game. And this is looking pretty good for Nico for a turn 1.
That Squawkabilly really came in handy. Thank goodness he was there to flutter away all those cards in hand. And we're on to Alex's turn with an equally not ideal Pokemon in the active spot.
Yeah, it's one of those heftier Pokemon. You do play the single prize Radiant Charizard in your deck as well to utilize the Fire Energy and utilize that Excited Heart ability. Once your opponent has taken more prizes, you can use Combustion Blast for minimal amounts of energy and actually start swinging away for heavy damage with a single prizer.
But why is it not great right now in the active, Alex?
It's got a hefty retreat cost, Amy. That retreat cost of 3 does mean he has to utilize some of those switching cards to maneuver out of the position. But despite it being one of those heftier Pokemon, just having a single prizer in the active spot can sometimes be really handy here, so long as Alex can start building out that board.
Absolutely, you're so right. And I love the Radiant Charizard in this deck for a really significantly cheaper attacker from energy cost later in the game. But like you say, we need to be able to get that switch option on the correct turn. Going ahead and, wait, is that Ultra Ball and 2 Regidrago V-Star?
Yeah, that hand wasn't looking too pretty for Alex. There was a lot of sort of awkward cards that he had to potentially play out here. Did have to go for the Squawkabilly EX just to kind of, again, get himself into the game as well. But he only had access to that Nest Ball and that Ultra Ball before utilizing Squawk and Seize here. It looks like we're going to get an energy attachment. Maybe trying to think about using that Prime Catcher to maneuver our position as well. So here it is, attachment to the Regidrago.
One of our 2 switching options in deck are gone, and the other one is now in hand thanks to Squawkabilly.
Yeah, he's grabbed some pretty good cards there. It does have the Teal Mask Ogerpon, so we're going to Teal Dance for an extra card as well. Second Regidrago hits a really nice card there.
Beautiful.
Could now maybe go for a Nest Ball into something like a Cleffa if Alex is playing it. He does play the 1 because he has a switch in hand.
Oh, good read.
It does look like he's going to have an opportunity to grasping draw up to 7 cards now and really begin to kind of just scare Nico a little bit with the board setup.
I wonder whether the lack of switch options will be troublesome to Alex later. Maybe Nico will take advantage of that. However, we do still have our V-Star ability, so Regidrago can get them back if necessary.
Absolutely. So here we go. Grasping draw up to 7. Back over to Nico. Can start kind of asking the questions of Alex just by maybe taking some initial prizes and just start actually swinging away as we do get a little bit of a cleanup board so that we can all follow along as much as we can as well. Nico already losing one of those areas that are under decks because of that Squawk and Seize of his own. He does play the Deli... I was going to say Delibird.
Bundle, you silly.
I'm so sorry. The future Delibird.
They look very similar.
They do look great, don't they? And it's very topical of the festive season as well. But we do see an Arven come down, getting an opportunity to grab any tool card and any item of choice here, because we do utilize cards like that Binding Mochi to really stretch far, as we do see the Radiant Charizard now in the active spot once again, rather than that Cleffa.
Yeah, bringing it forward, kind of analyzing the, you know, Cleffa's a nice Pokemon because it's got that free retreat cost.
Absolutely.
So forcing Alex to choose a different Pokemon, although Alex chose the other single prize option, you know, Nico's very well assessed that those switching options are in the discard pile now. Charizard's going to be even more frustrating to retreat later. As we can see, Nico's taking full advantage of the Area 0 underdepths by using that Precious Trolley.
Yeah, Precious Trolley, that brand new A-Spec from Surging Sparks as well. So both players utilizing some new cards and new additions to these decks. Now, of course, Cloth Terapagos is one of those which has kind of come to fruition in more recent times. That Precious Trolley able to search the deck for any number of basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench. So combining that very synergistically with that Area 0 under depth just means that Nico can start either utilizing maybe Terapagos at some stage to deal some massive amounts of damage, or just get some real sort of important support Pokemon into the game as soon as possible, as we do see the retreat into that Pecharunt, Amy.
Oh, so we went for the Toxic Powder from our Brute Bonnet first to poison both active Pokemon. Now, Poison was currently doing 30 damage, but we've ticked that right up to 6, 7, 80 damage.
Yeah.
That's ginormous. Why is it at 80?
Because of that Pecharunt's Toxic Subjugation ability, Amy. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, put 5 more damage counters on it. So that's increased it to 60 from a normal, typical poison damage count ticker, but then we've got that Radiant Sneasler on the bench as well, which just adds up even more.
Wow, and Alex is going crazy on this turn. We've seen already a Teal Dance, an attached return on that Regidrago V on the bench, and now we're looking at which attackers we're going to be able to utilize, how we're going to get this Charizard possibly out of the active spot. We could be seeing a Legacy Star here to grab our switching options, but first off, looks like an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, looks like we're going to continue dancing, getting some attachments on as well, but I think you've made a great call there, Amy. The only way to get some of those switching cards that have already been seen and put into the discard is with that Legacy Star. You know, Nico's position where he's kind of forcing that use of the Legacy Star early on means Alex has less access to certain resources in the latter stages of the game, I should say, sorry. As we do see, Alex looks like he's just kind of passed it back over, and Charizard gets knocked out by poison damage.
Wow, we didn't have access to the Regidrago V-Star, so couldn't go ahead and use that fantastic V-Star ability. Alex currently struggling to find that third one as the other two were discarded earlier in the game. So it's over to Nico to now make use of this extensive board state, taking the first prize card of 6 of the game to get further towards becoming the possible champion of Stuttgart here.
And we do see another Arven look like it's going to come down now. So Nico, even if he is able to just take a knockout on the Cleffa, will go to sort of 2 prizes up against Alex. And that's where maybe Nico can start sort of forcing the issue a little bit, unless Nico can find a way to kind of maneuver once again that Cleffa out of the spot, maybe reutilizing that Iron Bundle, that Hyper Blower ability to kind of move another 2 prizes back into the active spot. Maybe find a way, if possible, to take a big knockout.
Oh, that's a huge idea, Alex. So we've gone for, of course, the Arven for super effective glasses and a Night Stretcher. I imagine the Night Stretcher is going to hop into the discard pile and nicely bring that Iron Bundle back onto the bench, as you're allowed to select a Pokemon or an energy to bring back. And you're so right, Alex. Here goes that Hyper Blower straight away. Poor old Iron Bundle didn't even get out of the discard pile properly before Nico announced Hyper Blower to bring one of Alex's benched Pokemon forward. And of course, Iron Bundle goes back to the discard pile as an effect of that ability.
And here we go. That free retreat utilized by that Skyliner ability. Super effective glasses going on that Squawk ability, which is always good fun. Both active Pokemon now poisoned because of that Brute Bonnet with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached. So Clorf is going to be swinging for some big damage with that Binding Mochi, taking the knockout here.
And there we go, making the comeback that Nico needed after game 1, bringing it back, getting that huge knockout. Alex still struggling to find a Regidrago V-Star, but I think we finally got there, Alex.
Yeah, it's great. A great card to see now. You've got the free pivot option of that Cleffa in a similar way to the Skyliner that Nico has on his board. That Cleffa just hanging around means that Alex can keep pivoting between them, but has already lost one Regidrago V, so it's just down to the Regidrago V-Star as an option here, as we do see yet another Teal Dance. Just more energies being sort of drawn into here. Energy attachment to the Regidrago V-Star now just means he can start to launch an attack. The Legacy Star utilized here, Amy.
Here we go. We're going to see 7 cards from the deck go into the discard pile, and Alex can choose 2, whichever cards he wants from the full discard pile to bring back to his hand, and he can use those immediately. So whether he'll be looking for energy switches, maybe some disruption, maybe the Prime Catcher, maybe the Charizard. There's so many decisions here, and there are really great cards that Alex could choose. There are so many options. It just depends whether he wants to go for disruption or kind of setting up further attacking Pokemon for the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Often depends on what you've had to discard so far. It does sort of dictate what kind of direction you go down. Alex has chosen the Prime Catcher and the Iono, just trying to find a way to maybe stem the flow a little bit from Nico's side of the board if Nico is not able to kind of draw out. And that's one of the few sort of struggling things with the Clorf deck sometimes, where you have to just maybe struggle sort of mid to late game where the draw power just quite isn't there, and he's just targeting that Latias EX, and don't give Nico that free maneuverability of that deck so far, and just has that Regidrago V-Star in the active spot spot now.
One of the most powerful cards that Clorf gained this kind of set with Surging Sparks release was that Latias, allowing the Pokemon all to have free retreat cost. Taking that option away is just a fantastic disruption call from Alex, and furthering that disruption with an Iono, where Alex will get to draw 6 cards, whereas Nico will be left with a hand of 3.
Yeah, and Alex is going to keep going. He's grabbed the Earthen Vessel to grab another Fire Energy out of the deck right now. There isn't another Regidrago V currently on the board, of course, which does mean it's just this Regidrago V-Star that is in the active spot. Does have access to a bigger bench because of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX also being a Terra Pokemon, and Area Zero Under that's currently still in play, so can continue building out the board, but he's just deciding what attack to use.
I think we're seeing a newbie on the street.
We're swinging.
Executor for a benched Pokemon knockout. Terrapagos is down, meaning Nico needs to take away the Squawker Billy because there is no Terra Pokemon on Nico's board anymore, meaning the effect of Area Zero Underdepths is now gone. So Nico now only has a bench size of 5 rather than 8 like Alex.
Wow, what an interesting choice. And this kind of board locks Nico currently because there's no way now to get further Pokemon into play because of that knockout that you've just seen and just told us about, Amy. Now it's just having to work with what's actually on the board, as it's now just a free retreat, using that Skyline ability back into the Clorf. You know, one of the key things about using a Alolan Executor EX is that there's no loss of any energy cards when you attack, and if he was to take out the Latias EX, he would have had to use something like a Lost Impact to do so.
Absolutely, and the nice thing about bringing forward the Latias meant either you get what you want and you get the Latias knockout, or the Terrapagos was a great second choice on the bench. So bringing the Latias forward, even though it has that free retreat still, is a great idea of kind of giving yourself a win in both situations.
Absolutely, and it doesn't matter the flip at the end, but this one was pretty cool just to see the board locking on Nico's side, because it's not something we see too often sometimes, as it does look like Alex is eyeing up a Boss's Orders play here with that damage tick as well. That Regidrago currently at 240 damage won't get knocked out when it passes back over to Nico's side, but Nico on his turn could then just promote the active or promote to the active that Pecharunt.
Yeah, I think that's the huge issue here, is that if Alex chooses to keep this Regidrago V-Star in the active, it could be that Nico could KO it between turns because of the effect of the Pecharunt, if that's what Nico chooses to promote, which is really scary. So Alex is going to be trying to find a way around that or get another attacking Pokemon set up. Looks like we might see a Myriad Leaf Shower as an attacking option in this game.
Yeah, but Alex is going to want to keep trying to take out maybe those 2 prizes, because that is the quickest route to victory here. Just 2 more attacks announced would mean Alex could win this game, but this is the tricky scenario here right now. Alex is just kind of deliberating what the action is. Chooses Alolan Executor.
We want a Tails, ideally.
Can't see it is Tails.
We got the Tails, so Alex is not going to be KO'd between turns.
Wow, amazing for that to happen. Had to hit the Tails to make sure the Pecharunt didn't end up in the active spot. Poison damage is ticking. It's 270 damage now on this Regidrago V-Star. What a heads-up play, and it's great to see it just all pay off.
It was a tails-up play, really. We wanted the tails or the heads, Alex.
Absolutely amazing. So it's on Nico now to find this path to victory. Maybe he has to find a way to disrupt of his own. Does play one Iono himself. Maybe just kind of stick one of his single prizes in the active spot and not having to worry too much. Of course, we know that Clorf on the bench doesn't have poisoned right now, despite having the counter there, as we do get Nico here. Just using that Ultra Ball, maybe finding that Terrapagos, maybe reopen back up that board, or going straight for that Lumineon for the Iono if it's still available.
Oh, it is available, Alex. Oh, yeah. That's so fantastic for Nico. We've only got 2 prize cards left for Alex and 3 for Nico. So Nico will be drawing more cards, whereas Alex will be left with only 2. And with limited draw options at this stage of the game, where Alex has used his V-Star, and the only Pokemon that can draw cards on his bench is the Mew with Restart, which will draw him up to 3. So after draw for turn, Alex will already have 3 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's down to whether Alex can maybe play some cards down, maybe then use restart. We did just see one of those two, I think was a Professor's Research, as Nico does go into the Petrant there. That Luminia V was perfect for the Iono, and there we go, a knockout as well. So Nico down to 1 prize. And what's big is Alex has the free pivot retreat, but can't use anything like the Pheasantipity to draw more cards.
One of my favorite things as a Claw player to say is pass for knockout.
Yeah, oh, that's amazing. It's just making sure that's clear as well. Yeah. Sometimes a lot of players don't often kind of see it. Sometimes when they have a Claw maybe in the active spot, not quite reaching the HP attack damage, but with the poison ticking over, and it's just damage, it kind of limits so much, you know, aspects of your opponent when they can't use something like Flip the Script of a Pheasantipity EX.
Absolutely, because the Pokemon was knocked out between turns, Flip the Script won't activate because it wasn't on your opponent's turn. It was between the turns during Pokemon Checkup.
Yep, and Alex is just deliberating here. He's got a Night Stretcher, choosing to go with the Radiant Charizard.
Here we go. Yep. That's a big attacker on board now, and much easier to load up with energy than trying to make another Regidrago when I think it's just too late to be starting that train.
Yeah, just kind of deliberating what card to utilize here. Isn't thinking about the restart, just going maybe straight for the Professor's Research. Energy switch first to the Radiant Charizard. It's an interesting decision here. Does need a Fire Energy to fire off a Combustion Blast here. There's the Fire Energy from the 7, so we'll be able to attack with the Radiant Charizard.
And Mew has the free retreat already, so Charizard's ready to go now. Going for a Jamming Tower, which will turn off the effects of Nico's item cards attached to his Pokemon. However, it does not stop the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule from activating Brute Bonnet's ability.
So it could be a big turn here. That Jamming Tower coming into play, the Binding Mochi not available. The Forest Sealstone also not available because Nico hasn't popped that V-Star yet as well. Does have the boss, and that's more than enough, and that's it. 1-1, Nico brings it back in game 2 of this Swiss round 12. That top deck of the boss able to level the game. Incredible scenes here for Claw Terrapagos being able to just kind of come back here, and we're going to a game 3, Amy.
We are. The Seafood Broil, unfortunately, overwhelmed Regidrago, bringing the Claw and Terrapagos package together to show us just how powerful it can be.
Yeah, that Hyper Blow of that Iron Bundle, so vital, an important card that a lot of people have sort of eyed up for this tournament off the back of Sacramento Regionals as a key component for a lot of decks. And Nico Alabas bringing this deck, which I had a bit of a chance to speak to Nico earlier in yesterday. He was just like, this is not my usual kind of deck. He likes to cherry pick his cards, play a lot of Pidgeot and Quick Search, but he was just like, this deck's very good.
It just works.
It just works, and you know, it was again in a similar way to what Rahul said yesterday as well. He's here to have a lot of fun, and this is one of the decks that, despite not necessarily liking in this format, he just has to play the right deck for the right tournament.
I gotta say, I love that element of having fun from Rahul's perspective, because I play Clawfin Leal, and it's literally the most fun I've ever had playing in an event. It was fantastic. If you're looking for a fun time, this is where to be.
And our players looks like they've actually kicked off, so there's just over 25 minutes to go already. It looks like
it's a good amount of time.
Yeah, plenty enough time for a game 3 here. It looks like Alex was eyeing up an Ultra Ball of some sort already. I know, unless he was just showing a mulligan, it looks like. Oh, it was just a mulligan. There we go. I didn't want to get too ahead of myself, just in case what's happening.
What's a mulligan for our newer players?
Yeah, so if you do not have a basic Pokemon in your opening 7 cards, you have to show your hand to your opponent to say that you don't have one, so you can't start the game or set up the board state yet. So you do, unfortunately, have to do a mulligan where you shuffle the cards back in. Your opponent has the opportunity to take an additional card for each time you don't have a basic Pokemon.
Absolutely. And if both players do a mulligan, they cancel each other out. No one gets to draw an extra card. So that's just what these players are doing, just sorting out those mulligans, possibly taking their extra
Here the prizes. The Latias EX is actually in the prizes for Nico this time.
Sneasler, I don't love that, Alex.
The other maneuver Pokemon in there, that Petrant EX is also there as well.
Oh my gosh.
Nico is starting with that Petrant, the non-EX version in the active spot here. But it looks like Alex is kicking us off, of course, for the first time. We'll be able to go first in this series of this Swiss round 12.
Absolutely. And it's super beneficial for Alex to be going first because they have evolution Pokemon. If you have an evolution Pokemon, it's always usually beneficial to go first, although we have seen it sometimes choose to go second depending on the circumstances and deck they're against, because your Pokemon needs to be in play for one full turn before it can evolve. So if you go first, you get the first opportunity at evolution.
Yeah, just eyeing up what that hand's looking like. It looked like it was double research. Having to go for this Squawkabilly EX again, just to kind of maybe look for some of those Regidragos to get onto the bench as soon as possible. Did have a Teal Mask Ogrebon EX as well, but some of those other pieces not too nice there.
No, I think that's time to say goodbye to those. Squawkabilly, bring me a new hand and may it be flourishing.
I mean, a very good hand it looks like. An easy discard with that Earthen Vessel there with one of those Dragon Pokemon that you utilize with Apex Dragon of the Regidrago V-Star. Will get the Fire Energy and the Grass so he can Teal Dance a little bit as well, get some energy acceleration going. And has Regidrago V in the hand.
Oh, you know what? Couldn't really ask for more during that Squawk and See. Is exactly what Alex wanted to see. A fresh hand of cards that we can utilize right now rather than Professor's Research, which you can't play because we've gone first.
Yeah, one of the only other things maybe Alex would have loved to have is maybe like a single prizer to maybe promote into the active spot. It's just that Mew there. So it does mean Nico potentially has a chance, although we've seen a couple of those sort of free retreat Pokemon or Pokemon that allows Nico to maneuver around, unfortunately prized. So what is Nico working with?
Not a lot, unfortunately, Alex. We've got a lot of switch cards in hand. We've got some energy in hand.
Oh no,
We've
not
got a
like
Nest
this.
Ball, but I don't think we have an opportunity right now to be able to get all of the pieces that make Clorf work, because we need the Brute Bonnet as well as the Clorf, and we've got the Ancient Booster Energy Capsules in hand. And we have a Nest Ball, so we can get either Clorf or a Brute Bonnet. We'll have to see how Nico traverses this situation.
Yeah, so it's eyeing up just what is currently prized. Nico's not going to be too pleased about what actually he's going to be missing right now at the very least, because as you've already mentioned, one of those key core pieces of this deck with the Clorf, you know, not only is that bench space so important, but being able to maneuver the active basic Pokemon around with free retreat because of Skyliner, it's just going to be making it a little bit more difficult to maybe try and take two prizes really early.
And the other option for retreat cost was our Petcheron EX with its subjugating chains ability, but that's also in the prize cards. So Nico won't be able to utilize that either.
No, absolutely. So he's going to have to try and figure out how he could potentially draw into things right now. This Nest Ball, he's eyeing up his own Squawkabilly
Oh, that would
EX.
be dreadful. There's so many good cards in hand that are necessary for this matchup, but if Nico's going to make it through, it feels like this is the only choice, but two Ancient Booster Energy Capsules going into the discard pile, a double Turbo Energy going into the discard pile does not feel snazzy.
No, it won't be feeling too good, but you know what? Let's just try and get into this game and try and force the issue, if possible, just through other means. Let's make sure I'm able to play in the game right now, as the Terapagos does hit the field as well.
I like him,
So
that's great.
The board could be set up. If
Double
a
Turbo
hits.
could go on that so that we're not wasting it.
There you go. Looks like he called it there from Nico's side of the field as well. Doesn't want to waste it. Just bosses the Regidrago V. Maybe just not wanting to commit far too much. But yes, does Squawk and sees now. Just kind of trying to slow Alex down that little bit with that Regidrago V in the active spot.
I think it's going to be a troublesome game if we can't get a Brute Bonnet online.
Does have a Hisuian Heavy Ball in hand now. Does also have that Electro V. So does have access to something. And I'm sure this has got to be that Latias EX here.
You reckon? I don't think there's really any other choice.
Maybe
I
not
think you're right.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily placing it down now to give it a target on its head.
Ooh, I don't know. We're considering it. We're going for it. Nico the Brave. There we are. Going for the Latias. I think it's a good decision. We might be able to get a Terapagos attack in here, and although it may not knock out, it would still start chipping away at Regidrago.
But unfortunately, Amy, that Terapagos is not able to attack on turn one.
You're so right.
That Unified Beatdown, yeah, it would be amazing if it did, and obviously it's a bit of a throwback to some other decks that we've had before, but Unified Beatdown, unfortunately not able to be utilized turn one. Otherwise, it'll be even more broken than it already is, that little turtle.
Great Steve, you're so right. And I'll be honest with you, I totally forgot it was Nico's first turn.
It does feel like that.
These moves have been so impactful and so kind of strenuous on him as well that it feels like we're in the thick of it already.
Yeah, but Alex is opening with double Regidrago V-Star in hand, so we'll have the active attacker ready to go. Doesn't have too much more. We'll be able to Teal Dance.
Might Legacy
another
Star
card.
early.
Again,
I don't love it.
It never feels good, but when you have to, you have to.
Push comes to shove, sometimes you don't have a choice.
Yeah, it does look like he's going for it because there's one energy switch from that early score concedes that we've seen already before, so we might actually see it again. I'm maybe a little bit surprised we see Super Rod so quickly. Sometimes if it's a bit of a scary Legacy Star, you might want to save that Super Rod for a future turn, but maybe just wanting to restart just to see maybe if I can draw into an energy switch.
Maybe Mew can save us.
There we go.
2 from restart.
Oh, he's hit it.
Energy switch and Gudra. Oh, how perfect was that? We can save the Legacy Start until later when it's going to be much more crucial in the game.
Legacy Star being utilized as well.
Alex, here we go. What do we want?
I'm just looking for maybe an attacker. I'm not too sure there's too much of sort of a dragon attacker in there. There was actually the Dragapult EX, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think we've got Dragapult in there, and I think that there was a Alolan Executor discarded as well.
Wanting to try and get that Prime Catcher back so we can start targeting the right Pokemon. Here's the decision, though. Aims for that Terrapagos, can go into the free pivot or the Mew EX. Does, of course, choose the Professor's Research as well, so can draw back up to 7.
Oh my, this is going crazy.
Yeah, here we go. We're popping off here. So it's just down to Alex rebuilding the board. Does have the Regidrago V in hand. Just kind of drawing into it as well. So now it's just down to what attackers you want to use.
There's so many choices with this deck, but it's so flexible in that regard, which I really love. And of course, Alex is making sure that Nico's energy is kind of being wasted here. It was going to be regardless because Nico had to use the Squawk and Seize, but it's such a shame that we didn't get to see an attack used with that double turbo energy after it being very prematurely attached because, I mean, there was no other choice.
Yeah, so we do see the Ultra Ball, discarding the Cleffa and the Regidrago V just for another Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX, just gonna need another one of those to start trying to build out another attacker where possible. Can't utilize more Teal Dances right now. We do see the retreat back into the Regidrago V-Star. Apex Dragon basically announced here, but what attack will you use? Few different decisions.
Oh, no.
He's impacting.
We're doing a big impact here as 2 energy have to be put into the Lost Zone and 280 damage takes down Terrapagos EX. With no better choice on the bench, it was definitely a good decision to just go for the active Pokemon.
I wonder what's going through Nico's mind right now as we do see the Lumineon EX, or Lumineon V, sorry, come down with the Luminous Sign ability being used to grab any supporter from the deck. That Iono being eyed up here.
Here we go again. Iono causing disruption wherever she goes. She is loud, she is proud, streamer herself. She's going to put Alex down to a hand of 4 cards, but Nico will get a fresh 6.
Yeah, the always worrying aspect is whether the Iono is a lie and cannot save Nico, of course. Could push Alex into some very good cards. We do see another Terrapagos EX. Now, with a double turbo energy and the Hisuian Electrode also coming down, maybe just kind of making sure we rebuild that board, because to swing for massive amounts of damage, you're going to need a full bench, Amy.
Oh, yeah, and hopefully we'll be drawing into that Area 0 Underdepths. And I love how this deck can play much like a Claw deck, or it can play like Terrapagos. And we hit the stadium, Alex! It was in the hand!
I think there's quite a few Pokemon there as well alongside the Nest Ball, so there will be a way to maybe just stretch for it, but can we get the poison off as well? Maybe a Mochi. There's a couple of ways that we have to just try and figure out how we get this knockout here.
Because that's the thing, the Mochi can boost any Pokemon that is poisoned. So if we manage to poison a Pokemon, then Binding Mochi will allow us to do 40 extra damage, which just pushes Terrapagos forward further than it could before on its own.
Let's try and work out a little bit of math. That Terrapagos with a full bench tends to do 220 damage because of that double turbo energy. Right now is 1 bench space less than the maximum, so it will be that 210 minus 20, 190 damage from Terrapagos EX, maybe kind of forcing the issue. I mean, Alex only has that one energy on the Regidrago V-Star right now, so maybe Nico's thinking, well, maybe, just maybe, there's enough of a chance here.
There could be time created, so just going for the unified beatdown there, leaving Regidrago damaged, but still ready to rock and roll if the energy is available to Alex or the energy switches.
Yeah, exactly. With that Legacy Star already used, won't have access to the ones he has been able to utilize so far. So maybe that lost impact could be a bit troubling. Jamming Tower hits the field, does have to reduce Nico's board back down to 5, removes the easy targets of the Squawkabilly and the Luminion V as well. And we're straight into a Professor's Research. Iono, you are a lie.
Iono, you have produced Professor's Research both times you have been played. Goodness gracious, girl. She must be in cahoots with the Professor.
Yeah, but we do see some very vital pieces now as we grabbed out of the deck with that Earthen Vessel, discarding, I think that might have been a nest ball of some sort. It doesn't really matter. A useless card here in the scenario. Can't utilize Area Zero on the decks himself right now because he got that Jamming Tower into play. We do see a Teal Dance here, straight into a Radiant Charizard. No energy switch yet.
Not yet, and that's not quite going to be enough. But
oh, no, there is. I do apologize.
It was that slightly older art, but you can still use it in competitive play because it has the same name as a reprinted version in one of our most recent sets.
Yep, absolutely. So that does mean we have a Regidrago V-Star powered up once again, looking through which attacker to utilize with the Apex Dragon. Is he looking for another lost impact? That's the only way to take a guaranteed knockout on this Terrapagos. Is a Alolan Exeggutor.
I love me a dice roll. Let's see how we go. Heads or tails, Alex? What do you think?
It's a tails. He's taken down the Ursaluna, the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. He was doing nothing, just on the bench, just sitting there looking pretty. But
Bear was in hibernation. Alex disturbed him. Goodness gracious.
Right, so Nico's position here has already used the Iono. There's no other way to bring back a disruption card like the Iono. So Alex is going to be working with that hand here. But there's only one Regidrago V-Star currently powered up with energies on it. So Nico might have a chance to try and claw himself back into the game.
Very good, Alex.
I get one in every so often.
I appreciate it. No, that was real good. Nico, unfortunately, massively the underdog right now with 6 prize cards left to Alex's 2. You need to take 6 prize cards in order to win the game. And Alex is in such a commanding position to do so, even if this Regidrago gets knocked out. The only hope Nico has is being able to disrupt enough and hope that Alex just can't get another attacker online fast enough. But we'll have to see how things pan out. Nico might be able to buy himself some more time.
Yeah, it looks like he's eyeing up maybe the Forest Seal Stone and Night Stretcher. Does have the Blood Moon Ursaluna, who could start swinging for big damage, just like sort of an easy attachment right now with that fantastic ability in a very similar way to that Radiant Charizard. Season skill, Blood Moon used by this Pokemon costs 1 colorless less for each prize card your opponent's taken. So right now, for just 1 energy card, can actually start swinging for some massive amounts of damage and can reutilize it, I believe, if we keep... Oh, wait, during your next turn, your opponent can't... This Pokemon can't attack. But with Skyliner, you can maneuver it out of position and maybe use another attacker once again.
Absolutely, and that's why we need these free retreat Pokemon just to help out. And it's a really fantastic play because Nico can use it regardless of it being poisoned or not. And that's where Claw Fusion has begun, Fusion Cuisine, where we're bringing these other potential attacking Pokemon into play because they genuinely benefit the deck without needing to be poisoned.
Yeah, Nico's just deliberating which attacker to use. He's actually just going to hit hard with that Unified Beatdown. Plenty enough with just the 4 bench Pokemon right now. Alex, no attackers set up at this current moment in time. Hits a Nest Ball. That Pheasantipity will also be live right now because there has been a knockout from an attack here. So there's a few different options for Alex. It's just going to be needing a few cards because we've seen at least 2 energy switches being utilized already. Doesn't have another Regidrago V-Star to start swinging away. Teal Dance into a research.
Research again. Whether it's going to be the one, I'm not certain. We Oh, crumbs. There's just so many options here. But you're right. We still have potentially enough energy switches to launch a valid attack here. It just depends whether all the pieces come around in the right order. We've used our V-Star. We can't do that. So Alex is just going to be looking at all of the options to draw cards most effectively. And the sequencing here is going to be key.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things here, he's only got one more bench space. I think Alex really wants to try and draw that Pheasantipity, but he also could try and get that Radiant Charizard down as well, getting it prepped, ready for a future big attack with something like a Boss's Orders if Nico moves into a single prizer. You know, he just wants to try and look.
Oh my, I don't think there's any in the deck. The deck is really thin, and it looks like we've got no energy switches left to use. So we're going to be looking at just trying to slow things down and get Pokemon prepared.
Yeah, it's going to look like that Radiant Charizard is going to be a vital piece to try and take the final two prizes here. Just whether Nico is going to be able to take command of this position, because Alex has just Iono'd himself down to 2. There's plenty of grass energy, so there are going to be more Teal Dances and that superior energy retrieval as well, so has access to those fire energies when he needs to. Does get an energy attachment now to the Red Drago, restarts back up to 3, has Boss's Orders in hand now, so only one piece of the puzzle potentially just to get a Radiant Charizard involved in the action and actually take his final 2 prizes. But just a retreat for the moment into this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
I love how Alex kept the Radiant Charizard safe by Ionoing it to the bottom of his deck so that it can't get knocked out by Nico on this turn.
Yeah, so Alex is just trying to basically fix a board where it's almost a checkmate scenario here, whilst Nico is just going to try and stem the flow if possible. But Alex has 2 of the pieces already. It's just whether that Mew and other pieces can maybe kind of stretch Alex into those. That Earthen Vessel can also help grab maybe 1 or 2 more of the grass energies that are still in there to Teal Dance and see more cards. So
We've got a long way to go. We can still draw lots of cards. You're so right.
Yeah, but it's on Nico here to kind of set the scene. What can Nico kind of conjure up and utilize on his board? So he will want to try and go into a single prize attacker where possible here. That's going to be one of the vital pieces that Nico tries to maneuver into.
I just don't know if it's possible at this stage of the game. We've discarded a lot of resources. Nico going ahead and having a look at Alex's discard pile there to see what attacks are options for Alex, but also how much energy and disruption Alex has already got through. A lot of these top tier players know roughly how many of sort of said cards, dragons, energy in this instance, and disruption cards, typically a Regidrago build would be fashioning in their deck. So Nico can get a bit of a read on what the most effective or most likely option is the correct choice here.
Yeah, Nico just taking a moment to kind of just make sure he understands what's happening here. Looks like he's just wanting to maneuver into maybe a single prizer now already. He doesn't have a claw or anything else to attack with. He's just kind of deliberating here exactly how he's going to play out his current turn, as it were.
So close, but so far to the end of this game. It could go either way. 2 to 4 prize cards, but Nico now finally looking like we're in a slightly better position than earlier, with Alex just being super low on resources. It could be just a pass here. Moving on to Alex's turn, but can Alex do anything?
That's right, this is a big turn here. So it does need to, he can't use that Iono, of course, because he wants to utilize that Boss's Orders at some stage. He's just eyeing up maybe try moving and utilizing and calling this turn as the final turn here. Some big cards to draw.
Going for the Terrapagos, trying to nullify that threat and take the game by taking down one of the biggest names in our format right now. But can he get the puzzle pieces?
This is interesting, of course, now utilizing that superior energy retrieval, 2 grass and 1 fire. Teal Dance number 1. Can we find that piece? It's not the Charizard.
Oh my gosh, another energy. We're going for another Teal Dance.
One more card. It's not.
Oh, it's Pheasantipity.
He's missed it.
And there was no knockout on the previous turn, so Alex won't be able to utilize the Pheasantipity.
Yep,
but we can
swing away.
Myriad Leaf Shower. It does 30 times. Oh. But did we already use that Teal Dance, or was that
that was a restart for an extra card, so that was attached for turn. Swing away.
Myriad Leaf Shower. It does 30 30 plus 30 more for each energy attached to both Pokemon. Now, the Terapagos has 2 energy attached because it counts as 2, the double turbo energy, and we're going to have 3 plus the 30 from the base of the attack, so we're going to do 180 damage.
So now Nico has that Cloth in hand, will again want to try and maneuver into a single prizer. The one thing we need to try and keep an eye on is whether Alex has access to one more boss's orders, one more gusting effect is what Alex will need to try and take this down, because there's a heavily damaged Terapagos right now. Nico's just maneuvering into that Petron.
Prize Pokemon again, trying to stop Alex from taking the win, doing everything in his power to say, no, Alex, not now.
Exactly that, and I wonder if maybe Alex could have tried to utilize the Earthen Vessel in hand to take another Grass Energy out of the deck first, and then use the Subaru Energy Retrieval. Maybe that was one way to just try and get that little bit closer to the Charizard, because he called it that turn to try and boss his orders, that Terapagos, and it could be just that one step too far, but he's still ahead on prizes. He's still in a good position. Nico looks like he's going to pass again.
Pass the turn. We are passing the turn. So once again, we need that Charizard, and then we've got it. Is that it? Is that the Ultra Ball?
Doesn't have, has a single prize only active now, so it has got the Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball there.
I wonder whether we're just going to attack with the...
Yeah, I think maybe just take the prize.
Here, take a prize card and just start going. Benching the Pheasantipity EX, and yes, going for the Myriad Leaf Shower, making sure that next turn has to be the one. If Nico does not respond now, Alex has this all wrapped up with a bow.
Yeah, this is another vital turn. Down to 1 prize remaining. So long as there's an easier target, which Nico now must be thinking, well, I can't really afford to put down a single prizer that has lower HP. Now I have to utilize maybe one of those bigger EX or V Pokemon to just kind of handle what might be coming down. Right now, Alex can't utilize the Radiant Charizard anymore either. Of course, we might have got a little bit ahead of ourselves. With Nico only taking 2 prizes, Radiant Charizard wasn't quite there yet.
Not yet, but we will be getting somewhere in the future as Precious Trolley brings us to that destination, bringing more basic Pokemon onto the bench.
Yeah, so down to Nico now. Wonder what resources are actually still remaining. There's the flip the script here. Right now, the only big attacker that Alex has is that Tealmask Ogerpon. And with the double turbo energies attached, only really dealing that sort of 180 damage that we've seen with the Terapagos EX on the bench. Arven coming down now. Yep, sorry, I got way too ahead of myself with the Radiant Charizard. I was thinking that must be the way of doing it.
It was an option if Nico was
to take a knockout, yeah.
However, Nico was unable or decided not to, chose to slow this game down to give himself more time to build everything up.
Yep, so here we go. Nico choosing to go for the Night Stretcher and the Binding Mochi here, just from that Arven. Now it's just down to seeing how Nico could maneuver this turn. There's not many cards left in Alex's deck. I think there was maybe 2 or 3 cards.
Not many at all, I think 2. So unfortunately, Alex is on a clock of not only his own deck, but also kind of Nico's almost playing to not let Alex win at this point.
Absolutely.
Choosing for potentially our other win condition of decking out. If a player begins their turn and cannot draw a card, they unfortunately instantly lose the game. So Nico might be vying for that option.
Blood Moon Ursaluna from the Night Stretcher coming down, now able to attack with 0 energies attached. So we'll be able to utilize that Season Skill ability and Blood Moon attack. We'll take a knockout on this Ogerpon in the active spot, but does he want to do that? Just decides to retreat into this Zewin Electro V, maybe just asking Alex, well, do you have another boss's orders here to try and actually close out the game?
Honestly, I think this really is a case of Nico saying, I don't think you can one-hit KO any of my Pokemon, because if Nico allows Alex the potential of a knockout on a 2-prizer, that is just game over.
Yep.
And, well, any Pokemon at this stage with Alex being on 1 prize card. So Nico's just putting their biggest foot forward, saying, can you knock this out? If not, I will be the victor of this game.
Yeah, and that's without even taking any more prizes after taking 2. And it's just, like I said, there's still 2 more cards in the deck right now. So it's only dueling. Does have an energy switch in hand that he took from the prizes, taking a knockout on the Pecharunt.
Yeah.
Does have the fire energy in hand, so can continue to boost up the amounts of damage as well. But right now, with just a free energy attach, that's 120. Attachment from the fire could go up to 150 and could go up to 180 with the energy switch.
Not enough.
Yeah,
it's not quite enough to knock out Electrode. Swean Electrode V has 210 HP, so it just falters shy of that huge HP, and Alex is on the clock of their own deck at this stage. If Nico can keep pivoting forward Pokemon that just kind of can't quite be knocked out by Alex here.
Is this a direction where you go into Regidrago V, attach the fire, maybe move the grass energy with an energy switch and start just dragon lasering and maybe try and take out that Terrapagos in 2 attacks? No, it's chosen to not go for it for now. Just
gonna do it. 180 on the Swean Electric V. Oh, 120, sorry, you're so right, yeah.
So, I mean, there was a world where maybe you go into your Regidrago V, just retreat into it and use Dragon Laser that we've seen that Julius do in day 1 as well. 130 to the active and 30 to your opponent's bench. But as it's a Terra Pokemon, does mean it's a little bit difficult to actually kind of ramp up that damage on the Terrapagos. As we do just see the maneuver with Skyliner into Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Maybe just another tanking Pokemon here.
No, we're taking a KO.
Oh, that's big.
Oh no, that does mean that Radiant Charizard could potentially now just...
And he's just top decked it, so is that...
Oh, Blood Moon Ursaluna is a little bit out of range by, what, 10 damage, so we're not quite there, but being able to do such a humongous amount of damage with a single prize Pokemon is what might put Nico on the back foot here.
260 HP. Blood Moon Ursaluna does mean he survives this attack. That's one of the drawbacks of having to go into the Radiant Charizard. Nico quickly identifying that that's one route, and Charizard now can't maneuver, can't attack again unless that's what's that final card.
But Blood Moon Ursaluna also can't attack this turn, so would need to pivot back to the bench to another Pokemon again.
Maybe it's just a runaway tactic for Nico here, but does mean it's in motion just to kind of maybe get sniped around if Dragon Laser is still an option. Not too sure what that final card Alex has in his deck. Nico maybe just maneuvering into that, either something like that Pheasantipity or
There's
the
a
Latias, yes.
switch at the beginning of Alex's hand, I believe. So I think if Nico can't take a relevant KO here, Alex might have the game.
Yep.
It's like there. Oh, there it goes. Oh, wait for it.
I think time was...
Oh, was time called? Oh, we almost had a fist bump there, Alex. We almost had the fist bump. Are we going to see it? Is this going to be Alex's crowning moment? Or have we got a conundrum of time on our hands? Oh, they're teasing me now, Alex.
I know, they're just finding out.
Me.
They're just discussing through exactly what's happened here.
Just to make sure that everything is as it seemed. We were so excited we didn't see that time was there, but no, we're going ahead and taking the win. My word, what a game. Alex there, I believe, being the victor.
I'm a little bit shocked right now. I'm not too sure. This is one of those moments. It looks like a tie has actually occurred. It's been confirmed. We just had confirmation.
No way, that's amazing.
Just because of the turns of time that has kind of kept Nico back into it. It looked like Alex had all the final pieces, but it was just based on when time has been called. As the turn is currently, it's on when it's called. That will be turn 0. So Nico having to utilize, or maybe just Nico utilizing the time, or Alex not following the time as well as too much, but the turns of time was a little bit confusing, and we've ended up in a tie series for this potential of winning in for both of our players here.
Oh my goodness gracious, they're going to have to keep battling it out as the day goes on, but as we saw in game 1, of course, we had that lovely boss's orders bringing everything forward, and Latias, again, just kind of stuck in the active.
Yep, this game 1 was one of those games which Nico would not wanted to have replayed back again, but this game 2 is really where Claw started to shine and kind of taking those important knockouts, utilizing Hyper Blur from that Iron Bundle, targeting the right Pokemon, and getting this poison knockout was actually pretty vital because Alex just couldn't maneuver it out of the active spot.
Not one bit, and so then just putting themselves in the commanding position, Nico was able to almost manipulate Alex's board and Alex's plays in order to take that victorious knockout with Claw and eventually take our last prize cards for the win.
Yeah, so Nico kind of just setting up that board there, that poison damage ticking over onto Alex's side. That Regidrago V was the only sort of key attacker, and Nico ripping the boss's orders to take an easy knockout on that poor little Cleffa. And this game 3 is where it got really interesting. There was still plenty of time, of course, but Alex never really got a chance to set up multiple Regidrago V-Stars. Did start swinging for massive amounts of damage with that lost impact.
But that lost impact was maybe too impactful on Alex's own game, struggling for energy in the late game, not really being able to take meaningful knockouts, and Nico using that almost runaway tactic like you were saying, but it was working well. We had big, beefy Pokemon that just couldn't be knocked out by Alex's side, and Alex just struggled to take that last prize card for just a second too long.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where I got as excited as that Charizard with that Excited Heart ability, where maybe I was calling out a potential Combustion Blast a little bit earlier than could have been. We did see it hit the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in the end, but it was just one attack too short.
It was too late, and the players ended on a tie. That was quite the tussle, and I do feel awful for those clawful prize cards at the end. They were brutal and really slowed down our pace of play as new tactics had to be employed.
Absolutely. Had to find and adapt their ways around the matchup, of course. Regidrago is one of those decks that everyone's going to be thinking about testing and playing against. And that's why maybe someone like Nico had chosen Claw to Terrapagos, because you can kind of cheese some wins, especially with the poison sort of combinations you get with the Pecha Run, and then you can still hit with massive amounts of damage with the Terrapagos EX as well. But you know, it was a fair play to both of these competitors. They've done so well. They were both on sort of that 27 points. After this tie does put them to 28, puts them in good stead to maybe finish pretty high up the table. But unfortunately, it is very unlikely to make it all the way into our asymmetric top cut.
Unfortunately so. But both players played fantastically, and I'm sure we can all agree in chat that that was a pleasure to watch. It was such a riveting game, and even just seeing those pro play moves of, oh gosh, okay, we've got 50 minutes, best of 3. My deck's a little slow because I have some single prize options. Okay, actually, yeah, Latias in the active isn't doing much. I'm gonna say, nope, we're done for now, let's move on. And that's what turned that tide. That's what allowed them to have that really big game 2. And almost, there was a slither in it, literally a slither for that game 3 to take us to a tie.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as I already mentioned, alongside that as well, that opportunity to see both our players adapting based on the board states, based on both of their decks kind of working in sometimes not the best fashion possible. You saw our players really adapting to how they play. But if you want to get an opportunity to find out, if you're maybe a little bit newer to the game, to figure out how to play as well, and maybe one day, you know, learn how to adapt in a similar stage to our players like Alex and Nico done, I want you to have a little check out of this.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game. Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench. Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them. And Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, and I'm here to recap the 2025 Latin America International Championships for the Pokemon trading card game. LAIC 2025 was the last major tournament of the Stellar Crown format. Players knew what to expect with the likes of Raging Bolt, Regidrago, Lugia, and Terrapagos filling the tables. Brazil's Henry Cuninari faced Sergio Lopez from the US in a Charizard EX mirror match for the Junior Championships. Henry took a swift 2-0 victory, with a little help from Fortin to a surprise evolve Dusknoir and Curse Blast his way to victory.
And Henry Cuninari will close out game number 2 and becomes your LAIC champion.
In the senior division, Gabriel Fernandez met Justin Templar in another Brazil-US face-off. A masterful display from each player earned them 1 game apiece. After a Dusknoir misplay in game 3, Gabriel was able to recover though and take a second title for the home crowd.
And that's it! He extends the hand, back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title.
In the Masters finals, 2 titans of the game, Australia's Brent Tonneson and Miloslav Pozleny from Czechia, played the mirror match with Regidrago V-Star. In game 1, Miloslav started strong with a very early Boss's Orders KO on Brent's Regidrago V-Star, initiating a prize race in which Miloslav led all the way into game 2. Game 2 ended as quickly as it started, with a lone Curium start from Miloslav, allowing Brent a quick KO on his second turn, leaving one last game to decide our LAIC champion. Following their first match's example, Miloslav KO'd Brent's only Regidrago V and never missed a beat, taking 6 prizes in 3 turns to win his first ever international title.
And Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand, and Miloslav Posledny becomes the Latin American international champion.
That was it for the first international of the 2025 season. There's still plenty of events to go, prizes to be won, and invitations to be earned to the 2025 World Championships. So make sure to go to Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can take part and aim to be the very best like no one ever was.
My name is Alberto Conti and I'm a Pokémon TCG player and now a Pokémon TCG regional champion. Being a regional champion feels incredible. It's such a great goal that I was able to achieve. I'm really happy. All my effort put into testing and practicing with Pokemon paid out, and now I can say I'm finally a champion.
Alberto Conti!
So I picked up Regidrago right after the Dortmund Regional, where I played Dragapult. I realized that Regidrago had not many issues into the metagame. I had no auto losses matchups, and that felt really good, especially in those kind of tournaments where you have to play a lot of rounds and a lot of different opponents. And this versatility that Regidrago has makes it, in my opinion, at the top of the metagame right now. And also I'm really happy because it has Giratina V-Star in it, so... My hardest challenge in the Swiss rounds was Iron Thorns. It's probably the worst matchup I have. Also, Trapagos with Buffalant is not the best matchup, but it's doable. And if you play that really well, I was happy to play that really well in the finals, so I'm really happy to have shown that. Actually, playing the finals against Tord felt like playing against the league champion when I was a kid on my Nintendo DS. The feeling it was more or less the same. I was only missing the theme song. I put a lot of effort into testing, also into this matchup, and I was able to practice a lot in the past few weeks, and I put all of the practice and the theory I built into this match, and I thought I had a chance. I thought I had a chance, and I showed everybody that you can beat Trapagos with Buffalant. Honestly, for me, what's next is to try to compete more, to play as much as I can, and just enjoy every travel I do with my friends, and that's always the goal. And then there's also winning, of course, but the main goal is to have fun and enjoy every travel. Honestly, I was never stressed about it. I feel like if I deserve it and if I achieve it, I'm fine. If I don't, I'm fine anyway. And I think that's the best way to go in this season. But now I did it, so I'm especially really happy.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like second grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Gumi. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, I think they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Amy, of course, and we're here on the main floor of the tournament, joined by Marie, who is holding up a really amazing gauntlet at the moment, bringing a special event to our European events. Can you tell us a little bit about the Sisterhood events?
Of course. We've got Sisterhood events for the trading card game, for the video game, and for Pokemon Go. And the main goal is to create a tournament that is kind of a safe space for players that identify female or non-binary, to just have a few rounds of just some fun Pokemon. And there are some prizes. Yeah.
That's amazing. I played in the Sisterhood event at Worlds, and I think I did NAIC as well. And they are so very much fun. Have you played in one yourself?
I haven't gotten the chance yet because they are fairly new in Europe, but I do plan to if I get a chance to play at an event in the future.
Amazing. Thank you so much for bringing such a safe and inclusive space to the world of Pokemon. We know very much so that everyone loves to play, but it's so much fun making new friends. And do you find the Sisterhood events are a great place to communicate with others?
Absolutely. I'm so glad that they made their way to Europe. They've been in America for a little bit longer. And I know I'm not the only one who thinks like this. There have been a few people who were pushing for these to become a thing in Europe, and I'm so glad they finally are.
That's so incredible. Thank you so much for being part of making all of these inclusive events happen and be there for all of us. Do you find that people play more meta decks, or do you find that more fun is brought to the tournament?
So far I've been able to see a mix of both. There have definitely been meta decks, and there have definitely been some intense play, even in these tournaments. But there's also a lot of fun, a lot of friendship going around, a lot of people laughing and just handshakes, smiles, talking about plushies, talking about cute deck boxes. It's adorable to see.
I love that. What's the cutest plushie you've seen today?
The cutest plushie I've seen today? I've seen a few people walk around with Wooper, and Wooper is my favorite Pokemon, so that definitely wins.
Oh, hands down. I love that. That is honestly just inspiring. I can see everyone here. Everyone is laughing and having fun, a great time. Do you know how many people signed up to the event today?
For the trading card game one, it was 9 players. Oh. I know for a video game it was 7 players. I haven't heard of Go, sadly.
Oh, no worries. Well, I tell you what, everybody, we need to get those numbers up. Sign up for the Sisterhood event next time you're a regional, because honestly, it's the best time, and I've made some lifelong friends, as I'm sure you have too. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you soon back on the desk.
Proper vibe in there, you know what I mean?
Vibes in there. Well, I mean, we're back now into the tournament. Great to hear about all the events going on outside and the opportunities people are getting to compete with like-minded people.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, I'm Freya Pierce, joined once again by Mike Ellis. And what a great little segment that was with Amy there, talking about the sister tournaments. These have been a mainstay in quite a few of our tournaments now. I participated in the most recent one that I went to at NAIC. Such a good time all around. It's so great to see a chance for our female players to get a little bit more recognition and have their own events as well.
Yeah, I mean, the case for the TCG community, a very inclusive place for all. I know loads of people find it a great place to escape and go meet like-minded people, whether it be finding other people who are similar interests to you, or other people who are struggling with similar things in life as well. So a great place to come find friends. I know a lot of people at my community, I would never have come across them in life, but thankfully Pokemon's brought us all together and we get to know all sorts of different walks of life.
Yeah, it sure has. Speaking of bringing us all together, we are all brought here together to bear witness to the top cut here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. If you're just joining us, we have finished our Swiss rounds. We are ready to kick off with our clean top 8 cuts.
Amazing.
Here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Talk us through it, Mike.
Yeah, we got a lot of great players here and a lot of great decks too. We've been covering some of these throughout the tournament. We spoke earlier on about Mads with that Iron Thorns and Dragapult deck combined together has become the top seed for the top 8, as well as many of our great players. And here are the archetypes we're going to be seeing.
Okay, not quite every single deck different, but tell you what, not too far off. Only a couple of instances of, 2 decks or a deck getting multiple entries, and one of them perhaps not being what we would expect expected. 2 entries for Golden Go EX.
Yeah, nice variety there. And they're different versions of Golden Go as well.
Yeah.
One with Togekiss, one with the Palkia. And then, as you mentioned, there's another one, Charizard EX. 2 of those in the tournament. But again, it's so much variety. And we can see a lot of these fusions, you know, Terrapagos combined with 2 different allies. And then, of course, the Gardevoir rounding it out there as the 8th deck.
Yeah, and especially big shout out to Antoine Boulet, who not featured yet on stream, piloting that Golden Go EX Togekiss, has done so well over in some of these really tough tournaments in Japan, but then has moved back to Europe and has now managed to get a top 8 here at a European tournament as well. They will be absolutely over the moon with themselves already, I'm sure.
Well, this could be an interesting one because there are some matchups there that are more favoured and not so favoured. So depending on who you face along that journey into the final will dictate how easy it's going to be. And as we said, a clean top 8. So we'll be featuring as many of these top 8 games as possible, as we do not need to show the asymmetrical top cut game.
Absolutely. I do believe we'll be showing 1 top 8 game, both top 4s, and then bringing you our finals match to crown our Stuttgart Regional Champion. But we got a few more games to get through before we get there.
That's for sure. And you guys, make sure you let us know who in this top 8 you want to try and see. We want to show as many new faces as possible as well. As often is the case, we feature those players in the Swiss rounds, as they tend to be at the top throughout the tournament and then keep staying all the way through to that top cut.
Yeah, I think one important commiseration to give to our fellow caster, Jesper, started off today 8-0-0, but had a really unfortunate day 2 and has not quite been able to make it either into the asymmetrical top cut or top cut in general. So commiserations to Jesper, but still congratulations on making your first non-caster day 2 in a very long time. Still big ups for that.
Yeah, and Kaya, who we saw on stream just a moment ago playing against Golden Go, managed to face another Golden Go to miss out.
No.
And it just shows you sometimes it doesn't matter whether it's in your control, you might just face those tougher matchups. And when that is the case, it can be really tough to make it. Still, making 8 wins at an event like this, a huge performance. I think everyone who's come into that top 32 going away with loads of prizes and CP to take into the future tournaments.
Yeah, and to give you like a little bit of a teaser of what's to come, already gave them a shout out. It will be Antoine Boulet will be one of our feature match players here in the top 8 match. So it will be them against Arnie, who has also done very well this tournament, but we've not had a chance to feature yet. So 2 new faces for the stream for Stuttgart.
Yeah, excited to see that, and with the Togekiss, so it's going to be very exciting to see those
coins.
Yeah, I mean the coin flip. Spoke to Owen, who's also in our top 8 with Golden Go. Spoke a little bit about the Togekiss with him, and he said, I don't know, I prefer Golden Go where I can just do Golden Go better rather than integrating the Togekiss in. But then we've also seen the success of the Togekiss, so both of them viable options.
Yeah, because I think that with the Togekiss is that, yeah, sure, it is ultimately a luck-based card. There's a 50-50 chance that you get the extra prize card when you go for the ability. But if you can just get 1 heads even out of multiple flips on that Wonderkiss, sometimes that can be the difference between winning or losing. So it doesn't matter that some of the flips might not go your way. Just the presence of it there sometimes alters the way your opponent has to think about the prize map. It's a really scary card to deal with.
We've all been playing Pocket plenty, so we all
oh boy,
can be, and it can often be the best option to rely on that 50-50 chance. And as you mentioned, if you're doing it a lot in a game, especially against a single prize deck, Golden Go often struggled against single prize decks where it couldn't take lots of knockouts in a row, has to just rely on taking 6 prize cards on 6 individual Pokemon. Now it might only need to take 4 or maybe 3 if you're really lucky.
Yeah, thinking about single prize matchups like Clorf or like Ancient Box, where it's single prize Pokemon where you can't like pick them off easily with Radiant Greninja, because that'd be the other way for Golden Go to get ahead, right? Would to use the Palkia V-Star, Star Portal, power up a Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken, kind of get ahead or get even that way. But you know, if you have the chance to every time you take a single prize knockout, make it 2 prizes instead, that's another way to get there.
And what better way to set up an unusual rare candy evolution Pokemon deck that doesn't really seem to make sense than one that draws as many cards as Golden Go does, and with that ability to use Cypher Maniac's code breaking to put it on the top as well can be very useful. So our top 8 will be beginning fairly soon for you all. We'll be trying to get the feature match onto the stream table as soon as possible so we can get into some action for you. But I guess for you, which of these decks do you think comes out on top? There's a huge variety there. Which of them do you think really leans towards the winning position?
I'm going to give it to Golden Go, you know. I think if nothing else, because it's come close so often, I think, I know I've said this before and I've ended up eating my words, but I'll state my claim again. Golden Go is a deck whose time has come. That's yeah. Yeah,
I think it's one of the best decks in the format right now, the least respected sometimes.
Still, somehow, like even with the new additions, yeah, I'm really surprised about that part.
Well, I'm going to make a prediction as well, where you've gone for one of the decks that is featuring twice in our top 8. I'm going to go for the other deck that's featuring twice in top 8, and I think it's Charizard's time to return turn and show why it's one of the best decks. Having that ability to have such a strong attacker that is also bulky in that 330 HP, but then also having the backup of the Radiant Charizard, you have such good type coverage with the Dark type into decks like Gardevoir, and then you've got the Radiant Charizard to work out decks like Golden Go, which have the Metal type attackers.
Also a very, very fair pick for the reasons you exactly stated, yeah. And I guess statistically speaking as well, we're both covered, right? We've both picked the decks that have the most entries in top 8, so in theory, yeah, exactly. So we're kind of covering our bases nicely there.
And also there's 2 Terrapagos. There's one with Palkia, one with Clorf. So my caster prediction might come through on top.
Yeah. Not so lucky for me. No, I don't think there's any counter gains in this top 8, unless I've not had a chance to look at the list, but I don't believe that's made it, unfortunately.
You've already forgotten about Miraidon. Poor little Miraidon.
Well, I mean, that was obviously not there. I mean, the graphic spoke for itself on that one.
Yeah, the Clorfs took names. I think our fellow co-caster Joe Bernard was playing Miraidon. Had a reasonably good finish, you know. So there were some Miraidons out there.
Oh, how did he do in the end?
I'm not exactly sure where. I went and did a little walk around in round 12, and he was on a reasonably high table.
Okay.
So if that game went to his favour, then there's a very high chance that our top finishing Miraidon could be Joe.
Yeah, tell you what, we can just give him a little look up here. Like
have a little look for you.
Joseph Bernard.
Yeah, he's one of our good players, and Jesper as well, another co-caster who did quite well today.
Finished 8-4, it looks like, with Miraidon. So again, 8 wins. It's good going.
Yeah, solid. I mean, this has been the story of the event: diversity in decks. We didn't get a chance to show Raging Bolt, which was our second highest featured deck in day 1. We didn't get a chance to show Miraidon, which was I think our 4th highest featured, and Gardevoir, I think we got 1 chance to show it off, as well as many of our other most popular decks. We only got to see them once.
Yeah.
So as they climb through that top 8, I'm sure we'll get a chance to feature them more and more.
Oh, hold on a second. A very other noteworthy 8-4 to mention. Christian Fontenot, last year's Stuttgart Regional Champion, did make it to day 2. Not quite to the top cut though. Did go also 8-4 with Clorf. So a pretty impressive result from our defending, but so won't be recurring champion.
I mean, you've got to look at the top 32 as a big target for a lot of these players with how much prize money is on the line. They want to be trying to use that award to help them travel to future events. So it's not always just about reaching that top 8. It can often be about top 16 finishes and so on, especially now it's so competitive and you have to have those really high finishes across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder for everyone at home, this is what our players are aiming for, these World Championship qualifications. 2 ways to get there: win a regionals or a regional level event, top 4 in internationals or the previous World Championships, or get yourself into that top 125 players in the Masters division, at least in the European Regional Championship points.
And it's the top 125 remaining, so anyone who does get an invite will not take away a spot from someone else, which is why we want to see our home region players doing so well here in Europe, not like the last time we're in Germany where it was a Japanese player taking the title, stealing a spot from Europe. But as you can see, the top players getting so much money for those finishes, but still pretty healthy amount of prize money right down to top 32.
$10,000.
That's a lot. And
there's a lot of booster boxes, as well as the ones you already win.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the ability to then use that money to travel to more events and maybe make more money is a great opportunity for our players who are really at the top of their game.
Or whenever I think of that, I always think of Brent Tonneson, right? The sort of the pinnacle example of someone who does exactly that, consistently does well, and is also a genius with flight booking. So he'll like save the most amount of money on the most amount of flights to like maximize that as well. So just sort of real travel maxing there. But here we are on the main stage, our future match here, and it will be Antoine Boulet against Arnie Kayala.
Well, there we go.
They're not siblings. It is Antoine Boulet and then Arnie on the right there.
Yeah, we're just getting that sorted. They're perfect. And as you can tell, they didn't choose to match color scheme today. That's just a coincidence. As we see Antoine, we got a chance to feature Antoine in Dortmund, and has been getting a lot more tournaments in this season, really trying to improve as much as possible. And they really are looking like one of those players to watch as the experience improves.
And look at that, the Aichi Champions League top 4. These Japanese tournaments are brutal to do well, and they're often like best of 1, and the rules are like a little bit different. So a top 4 there is a insane accomplishment and a huge impressive from Antoine.
I think a lot of you might recognize Antoine from social media, where a very useful translator.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Very experienced, very proficient in both English and Japanese, and he often translates new cards as they come out in Japan. But going over to Arnie, who also got clocked top 8 recently at Dortmund, so on a pretty good run this season.
Perhaps the German home territory. I'm not sure. Where's Arnie from?
From Finland.
From Finland. Oh, from Finland, of course.
Yeah.
We got a lot of Finnish players doing very well at this event, but perhaps traveling to Germany, having more success with Dortmund and Stuttgart this season.
Yeah, sure seems like it. And Øyvind has made a top cut as well, also another Finnish player. It's been a good day for Finnish folks in general. I guess Julius didn't quite make it into the top cut. We know we were keeping track of him earlier, but here we're focusing on this game. Let's see the prizes, and the prizes aren't too bad for both players, apart from that one Togepi we do see prize for Antoine, a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, 100%, as they're going to be getting into it. Now is the knockout phase, where in the Swiss you get to keep carrying on, seeing if you can make more wins later on. Now, every match that is lost will knock out the player, as the start goes to Antoine going first with that golden go.
Yeah, so going first already a really big advantage to be able to get out your evolutions quickly. Starting off with a nest ball, we'll have a look through the deck and see that the prizes aren't too bad, but apart from that one Togepi. Oh wait, no, hold on, I stand corrected. Antoine is playing a 2-0-2 line of that Togekiss. Okay, so actually well accounted for there.
I've seen that quite a lot with the vital rare candy evolution lines, rather than going for the risky 101, trying to lean into the consistency of a 202. If you need it every game, you really do have to make sure you have a doubled up count of all of those Pokemon.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to go for that. So yeah, that prizing no longer an issue for Antoine, and we'll be able to just go through and look for the rest of the deck, see what is available to them and what is not. But we do see there was a couple of Irida prize as well, which might be looking a little bit awkward. That's a very good early setup card. Still has one more that they could go ahead and try to find and search through the deck more with if they can get there. But in the meantime, just gonna, after that deck search for the nest ball, go for that Radiant Greninja, of course.
Well, it'll be interesting with Arnie's Charizard build, whether the disruption is going to be effective here. Golden Go, one of the best decks at moving out of disruption with so much draw available, but an unfair stamp early can be quite disruptive to a Golden Go and make it skip an attack, especially if it's having to knock out a big Charizard EX.
Yeah, that's an important thing to note here, the choice of A-Spec. We have seen a lot of these Charizard lists go for, of course, that secret box A-Spec, but no, Arnie is choosing to go with that unfair stamp that we've seen has been so brutal to so many players so often on stream before.
Well, a little bit of setup, but not a huge amount on board for Antoine. Just the one Gimmighoul, and the other side we're going to be seeing Arnie trying to set up just as well. And I think this is the key for both these decks. If they can set up nice and wide with all of their small 70 HP or less Pokemon, especially if they find a Buddy Poffin, it can completely change the turn.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the comments here for both the deck lists, and I absolutely love the name that Antoine has given to this deck, Wonder Stonks.
Well, I love that. Wonder Stonks.
Stocks in Togekiss rising for sure with those extra prize cards, but let's carry on focusing on Arnie's turn here. Does have that Buddy Poffin ready to go, it looks like, and yeah, he's got it all there together. He's going to be, after benching that Luminion V, Luminosine, searches for the Arven, searches for the Forest Seal Stone and the Buddy Poffin, can use the Forest Seal Stone either on that Luminion V or the Rotom V to make use of that Alchemy V-Star power and search for any card from the deck. Amazing start from Arnie.
Historically, with this matchup, it used to be very difficult for Charizard to take those knockouts on Golden Go because 260 HP was quite far out of range. But now with the combination of Dust Noir and Defiance Band and potentially some early self-knockouts of the Curse Blast, you might be able to knock out that Golden Go sooner than you might expect, or get the Radiant Charizard in range of being able to take those knockouts sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. So the key thing for Antoine here is going to be to try and start taking 2 prize knockouts as quickly as possible. So, setting it up nicely with the Golden Go and the Radiant Greninja, finding the energy in the hand and getting cards like Boss's Orders to be able to bring up those low HP 2 prize V Pokemon on the bench.
And just an instant charge here for Arnie to end the turn, and will be an opportunity to see what Antoine can do in response.
There comes down the Golden Go. That coin bonus is going to be coming in. Since it's in the active spot, gets to draw 2 cards for Antoine. What do they find? It looks like a Night Stretcher. Was that another Gimmighoul, it looks like?
And this is that question of, is the Togekiss worth it if you're going to find it harder to set up? And I think if you get the Togekiss set up, it's definitely worth it. But as is the case with all decks, the more powerful you make the deck, the less consistent it can sometimes be. But that's why we do best of 3s, to allow these players who have a slightly higher power deck, less consistent, to set up more often.
Yeah, so Antoine has got a pretty big hand going, but really needs to get some more energy onto the field, needs to get some more Pokemon set up. So it's going to go ahead and go for that Ultra Ball, going to be discarding an energy and another Ultra Ball, and I'm guessing this is going to be for Gimmighoul number 2, just to try and get this field more flooded with Gimmighoul and Goldengo, which is really where you want to be going with this. But he's going to take a look through to see what is it. Oh, actually, just going for the Togepi straight away. Okay.
I guess you kind of know that the Golden Go is fairly safe currently. The only concern is if you take a 1 prize or a 2 prize knockout here, then as you mentioned, there is potential for a Defiance band to be involved, or there is no Dust Skull available, so it wouldn't be a Dust Skull. But actually, Antoine just passing, recognizing that it's not worth taking that knockout.
Very sensible on multiple levels. Prevents Arnie from being able to put together a KO, as you mentioned, with Defiance band, but also makes it so that the unfair stamp can't be triggered because there was no KO taken.
Yeah, very smart there. And it would have been energy discarded too, so just resource smart from Antoine will allow for another turn of draw as well, being able to use another coin bonus to potentially build up that hand.
Yeah, we build the hand even more, and granted, it won't be able to draw an insane amount of cards. Only 1 Golden Go out, no Gimme Ghoul down, so won't be able to go for second coin bonus, but still 2 cards from the active with the coin bonus, 2 cards from the bench, Radiant Greninja with conceal cards. It's pretty decent going still.
Well, both hands quite large at this stage, so options are available, and we'll see how well that goes for Arnie now, as due to the slower start for Antoine, it's now in Arnie's control how to begin this match. Are you going to try and wait and counter, or are you going to look to get an early knockout and start taking those prize cards?
Yeah, Arnie's kind of the one who's dictating the pace in that sort of sense, unless Antoine can put together a 2 prize knockout on the next turn, which would be ideal. And also it's going to depend a lot on whether Arnie can set up those Dust Skull and go into Dust Dwar and start using Curse Blast to try and manipulate the prizes that way too.
Yeah, looks like there's a rare candy in the hand, so a Pidgeot can be established here, and there is the Forest Seal, so a Charizard can be put into play here.
Sure can, and but there is the Pidgeot coming in for the Ultra Ball, rare candy Pidgeot, so that's going to be 1 card at least guaranteed to be searched this turn. And yeah, like you mentioned, Mike has not made use of that Star Alchemy yet on the Forest Seal Stone, so should be able to put together a very impressive turn here. And
Charizard in hand as well.
Charizard already in hand, okay, yeah, there you go. So if you're searching for rare candy number 2, or maybe searching for that Dust Skull, considering you really want to get that down to be able to control the prize race to your favor.
I think there was a Boss's Orders in hand, so maybe worried about the potential of the Togekiss, so might look to try and take that out early just to try and remove that as an option for Antoine to take more prize cards.
Yeah, it feels almost ridiculous, right? You're thinking, I'm taking out a card that only gains an advantage on a coin flip, but the advantage from that coin flip is so huge, you just have to deal with it when you can. So yeah, maybe that is just the best knockout to take at this point.
Going for the Buddy Buddy Poffin to fit an extra card as well. Always smart when you're getting to search for a Pokemon. You can search for the Pokemon search card instead, and in that way take another card out of the deck. Just thinking about that end game, and that is the small little differences that we see from our top players. And I think that might just be an instant charge to end the turn, taking it slow.
Yeah, just wanting to set up the board as well as possible. And with that Dust Skull down as well, that makes a big difference to what you can do on the next turn. So I like this from Arnie as well. Coin bonus coming in from Antoine. 2 cards drawn. Oh, there's a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Going to be very happy to see that.
Can start to set up now. Buddy Buddy Poffin for some more Gimme Ghouls. This is the key to Golden Go, is get as many Gimme Ghouls out as possible.
Yeah, getting them all out so you can evolve them up and do all the coin bonus and all the make it rain. And of course, that new Gimme Ghoul, we talked about it before, has that really great sort of clutch attack, the minor errand running that lets you grab any 2 basic energies from the deck and put them into your hand. So that's why we see this new Gimme Ghoul being played now.
Yeah, many of you might be watching that last turn from Arnie thinking, you can attack, why didn't you attack? And actually, Charizard has historically been very good at attacking second.
Yes.
And so if your opponent has a slow game, a lot of these Charizard players will opt to slow down and allow themselves to be knocked out first, and then that's when you unlock the unfair stamp and so on and so on.
Here we go, rare candy to Togekiss, and now with this available, it is worth it to go for the KO on this Charmander, because there's a good chance you just flip that heads and you turn this 1 prize Charmander into a 2 prize KO.
Yeah, that Wonder Kiss. When your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out, you flip a coin, and if it's heads, you take 1 more prize card.
Oh, hold on a second, I stand corrected. The Boss's Orders is in hand. They're just going for the Rotom V.
And that's going to take away that Forest Seal Stone, and this could be 3 prize cards taken at this point.
My goodness, this is even stronger. So, Superior Energy Retrieval coming in, going to get these free energies back, and I do believe with that, there'll be enough energy in the hand to KO this Rotom V, and it's going to be 2 prizes at minimum, like you said. 1 Wonder Kiss flip, and Antoine's halfway to winning this game. Here we go.
And there we go. Let's see the flip of the coin.
Big flip.
What do we have? And it's going to be heads. And that's 3 prize cards now for Antoine, putting them so far ahead. It could just be one more knockout required, but this is where Arnie was setting up the board for the disruption. The Unfair Stamp is available, the Charizard attack is available, and that would mean that Golden Go, the lone Golden Go in play, can be knocked out here. So this could be a way of disrupting and coming back into the game.
What better display, if ever was there needed, of the power of Togekiss and why some of these Golden Go will be able to go for it. Just one head and it puts you so far ahead.
Oh, we'll see what the response is here for Arnie. And it was a calculated decision to not make an attack off there.
And I think it was the correct one as well, overall. But, I mean, you can't necessarily have thought that Antoine would have been able to put it together, you know, with the boss's orders and the energy, and then the bosses to bring out the Rotom, and then the heads of the Wonder Kiss as well. I mean, yeah, what do you do if you're Arnie here? You'll be able to disrupt, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to disrupt, and Charizard, one of the best decks in the format right now at disrupting, thanks to that Unfair Stamp Ace spec. When it is included, it does allow you to get some of the most disruptive early cards out of your opponent's hand. I mean, the fact that they have to shuffle as well, so they can't use things like Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking to cover for it. There's lots of things that make it so vital. And so Arnie now is just trying to work out what they want to see on the other side of this Unfair Stamp, because they do not need to play a supporter, which does put them in a very powerful position.
Yeah, and I think one kind of benefit here that you do have if you're Arnie is that because you have the Unfair Stamp already in hand, you can afford to play a different supporter and then Unfair Stamp, or like Unfair Stamp into a supporter instead, because Unfair Stamp, it disrupts, but it also is kind of a draw card for you, right?
Exactly, and with still a quick search available, that Pidgeot and the Charizard established, nothing needs to be seen on the other side of this Unfair Stamp, but Arnie does have the ability to then quick search for something to set up for future turns and so on and so on. So a lot of this is going to be riding on what Antoine can do out of this 2-card hand.
Yeah, Antoine definitely the one more hurt, not just by the amount of cards drawn, but by how much less outs to drawing cards Antoine has. Thankfully, those 2 Gimme Ghoul down, so if Antoine can find some Golden Go, then they'll be okay to go. But as you mentioned, yeah, Arnie has that quick search as an option ready to use even after that Unfair Stamp. And let's see what they go for here. Oh, is it going to be a Briar? It's a bit early for that, isn't it?
Well, I guess you could technically use the Briar here for the Golden Go if you pop...
Oh, after the Dusclops, yeah, you could.
Dusclops. I mean, ideally, you wouldn't want to necessarily do that this turn. Maybe this is prepping for next turn.
Yeah, but, I mean... That does seem a bit rough, though, because then that means if Antoine's able to find a KO on a 2-prizer, you're not relying on that coin flip from the Golden Go to win the game. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think just setting it up for next turn, considering it, but doesn't quite want to go for it just yet.
Yeah, and this is the puzzle of Charizard, and what is the case with all of these decks that have the Pidgeot EX available. One of the best ways to string together complicated combinations, and why there are whole decks just built around the card that do things in a complicated way. And it works so well here in Charizard, as you can have these intricate plays like Briar, like Thornton, that work alongside that quick search.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily need that Defiance Band to KO the Golden Go. There is already 3 prize cards taken. That's to, what, 270 damage. That's the Charizard EX is doing with that Burning Darkness, but going to take it out of the deck regardless, just a deck fin, and also does take that rare Candy to be able to get ready and bring up a Dusknoir evolution next turn. So here we go, Charizard going into the active. Burning Darkness will get the knockout on this Golden Go EX, and it's going to be, like you said, on Antoine to be able to find something off of these 2 cards plus the draw for turn to bail themselves out.
This knockout will be followed by a massive question of, can you get a return knockout now? Antoine promotes the Gimmighoul, and what's in that hand? 3 cards to try and find a way back into this game. Not much on board to do. There is an Irida.
Okay.
And a Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking.
Oh, wait, that's... And with the energy retrieval, that's 2 cards guaranteed, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of great cards to see there. I mean, you'll be able to start drawing more, that's for sure. I mean, Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking can get you the Golden Goes, and then you've got the Radiant Greninja to activate the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, so we'll be able to see cards, but you need to find a lot of energy to take a knockout on the Charizard EX.
Yeah, just needs to, at this point, just basically needs to see superior energy retrievals until the end of the day. So that's all Antoine wants here, just get all the energy down so that he can get a big KO on this Charizard, and then maybe with a head flip, you just take the game away like that.
Maybe the Golden Go into an Energy Search Pro.
Oh, that could be. I'm trying to think if that's worth it there. With the energies in the discard pile, like, is there enough energy in the deck to make that worthwhile?
Especially as those are the colourful energies as opposed to the water and the metal.
Yeah, exactly. So that might be a little bit tough. I mean, in this instance, this is not like the Palkia build. It's only playing the 1 water, so it's 3 metals and then 1 of each other energy. So yeah, I didn't quite see what was grabbed after the Cypher Maniac. I imagine it was, well, we saw one of them was a Golden Go for sure, but I didn't quite catch what the other one was.
I guess maybe it will help as well because it might thin the deck to allow for superior energy retrieval to be found.
Yep, so here we go. Concealed card's going to come in after energy retrieval. Going to discard that fighting energy, draw 2, and yeah, it is the golden go. What was the second card that, wait, I didn't quite see it there. Was it the
stretcher?
Oh, night stretcher to get back the, was it the fighting energy? Or the metal?
To get back the golden go?
Oh no, to get back the serendipity, of course. Right, that makes so much sense.
So much draw in this deck, and you see it every single time, and you don't think it's possible. And there we go. Oh, we've got both golden goes now, so we're going to draw even more cards.
Yeah, Night Stretcher for Serendipity makes so much sense. And yeah, coin bonus number 1, draws 1 card.
Is that superior energy retrieval?
That is superior energy retrieval. I think we're almost there, you know.
I mean, if this knockout happens and a heads coin flip happens, the Togekiss would be activating the 3rd prize card, winning the game for Antoine. It is possible to win this turn.
I think there might be a little bit short of energy. I think there's only 1 superior energy retrieval, so Antoine just a little bit short of the knockout there, unfortunately for them.
It just shows you how hard it is to knock out a Charizard in this matchup. It's so big, and it's what, 7 energy to find, which typically is not how much Golden Go is looking to get.
Yeah, 7 energy plus then you have to find the 8 for the energy attachment to power up the attack, right? So it looks like it's just going to be a softening up of the Charizard here. So superior energy retrieval going to go ahead, discard a canceling clone and an Irida, grab 4 of those like rainbow of energies back, and I guess it will be make it rain for 200 damage to soften up the Charizard for later, which is still okay.
As we mentioned, all it takes is 1 knockout next turn to do it. But there is a way Arnie could win now if both Dust Noirs are utilized here, as Antoine did put down a Gimmighoul on the bench.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, I think he would be able to do it anyway with a
into a golden go, golden go.
It's a golden go, yeah. So I think that's that option was always there for Arnie regardless. But yeah, I think he's going to put it here together now. So we're going to see quick search for that Dust Noir, and I think he set it up nicely with all the pieces there, because there's going to be Curse Blast. I think he's got it.
Curse Blast into the Radiant Greninja. We'll both take a prize card. And it also could be Briar now, right?
Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, the easy going. Briar, free prize knockout on the Golden Go, and Arnie takes game 1 of this top 8 series.
And you just see that Antoine knew they had to get it in that turn. They had to try and find the knockout with the Togekiss available, but it just wasn't enough as Arnie disrupted into the victory, and he'll be taking game 1 here in our top 8. This is the quarterfinals of Stuttgart Regional, and these are our players who've managed to work their way through the Swiss. 12 rounds of Swiss, end up as the top 8, and now they're battling it out to get as close as possible to that champion. And it was just Charizard setting up, waiting to be knocked out, that was able to return with the disruption and win.
Yeah, Antoine with a absolutely bonkers turn there at the start, able to get not only the knockout of the Rotom V, but then going ahead and flipping the coin on the Togekiss, and the Wonder Kiss getting ahead, so 3 prizes taken, but then that just opened too many doors for Arnie there.
Yeah, and it could have been a whole different story if Antoine drew differently. There was a lot of outs in that deck, and with the Serendipity, the coin bonuses, you got the Radiant Greninja, as well as that Cypher Maniac's code breaking, allowing for lots of ways to find energy. Antoine just 3 energy short in the end.
Yeah, unfortunate for Antoine. Like you said, knew they had to go for it that turn, but just falling a little bit short, and Arnie able to piece together the win pretty straightforwardly with a mixture of Curse Blast and Briar. As we do sit there on the table, Antoine's classic little Meowth just there to keep them company, cheer them on throughout the match. Love to see that. They always have that Meowth with them.
I love a little mascot. We got so many players who bring their mascots. Sometimes the mascots are more iconic than the players as they sit on the board. And we have plenty of our judges. I know the judges like to have mascots too. There we go.
Look at them.
Yeah, a little cutie.
Absolutely adorable. But we know Todd, of course, often carries around that Celebi that was kindly made for him by his mum, I believe, or by his grandma. I can't remember which one, but yeah, like precious heirloom mascot as well. Celebi being Todd's favorite Pokemon. I like to carry around a little Natu plush with me when I play as well. Just like sits there on the table as my little support buddy as well.
When I play at my next event, I'm going to bring my little Metagross around with me.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Well, the game 2 here is going to be starting. Oh, some of those important V supporting cards.
Both of them, yeah. Oh,
yeah,
that's rough.
And Rotom V. We have seen some decks playing 2 Rotom V because it's that important. On this occasion, there is just the 1 in Arnie's deck. But as we kick off with our game 2 here of our quarterfinal, Antoine choosing to go first, as you'd expect, and a Buddy Poffin, a great way to start, but not with that Serendipity in the active spot.
Wait, hold on. Did Antoine choose to go first, or did they choose for Arnie to go first, and then Arnie just drew past? How many cards is that in hand? Is that 7? Or was that mulligans? I'm a little bit confused right now.
It must have been a mulligan, because I saw an Ultra Ball in hand, and I think...
Oh, okay. So yeah, it was a mulligan draw. No, I was a little bit confused for a second there.
Yeah, well, we did have a little debate before this match started, Freya. I said, I think Charizard's going to do well in this top 8. You said Golden Go's going to do well, so more on the line than just for the players right now.
Yeah, absolutely there is. Although, again, both of us in separate instances do have a couple of different contenders supporting the decks that we predict might go all the way here. And I will say this turn 1 setup is looking a lot better for Antoine than it is in game 1. Look at that, Earthen Vessel, body buffing already, so getting some energies out of the deck, getting the Gimmighoul and the Togepi set up already. It's looking good.
It's just that Fezandipity which could become a liability as it is more in range of the Charizard EX. We saw how much Arnie had to wait to try and get the Charizard EX online to knock out a Golden Go, whereas Fezandipity just needs the one prize card to be taken, and then we'll be able to knock it out. So this is an interesting matchup because Golden Go wants to be aggressive, and that Togekiss definitely allows to have a quicker route to victory, as we saw, as it might only require 2 knockouts. But on the other side, Charizard is happy to go behind.
Yeah, it is. Now, in this instance, again, Antoine's setup is a lot better. You have double Gimmighoul out and a Togepi already on turn 1, and we're not really worried about a turn 1 KO happening on the Fezandipity from Arnie's side. Energy attachment there for Antoine means that Antoine can attach an energy to the Fezandipity to retreat it to attack next turn, so Antoine's going to be feeling pretty comfy here.
And this is where Arnie's going to find out, hang on, where's my Rotom V? And it is, unfortunately, in the prize cards. I'm pretty sure...
As is the Luminion, yeah, it's both of them.
I'm pretty sure every match we've seen with Charizard so far, the Rotom V has decided to be prized, except for the last game. So it does seem to be a bit of a liability in those early turns for Charizard.
Yeah, it does seem to be a little bit. Now, if Arnie has an Arvin, I imagine that might be the play to go for, so you can just go ahead and use the Hisuian Heavy Ball to fish that Rotom V out of the prizes, especially considering that you have a Nest Ball down, and you have a Charmander in the active, so... Oh, and you have even more in hand as well, so yeah, your evolving basic setup is already complete, so you can afford to lean into the Hisuian Heavy Ball with the Arvin, although Arnie disagrees and is actually just going to go for another Buddy Puffin instead.
I don't think he's actually playing the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Oh, you're right. He's not. Okay, never mind then. So actually,
it's a tough debate, isn't it? A lot of players believe heavily in Hisuian Heavy Ball, and a lot of other people believe it's a mistake to put it in, especially when you've got all these really important one-off cards. It can make or break those games where they are prized, but also, you know, everyone has to deal with prize cards, so maybe sometimes you just have to play around it, and I think that's what Arnie's gone for, is one less card that might be relevant.
I guess it's just in this instance especially, it's particularly rough, right, because with both of your V's prized, there is nothing that you can attach to make use of that for a Seal Stone. That's the big kicker there for Arnie here.
Yeah, and I guess with the Cleffer, we saw this with Tord at EUIC last year, where he showed us how Charizard EX can be played with different consistency cards, and it was the Cleffer that almost act as a backup Rotom in the cases where you don't have it, and also can be found off the Buddy Puffin. So actually having the Cleffer available, putting that in the active, and it's also a card you don't mind getting knocked out.
No, not at all. So now I imagine it'll come down to, can Antoine put together the Togekiss combo, because if you can evolve into Golden Go and get an easy Make It Rain KO with the Togekiss out, maybe you could turn that Cleffer, which you don't, Arnie, you don't mind it getting KO'd, but maybe you mind it a little bit more if it's worth 2 prize cards.
Yeah, and I guess at any point during the game you want that Togekiss to flip a heads.
Yeah.
And if you're taking out a 1 prizer and 2 prizes, you just need the 1 heads across the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The principle of the Togekiss.
Yeah, just it doesn't matter. You kind of play around the luck of it a little bit more, because you can kind of make it so that even if you only get lucky with it, quote unquote, once, it still is the difference between winning or losing. So Cleffer coming in after the retreat of the Charmander, grasping draws up to 7, over to Antoine. What can he put together here?
So there we go, the attach retreat will allow the Gimmighoul to come into the active and evolve into a Golden Go, and now the drawing begins. Coin bonus for 2.
Yeah, coin bonus, 2 cards are on there. Looks like, another Golden Go from the hand. That's pretty good as well. You can evolve the bench Gimmighoul, start drawing even more. Coin bonus can come in even further, and imagine Antoine will be wanting to see one of those 2 combo pieces, either the Rare Candy or the Togekiss, so you can get that Wonder Kiss online.
Well, just a little bit of thinking here, and this is the key with these aggressive decks that draw a lot of cards, is the order of which you do it can often dictate whether you win or lose, especially when you are able to search for cards. Sometimes you want to draw first and then search later, and in the case of Golden Go, you sometimes have to draw first, draw after searching for those cards, because you're going to put them on the top of your deck, and in this case it will be that Energy Search Pro that will likely be sitting on the top of the deck.
Yeah, but hold on a second, did I see Antoine go for another Golden Go off those 2 cards? I thought that was 1 in hand already. Do you want to save it for later, maybe?
Let's have a look. Let's see what's drawn.
Okay, so here you go. You shuffle the rest of the deck and the 2 cards on top, and then we'll go ahead and Energy Retrieval. Oh, okay, going for the Pokestop combo. Okay, so actually just kind of playing it a little bit safe here. Doesn't want to put together the really big wombo combo, just kind of protecting themselves a little bit with the combo of that Pokestop and the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, the advantage there, the Cleffer, a nice easy knockout, just the one energy required. And by only taking one prize card, you're keeping that Charmander out of range unless Dust Noir gets used. So you're forcing resources out of Arnie to take this next knockout. And without anything evolved on the board, that's a lot of rare candies required.
Yeah, that's a really good sort of adaptation there from Antoine, recognizing how can I play around Arnie's ability to manipulate the prizes to do more damage and make it so that I'm a little bit more safe in the event that Arnie can put together a KO. And like you said, now that Arnie's going to have to make use of the Dust Noirs to do it, it's going to force a lot more out of Arnie to be able to do this. And maybe that means that Arnie can't disrupt Antoine, for example, and then Antoine will fire on all cylinders for next turn.
The only concern here could be that Cypher Maniac's code breaking, priming the deck with cards on top, would potentially work against Antoine when Unfair Stamp gets played, if it gets played, as that is a great way to work against the Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
Yeah, so I guess Antoine there is making the calculation based on, with the amount of other things that Arnie needs, can he afford to play the Unfair Stamp if he wants to set up the rest of his board? And I think that's why Antoine took the calculated risk there.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out. Arnie just establishing all of the evolutions. The Pidgeot is available, has been used to set up the next evolution, which is the Charizard. And that will allow energy to be accelerated out of the deck too. One of the great benefits of this Charizard, that when you evolve it, you are able to search your deck for 3 basic Fire Energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like, ultimately setting up itself.
Yeah, that Infernal Rain ability, great for setting up itself and for setting up a follow-up attacker, and then powering itself up for that Burning Darkness attack, which basically punishes your opponent for winning the game.
Interesting situation here. Togepi, one of the few Pokemon in our format right now that has 50 HP, which does mean that Dusclops would be able to knock it out.
Oh no, okay, that's definitely something to bear in mind, as if Arnie can find a Dusclops here, there could be a pretty devastating turn coming, as we do see that Ultra Ball.
And that is the downside of the 50 HP basic Pokemon.
But for Togepi, there's no choice, right? There is no higher HP Togepi that you can play, so it's just, yeah, this Dusclops here going to come in to potentially punish this a little bit, and yeah, there it is.
Simplifies the evolution, doesn't need another rare candy to be able to do it, and also will be taking away the biggest threat on the board, which is that Togekiss. Once that Togekiss comes out, the game can accelerate very quickly for Antoine.
Yeah, so going to go ahead and use the Curse Blast for only 5 damage counters, but will be enough to KO that Togepi. Arnie goes ahead and takes a prize. Antoine will get to take a prize too.
That is very important right now. That will allow the Charizard to now take a knockout on a Golden Go.
With the Defiance Band, of course. Yeah, so that's actually, so the math works out perfectly for Arnie there. Now, the one thing that will help Antoine a little bit is that you don't need to rely on the Togekiss flip as much if you can just go ahead and KO two prizes to win the game, but then you might just fall victim to Briar again.
Exactly. This is a great turn from Arnie, showing the power of a huge hand starting off a Charizard turn 2. Thanks to that Cleffer drawing up to 7. All the options are available, plus the Fezandifty, flip the script. You're seeing so many cards, and then once you're able to tutor out exactly what you need with that Pidgeot, able to do so much. And the Golden Go will go down. Arnie taking 2 prize cards. Antoine has a lot to respond here.
Yeah, it feels so rough, right? It feels like Antoine tried 2 different approaches, and both of them didn't work for different reasons, right? And it just goes to show how powerful this Charizard deck is.
But do remember, Antoine primed the deck just before, so we'll be able to find the exact cards needed to take the knockout here, as the Energy Search Pro and Golden Go were left on top of the deck.
Yeah, that is big. So we'll be able to fit a lot of cards from the deck here. We do not seen many energy being used or discarded right now. So there it is. Psychic, Fire, the Fighting, Lightning, Water, Metal, Dark, Grass. I think I got all of them there.
If you could, it would be Fairy as well, but no longer got Fairy in rotation. And Energy Search Pro finds all the energy from the deck.
That's 6 I see there.
And that's going to be close to enough, and I think there was some superior energy retrievals in hand too. We flipped the script as well.
It would have been all of them were it not for the fact that the Water and the Fighting were prized. So yeah, we see there the Metal, the Grass, the Lightning, the Fire, and the Dark.
I mean, when you look at it, there is only 10 energy in the deck for Antoine. So you're asking quite a lot to reach a knockout on a Charizard, because you've got the energy you need to attach, plus the 7 energy to knock out. So there are 2 energy prizes. It would literally be all of Antoine's energy required here.
Yeah, but maybe that's fine. Maybe that is just what you can go for. It just means that you are, what, 1 Earthen Vessel away from getting it here? Because I believe, if you can just find a way to get the Metal Energy in a discard back. There's 2 Metal Energy in a discard right now, isn't there? Because there was 1 for the attack, 1 that was discarded. And here goes the Pokestop. Oh, finds a nest ball on a Buddy Poffin. Gonna be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, and I think just trying to set up more of a board for the future turns, maybe try and get another Togepi going, but then you're worried about the Togepi being in range of the Dusclops. There's so much to think about here for Antoine.
Yeah, it's rough going no matter which way you look at it, and I'm sure Antoine is going to be considering that very carefully as they go through their deck now. Second Gimmighoul coming down so that you can evolve it in again the next turn, but yeah, just really reluctant to bench that Togepi, and maybe you don't really need it as much because there is a prize map there for you. You knock out 2-2 prizes and you will be able to win the game, so I think you just, in this match as it stands currently, oh no, maybe not though, maybe you think I just want to go for this Togepi still.
I guess in your head you're thinking, well, they can still just use Dusknoir anyway, so it's not like I'm going to avoid anything, and maybe the Togepi could be the difference maker at the end. I'm not sure. It's a really tough position to be in. Those Charizard with 3 prize cards remaining does have the Briar available as well as many other things, and now it's on Antoine to try and get those last few energy back from the discard pile to get this knockout.
And there is the superior energy retrieval ready to go, so I do believe this will do it here as Antoine does go ahead and play that Irida. Let's see, how many energy are left in the deck? I don't think there's any, right? I think it's
all of them.
Yeah, because the 2 metals are in the discard pile, so you can go ahead and search for a water Pokemon, and any item here can maybe just search for something a bit useless to thin the deck. That Canceling Clone could be an idea. Definitely going to want to go for that Radiant Greninja to draw some more cards, or you could go for the Rare Candy now so that it's ready for next turn as well. There's a few different options you could go for if you're Antoine, especially because you already know that the energy is ready to go, and it will be that Ultra Ball choice from Antoine.
Okay, so the knockout should be happening here, and Arnie has the ability to use Radiant Charizard too as an attacking option, but then you wouldn't be able to Briar, but then maybe that's where you'd apply the Dusknoir combination. So it looks like next turn Arnie's going to be looking to try and respond, but for now Antoine just doing everything possible to set up for in case there's another turn, knowing that all they can do right now is take a big knockout here and hope.
Yeah, it is all you can do here. There is no option to disrupt. It's very unfortunate that this is a situation that you're in, but sometimes you just have to play the cards to the best of your ability. Night Stretcher coming in for an extra Goldengo. That Gimmighoul has been out for a turn, so you can go ahead and coin bonus. Finds another Ultra Ball, though, it looks like.
So the superior energy retrievals are there. It's now just what can you discard, and that can be the tough decision sometimes in these decks that have a lot of discarding, is what are the cards you're comfortable with losing, and on this occasion it's going to be a Nest Ball.
And probably one of the Ultra Balls, right? It's fine, you have 2 of them, you probably can afford to get rid of one, or the Iron Bundle, that's not going to be much use to here. So we'll go ahead and grab the remaining energy, and like you said, Mike, all of the energy that Mike has, or that Antoine has access to, will be discarded as part of this Make It Rain. 7 coming in to take the knockout on this Charizard for 2 prizes. Can Arnie put together the win on this turn here and lock a spot in top 4?
Yeah, that's it right now. This is to make it into that semi-final. Arnie has to try and find a way to take 3 prize cards, staring down a Goldengo, whether it's using a Charizard EX with a Briar, or whether it's using a Radiant Charizard plus a Dusknoir. What is the correct route here for Arnie? Just calculating it all right now.
So Buddy Poffin comes in, and actually, that was just to check the deck, which to me that says I think Arnie's able to put it all together now. There is the Rare Candy.
Okay, so Rare Candy, is that going to be the Rare Candy for the Charizard?
Well, the thing is, Arnie took the Luminion off the prizes last turn, so I think, yeah, you use Luminion from the Briar. Yeah, the game's over. That's it.
Rare Candy for the Charizard EX. Charizard EX will be able to go into the active spot and take this knockout alongside that Briar, which will take 3 prize cards, and Arnie will progress to the semi-finals here at Stuttgart.
Wins convincingly 2-0. Huge congratulations to Arnie, making it into top 4 here in Stuttgart, and commiserations to Antoine as well. Must be so happy to get a top 8, but yeah, it's a rough way to go out. Really couldn't have done much different there, I think.
No, Goldengo, very good deck in the format right now, but there are a few decks that are tough to deal with, and I think Charizard EX can be one of those. Just so big, knocking out one of those Charizard EX. 330 HP requires 7 energy, and on this occasion it was too much to ask for, and especially with those Dusknoirs, they really allow Arnie to control the matchup and choose when to take those prizes, and let's see how it all happened.
Yeah, so going into game 1, we did see that there was a bit of a difference in setup as well, to be fair. Antoine didn't really have the best setup in either game. Meanwhile, Arnie was really just firing on all cylinders, and even when Antoine was able to put together this huge KO, let's not underestimate this. Boss's orders on the Rotom V, 4 energy discarded to Make It Rain, heads on the Togekiss for the Wonder Kiss to get the extra prize, and we can remind ourselves in a moment, there is the heads, 3 prizes taken, but then because of that, Arnie was very easily able to put together the sort of knockback win next turn.
Yeah, that's the tough thing, is you want to take prize cards quickly as Goldengo, but the moment you start taking either 2 or 3 prize cards, it's in range of Arnie. Even if you take 1 prize card, because of the Duskull that can evolve into the Dusknoir or the Dusclops, as we saw, it does allow Arnie to control those prize cards and make the Charizard EX take knockouts on the Golden Go. And on the second game, the Cleffa was knocked out. Smart by Antoine to try and keep the prize cards lower. But as we saw throughout that turn, Arnie was able to re-establish the Charizard EX into the range of Golden Go and take that big knockout.
Yeah, and I think the big part was in that second game, especially, that Arnie was able to get down those Dust Goals so early, because that's what enables you to have that control of the prizes, have the control of the amount of damage that you're doing with the Charizard when you're turning on things like Defiance Band to reach for KOs. It was played massively there from Arnie, as we saw Antoine was able to take this huge KO on the Charizard EX for 2 prizes, but Arnie was able to piece it all together there with the Infernal Rain and the Briar to attack with Burning Darkness and win the game.
I love how Antoine asked all the questions and said, can you do it? And it turns out when you got a Pidgeot EX that can search for any card in your deck, it becomes increasingly easier for Charizard as the game goes on. And I think that was just a masterclass from Arnie, showing exactly why Charizard EX is one of the strongest decks in the format and remains that way even now at a perfect time for it to take on the meta.
Yeah, it does seem like you back the right Pokemon in this instance, so we'll have to see how the other top 8 games go. We won't be showing them on stream, but actually I wonder if we maybe have some updates from the other top 8 games we can give to you guys just to let you know how those are going. We do have the sort of stream pairings back here, or just the pairings in general, so we can have a look at that. I don't think we have any updates currently, but as soon as we know, we'll let you know, of course, and we'll keep you updated on how the rest of our top 8 games are going.
And also make sure you let us know how your event's going, or if you've been watching from home using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X and Instagram, and make sure you leave a follow here on whichever streaming platform you're watching us on, as there's so much action throughout the season, not just today, not just here in Stuttgart. We've just witnessed the quarterfinals, our first match there, but also we have so many more events across the season, especially as a UK citizen, I'm very excited to be having the back-to-back tournaments with Birmingham followed by EUIC in London, and then for everything else we'll be traveling all around the world for some amazing Pokemon action.
Yeah, I'll be actually playing in both Birmingham and the EUIC in London, so if you see me, please feel free to say hi, and maybe don't be so shocked that I'm there out playing on the field, because it happened so many times before.
We had some good performances from casters, both Joe Bernard and Jesper making their way into day 2. Some of us do know how to play. I've yet to have a chance to prove myself, so maybe I'll have to do that later on in the season. But if you want to prove yourself, make sure you get involved in your local scene. Go along to find out what it's like. The best place to start is your nearest place of play, and you can find that on the event locator on the Pokemon website. That's how I started. It's how most people here started, and everyone's so welcoming. I know the first time I ever went along, I got battered every match I played. I was getting battered, but quickly you learn and you get shown the ropes and the best cards to put in your decks.
Did you dive in straight with a tournament, or was it just more like local casual play where you got battered?
It was casual play.
Okay.
Yeah. I lived, a fun story, I lived right by the Sheffield Regional as it happened, and I got into playing as the Sheffield Region happened.
No way!
So it was like a crazy timing, but unfortunately didn't get to go to the regional event. I think that's the key for you. If you live near a regional event, it's worth hopping along.
What year was that? Do you
2019.
remember? 2019. Was I casting that? I don't think I was casting that one. I casted one of the Sheffield Regionals, but I don't think it was that one.
Well, we're casting in Stuttgart, right?
Yeah, exactly. So,
and we're having a lot of fun here. It's a great place to be. We've been here 3 years running now. Great venue and lots of space now. We have almost 1,700 Masters competitors here, and now we're just down to 8, almost 4, as we've just witnessed one of our quarterfinals matches conclude.
Oh, hold on. Sorry to interrupt you. We do have one update for top 8. Robin Schultz has lost 2-0, so Matej will be advancing to top 4 with Terrapagos knocked out. Wait, Terrapagos beating Clorf 2-0?
Yeah, it's possible.
It's impressive.
Yeah, there's interesting interactions you can have there where the Clorf attacks, it puts itself down to 110 HP, you use the Pidgeot to attack for 100, and then the poison ticks it over, so then you're in a position where they don't get to use Serendipity and so on.
Okay.
There's also just every matchup is possible to win if your opponent doesn't quite draw correctly as well. There's always a chance.
I guess so. Well, huge congratulations to Matej then to make it into the top 4. And also another update, Maz is currently 1-0 up against Nathan in one of our top 4 games. So Ironthorn's Dragapult 1-0 up against Gardevoir, it seems.
Maz is having a right tournament here.
Yeah, isn't he just?
Starting 10-0 and then looking to be in a great position as #1 seed in our top 8 here. Like we mentioned earlier on, if you just joined in, we did have a perfect top 8. So there was no asymmetrical top cut. We just had 8 players who separated themselves from the rest at 29 points and higher, and they are currently battling it out in the quarterfinals.
One more update for you. So the last topic match, that's of course Irvind against Owen. That is currently 1-0 1-1, so they're on the last game currently. So yeah, very exciting stuff. Yeah, here's a visual bracket update for you, so you guys can see how everyone's getting on.
Yeah, Owen playing that Golden Go and Urvind on the Charizard. So very exciting. We did just witness Charizard beating Golden Go, and I'm interested to hear how Arnie found the matchup themselves. So let's go find out.
Welcome everyone. I'm on the floor with our feature match winner, Arnie. How are we feeling going into top 4?
It's feeling really good. Like, I don't know what to say. It has been amazing today, and I'm hoping to take it all the way to home.
That's what we're talking about, bringing it all that way to the end, and you're so ever so close. Now I have to ask the question, why Charizard and this event?
I mean, I've been playing Charizard for actually quite a long time, and I played it first to Little Regionals that were like 1 month ago, something like that. Then there was Dance Regionals after that, and then now I'm here and I'm playing the same 60 in all of these tournaments. So like when other people are deciding their deck list, I haven't just go with the same deck. I've been practicing a lot with this deck, and I know the deck quite well. So I was just thinking that I'm just gonna play the same deck, and it's going very good.
That is such masterful advice. Stick with the deck that you know and master it until the end, and you are a gleaming kind of example of that, of bringing Charizard for the 3rd event in a row, but this time planning to take it all the way. How is the season looking for you as a whole? How have we been doing so far?
It's actually very good. I played in all of the European events. I wasn't able to go to Brazil, but in all of the European events, I've been day 2 in all of them. And in Lille, I finished top 32. In the other ones, I finished top 128, almost top 64. So pretty good, but now this is the best one so far.
Of course, and of course hoping to take it all the way. So are we going to see you at the World Championships, do we think?
I hope so. Yeah.
I love that so much. That is so incredible to hear. What would your top tip be for a player who's aiming for Worlds?
I would say like just practice games, and like even though when you lose games, do not think them as a bad thing. Think about them more as a learning experience. Like you will learn from your losses, and once you lose, you will win games after that. So just keep going.
Amazing. That is such great advice from a fantastic player who's had amazingly consistent results throughout this season. Thank you so much, Arnie, for joining us. Good luck in your matches. I won't use up any more of your brain power. You're going to need it. Thank you so much. You're so welcome. Very quickly, any shout outs to anyone out there who have helped you get this far?
I mean, I have a lot of friends all around the world. Shout out to all of them. You know, guys, who you are. I'm not gonna like shout out every name. And then shout out to my mom and dad, and then of course just shout out to everyone. And yeah, it's.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, guys, we're going to be back very quickly with the action. So have a look at what we've got in store in the meantime to keep you entertained.
watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
An area Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community, you need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
Hi trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, European TCG player and caster. Today, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the European Pokemon TCG scene and their long-sought success and recognition in the global Pokemon scene. Ever since Tom Rose's breakout Worlds win for Finland in 2007, beating Denmark's Stefan From in an all-European finals, it was a long drought for European success, other than a 2012 Worlds win for Portugal's Igor Costa. However, with the introduction of international championships and live streams from European tournaments, the drought soon came to an end, as Norway's Tord Reklev and France's Stefan Ivanov started their collection of international finals and wins. Then, after 6 years of waiting, Germany's Robin Schultz brought the world title back to Europe from Nashville in 2018. After the pause in tournaments in 2020 and 2021, Andrej Skubal from Czechia took the 2022 World Championships.
Second time in 3 tournaments, Europe's gone and done it, Joe. Congratulations to Andre.
Bringing us very nicely into the 2025 season Latin America International Championships. European players had an incredibly strong showing at LAIC, with half of the top 8 comprising of European players. Rose Gregson from the UK, herself a UK senior national champion all the way back in 2015, Finland's India Korlinov, as well as Daniel Magda and Miloslav Posledny, 2 of Andre's compatriots from Czechia. Daniel and Miloslav worked on the Regidrago V-Star list for this event together, resulting in a 60-card mirror match being played when they met each other in top 4. Miloslav was able to take that set, advancing to the finals to meet one of Oceania's strongest competitors, Australia's Brent Tonneson. Miloslav was undeterred, however, and managed to win 2-1 to become the 2025 LASE champion, and continue to establish the European presence as a force to be reckoned with on the international scene. Do you want to make your own mark on the competitive Pokemon TCG scene and follow along with your favorite players and see how they do? Then go to Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can start your journey as a competitive player, and stay tuned to the stream to learn from the best and root for your favorites.
Look at all those excited faces. Of course, we are back. I'm Amy Wasley, and I am joined by the fantastic Alex Dow. Alex, how does it feel to watch all those players going towards the very tippity top of this tournament?
I mean, it's incredible to watch it across all of the divisions. I mean, we just saw that wonderful video there, just panning across some of our younger sort of generation of players as well, which is incredible to see. Like I said, you've always had a little bit of a soft spot with a few of them because they are doing fantastically well from your league, of course. But yes, of course, we are showcasing a lot of the Masters division. We will hopefully get a chance, maybe try and sneak in some junior, senior conversations where we can as well.
Amazing if we can. We will bring it to your screens. We know that a lot of the Poke parents appreciate it, of course, when we honor the fact that their kids are working so hard as well, and they're fantastic players in their own right. We were talking about their innovation levels earlier, and it'd be great to hear from them themselves, to hear about their wacky ideas, whether it came to them in a dream or playing a game. You just never know.
Yeah, absolutely, because just the way they ended up playing as well can sometimes represent a similar way to our Masters division. Of course, if we reel it back in, we're going to be looking at the top 8 of our Masters division here. It was a clean top 8 that was already been highlighted before. We've had our first top 8 match, and they're still kind of finalizing the other matchups at the moment. But some interesting decks here, Amy. A number of them we have seen on stream, but one actually we haven't yet, that Matej has been playing, that Palkia V-Star Terrapagos EX deck.
Absolutely, we've seen it before, but now it's coming back around and making a full circle. Terrapagos once again showing Stellar Crown was certainly an impactful set on our meta, and having all of these diverse decks work in very different ways to one another, almost countering each other in sort of several ways. We really do have a very large tussle on our hands going into top 4, as the decks kind of do have those rough matchups into one another.
Absolutely. We talked a lot this weekend where we have a bit of a rock, paper, scissors kind of format. Obviously, it's more than just a free, a bit of more than a triangle.
Oh, yeah.
Where it becomes sort of a, I don't know, a hexagon or a pentagon, maybe even beyond in terms of a shape. But it's really fun to see such a wide format, and that's what makes it so interesting. Because just talking about Terrapagos there, we talk about fusion Pokemon of different sort of archetypes bundling in together, and that's another one where Terrapagos has found a partner in Palkia.
Yeah, exactly. Palkia, Clorf, Terrapagos on its own. What partner will it have next? I think there's a lot of opportunities for that to go even further. But speaking of fantastic decks that go further, we've got our 2 players ready. Arnie once again with that powerful Charizard.
Yep, up against Matej, we are going to be able to showcase that Palkia V-Star Terrapagos EX deck, yet another new deck across our weekend as well. So a really interesting, intricate deck, loads of combo pieces that need to kind of come together because it utilizes those Hoot-Hoots and the Noctowls here. As you do get a quick glimpse of Arnie's position right now. He's found himself in top 4 and already surpassed his best finish of that regional top 8 in Dortmund.
Absolutely, and we were speaking with him just then next to the stage, and he says, you know, had these really consistent finishes, but now he's ready to take it all the way, and I believe he can. However, there is going to be hurdles to jump through and bound across as Arnie faces a troublesome opponent.
Yep, absolutely. Usually that Charizard has something like a bit of a weakness to water types, but obviously with the dark type, with that Terra Charizard EX that Arnie is playing, he's up against Matej's Palkia V-Star Terrapagos EX deck. I kind of mentioned it before. Oh, just wanted to make sure as well. This is actually Mateusz on the left-hand side. As you can see, we haven't been able to highlight too many accomplishments so far, but, you know, this is one way to make a name for yourself here. So he is, as we've already mentioned, this Palkia V-Star to Rapkos EX Day. He's going to want to try and utilize Fan Rotom, that Fan Core ability, to kind of start going into those Hoot-Hoots and the Noctowers as well, and really start to set up those massive combo pieces.
It's been a long 2 days, and Mateusz is bringing it right into our top 4, which is absolutely phenomenal for a player to be putting the first accolade on their achievements list.
Yeah.
Now, there are some accolades that may be a bit out of date. We might not have some of the data, so maybe they've had some great repertoires in the past. However, of course, we adjusted it there for Arnie as well. I tell you what, I'd have noticed if Mateusz had looked our way.
Yeah, it was
chatting with the judges, and so I didn't notice it was a completely different person there. Oopsie.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were going on about the accomplishments of Arnie there. We know Arnie's been an accomplished player for some time now. Obviously, just showcased that Charizard EX deck that in that top 8 as well, as we do get a glimpse of what Mateusz is going to be working with. It's going to be starting with that Palkia V in the active spots. Maybe that gives us a little bit of inkling who might be going first. Prizes are being set out by our players here in this top 4 match. Here's our players now just placing it down, and we get a glimpse, of course, first.
Okay, let's see if there's anything troublesome in here. Now, not too crazy on either side, I would like to say.
A couple of energies from Arnie. I mean, with Charizard, typically not playing as many to begin with when he's only playing 5. We do look like we're kicking off our Masters top 4. This is the B-side match because we have both players ready here. Here's Mateusz, who's kicking us off. Started that Origin form Palkia V in the active spot. Most likely happy to do so because he was going first. And it's just a pass over after Hoo-Hoo does go onto the bench.
Oh my, that's not the strongest start. We usually want to see Fan Rotom when we're going first, so not seeing that can be quite troublesome. But so onto Arnie's turn. If they can set up really strong here and create a demanding board presence, it could really spell out the methodical stance of the game. Going for a Rotom, which we heard Freya and Mike just tell us so much about in last battle, where it's so crucial to the consistent setup of these Charizard decks.
Especially after seeing how Mateusz has just had his turn 1 as well. As long as you can kind of set up your board state with the way Arnie has done in that top 8 so far, and then just draw 3 additional cards with that instant charge ability, that's really going to be sort of pushing Arnie into a great position just on their first turn.
And what better turn to use this amazing ability? Sure, it ends your turn, but realistically, a deck like Charizard isn't going to be attacking on the first turn regardless. So with that option removed, what better than to draw 3 cards?
Exactly that, and just not being able to attack with anything meaningful. We do see an Ultra Ball coming down now as well, eyeing up one of those Charmanders onto the bench right now.
We're going to need them.
Yeah, that's going to be the main attacker. Of course, we saw it really sort of infernal raining all over the place in the top 8 already, and Arnie's going to be hoping for the same sort of spread and sort of matchup. Just kind of looking at Mateusz's hand, I don't know if there was too much going there. Of course, couldn't play a supporter on his first turn. So maybe there's something that can bail him out despite only having that Palkia and 1 Hoot-Hoot down right now.
Oh, it's just not a fantastic first turn from either player, really. Arnie has a lot that they need to draw into to be able to make this a very effective game so far. So Mateusz might have some time, but why are we unknowing, Alex? What have you seen?
It's just the top deck of a boss's orders, and that hand doesn't seem too playable right now. Area 0 under decks, a couple of sort of Pokemon or energy retreat recovery cards with that Night Stretcher, and it's just not looking too good right now. But there is plenty of time in these top 4 matches. Remember, 75 minutes, I believe, on the clock right now, almost down to the 72-minute mark. It's just a pass over. After that instant charge, Arnie does find themselves with a Buddy Poppin. Now continue setting up further Charmanders and maybe even look at going for the Dust Goal as well.
Absolutely, that would be a great play here. Just completely setting up the board, getting as consistent as possible. Arnie knows that as long as this comes along nicely, kind of we're okay. We can go slow and steady. The unfortunate part about Mateusz having a bit of a slow start is that Charizard's damage output is very dependent on your opponent also taking prize cards. So we need that Duskull in order to boost damage, allowing our opponent to take a prize card, boosting our damage output on a single turn so that we can actually create meaningful knockouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And not even just boost up the damage from that Burning Darkness. Of course, with that Curse Blast attack, well, not attack, ability, I should say, on the Dusknoirs and the Dusclops. Dusclops allowing you to put 5 damage counters, Dusknoir allowing you to put 13 damage counters down.
What?
Just means that there's a lot of sort of nuances that Arnie can start to play around with, as we saw very expertly utilizing that Briar in that top 8 match against Antoine, being able to take game 1, I believe I saw. And there's another instant charge. Let's just keep setting up that board.
Absolutely. Slow and steady wins the race. We're perfectly fine taking our time. Now, what's the top deck?
So, Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, which is also hitting the field now. Again, just not another card that can get Mateusz out of this troublesome hand, I should say. If it was able to just work with something like a Fan Call on that first turn, maybe there might be a way, because you're getting cards out of the deck as well. But it's just...
Right on. Wow. Forest Sealstone, just the momentum is picking up on Arnie's side. While Mateusz kind of feels like they're a bit swamped here, stuck in that mud, and really not able to do much. And we might end up in that checkmate kind of solution where we find that these Dusclops and Duskull decks really shine, where they're able to take out Pokemon before they're able to be particularly useful, like Hoot Hoot.
And this is where it gets really troublesome, because now Arnie is able to cherry pick any card from the deck with that fantastic quick search ability of that Pidgeot EX coming down from the rare candy on that active Pidgey. Has free retreat as well, which is just another aspect of the card that allows it to be so well played and such a good card for this kind of archetype. As we do see an Arvin now utilize Ultra Ball and a Defiance Band. Defiance Band not quite as useful here, because we're going to be going for maybe forward early quite soon as well, unless we pop off one of those Curse Blasts.
Ooh, let's see. We're going for the Ultra Ball. Charmeleon was evolved last turn as well, so there's potential there. So we've got the Charizard in hand already, which is superb. Looking, yeah, I think you're quite right. There we are, the Dusclops evolution, our Cursed Blast buddies, and our Charizard activating Infernal Rain to pluck 2 energy directly out of the deck and attach it to any of your Fire-type Pokemon. So Charizard just gets itself ready.
Yeah, so potentially that Curse Blast could be utilized on the active and make it easy for a Burning Darkness attack to knock out the Palkia V in the active spot. Alternatively, can look to try and utilize it elsewhere. Would then be able to deal 210 damage with Burning Darkness, but has that Defiance Band now in hand. Who would have thought the first prize was going to be taken by Mateusz based on the hand and the board state that's been going? But with the Defiance Band now stretching to 240 damage and 2 prizes taken for Arnie. Now just only 1 prize ahead in this scenario, but Mateusz is so far again on the back foot. There's a Earthen Vessel, again, not something that's going to really help their position right now.
We're not seeing much movement and are being unable to evolve into the Palkia. V-Star decides enough is enough. We've got limited time here. Let's move on as Arnie takes game 1 by storm by manipulating the opponent's prize cards to boost his own damage output. Dang!
Yeah, exactly, in combination with that Defiance Band as well, able to just very easily overcome that HP total of the origin form Palkia V there. Very simple game plan from Arnie, setting up that board state with the multiple uses of Instant Charge, the slow evolution of that Charmander into the Charmeleon, into the Charizard, and then just taking out big threats on the board state, making sure the damage counters aren't wasted either, getting it onto the benched Blood Moon Ursaluna. We know how big and tanky that is, but at the same time, Arnie just in such a commanding spot here. Mateusz is going to be hoping for a better opening hand in game 2.
We can only hope, because unfortunately, as we saw, it was just too much. Arnie's board state was just too commanding. It was going to have longevity, and unfortunately, it was just far too much. And it's better to conserve time, move on to his games 2 and possibly 3 to see if we can get into a winning position this time.
Yeah, absolutely. We do get a little bit of an update as well, as we do see the winner of that round, Swiss round 11, Owen Cameron, has fallen to a Charizard EX, I believe, in Oshvind. So, and yet another Finnish player has made it into the top 4 with that Charizard EX. It's really coming up trumps here, showing and showcasing just how good that deck is when no one has to think about it.
Just wanted to toot your own horn on that one, didn't you, from your caster prediction? You couldn't help yourself.
I would never. I mean, I'm not the one piloting it. It's both of these fantastic players who have made it thus far into top 4, maybe trying to go all the way and take it home. But Arnie in such a commanding spot right now, as both our players are just setting up for our game 2. So just a reminder, this is our top 4 side of the bracket. In the B side right now, where we do have Arnie up against Mateus, is this Charizard EX deck up against Palkia V-Star Terrapagos, and Arnie is taking the advantage.
Here in Stuttgart, we are soaring towards our champion in this top 4 match, who will progress onwards. We're 1 game up to Arnie, our Charizard player. If you're just joining us, it was a onslaught of Charizard nonsense, and we're ready to continue.
So the prize is here again for both our players. The Pidgeot EX is there, so maybe a little bit more difficult to get out to, but Mateus is kicking us off. This is game 2 of the Masters top 4 on the B side of the bracket. There's a Radiant Greninja in the active spot, has a Nest Ball, so there's a couple of aspects we will be able to go down this time. So Nest Ball most likely going for that Fan Rotom, already moved to the front of the deck. We'll be double checking those prizes because it's also important to find out what Mateus has access to.
Fan Rotom was hiding in the prize cards last game, so I'm very glad to see it in the deck so that it can propel us into action this time.
Yeah, so there's going to be like a unique aspect of the deck. Of course, the Fan Rotom Fan Call ability, able to only on your first turn, you can search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. That's why you're able to utilize it so well and synergize so well with those Hoot and Noctowls. Of course, Noctowl has that fantastic Jewel Seeker ability when you have a Terra Pokemon in play, and that's why this Palkia V-Star is combined with Terrapagos EX. And we do see the Palkia V also coming down, Palkia V-Star also in hand for turn 2. So looks like there's quite a few pieces that are coming together on this first turn. Maybe you just would like an energy somehow to just be able to maybe just draw a few more cards with that concealed cards ability of that Radiant Greninja.
Absolutely, but a much stronger start, like you say, Alex. This is much better. All of the friends are coming through to this bench. They're all ready for a party, and we're activating that Fan Call ability, where Fan Rotom calls 3 friends who must have a colorless Pokemon and must have 100 HP or less. And it looks like we're going with Hoot Noctowl.
Amazing. It does have another Noctowl in hand as well. Not that Arnie will know this. This is one of the only troubling aspects sometimes with this deck, where you're kind of telepathing to your opponent that you might have a Noctowl in hand. So you could be suspect of something like an Iono, moving those Noctowls to the bottom. But Arnie has both options of Iono and Arven, and Arven's just so much better here to set up that board state.
Yeah, it's just that really typical, but absolutely for good reason, Charizard first turn play. We're going to Arven for a Buddy Poffin and possibly a Forest Sealstone, or maybe a way to get a Rotom so the Forest Sealstone has a target. There's so many options here, but it's a very fantastic play. It's why Charizard doesn't really mind going second, because Arven is such a strong supporter to get us consistently set up.
And in honesty, I think Arnie's hand's actually really strong as well, alongside that potential Iono that might be there. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. I think there's already one of those Rotom Vs already as well, so maybe not even having to worry about finding a way to get it. But Buddy Poffin first, so let's have a little look, just make sure.
The buddies first, the Buddy Poffin. Such a fantastic staple card in our format, allowing you to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. That's a lot of our unevolved Pokemon to account for. So our Pidgeys, our Charmanders, even look, our Hoots and Fan Rotoms in the format. So we've got so many choices with Buddy Poffin. It has become a real staple card in most decks.
Yeah, and Charizard's one of those decks which can utilize so many sort of smaller HP Pokemon, not just the Charmanders. You can grab the Pidgeys, you can grab the Duskulls as well. You can even grab Cleffa if you find yourself so inclined to, if it found yourself maybe with fewer cards in hand where drawing up to 7 is actually better value than something like a Rotom V. But Arnie just kind of double checking what the options are. Really doesn't want to lose that active Pidgey and just wants to maybe thought about it for a split second, maybe get a second Pidgey down. But if Pidgey goes down, or if the one Charmander goes down, you're probably in a bit of a pickle where you don't really have an attacker. So
yeah, that's the thing. Mateusz is probably going to confidently take a knockout, also Arnie might expect. So we really do want to make sure that we're kind of getting those essential attacking Pokemon down that aren't going to be able to be knocked out. So we're going for the Rotom and going straight for the instant charge for 3 more cards, and Arnie's turn has ended.
Here we go. Top deck of Mateusz does have a few options. Oh, it has a Professor's Research in hand as well, but of course doesn't want to throw away those knocked out Jewel Seekers. So we're going to be comboing here. There's going to be a number of pieces that are going to be coming together. Probably would just want to find a way to sort of get some energies out of the deck as well. So maybe at one point looking to try and get some Earthen Vessels, draw a few more cards. The stadium's also important to kind of build up that board. Things are cooking here for Mateusz. There's a lot of opportunity and a lot of options.
So we don't really have any water type energy in the discard pile yet. So thankfully for Arnie, it looks like the water type Pokemon won't be attacking. However, Terrapagos itself is such a valid attacker in this meta right now, with just for 2 energy or 1 double turbo energy being able to use Unified Beatdown, which has a perfect combination with our newer stadium on the block, Area 0 Underdepths, which will allow Mateusz to have a bench space of 8 rather than our usual 5.
Yeah, and that's where we get loads of utility in this deck, Amy. You are correct. Terrapagos in this version doesn't play the double turbo energy, but can hit for the full 240 when it needs to. What I'd like to see here from Mateusz is actually go for some energy into the discard where possible. Maybe start using some concealed cards, get that Star Portal live, and maybe try and target down a couple of those, you know, pesky Charmanders on the board. Because Radiant Greninja, if you can get those energies in there, especially with things like the Professor's Research that's also still in the hand and a second Noctowl, those combo pieces are coming, and it's going to be a scary time for Arnie if you're staring down at a Moonlight Shuriken. But let's see if we can get there first. First concealed cards, first water energy in the discard. 2 cards off the top.
Can they discard things for us? I think they can.
I think I saw a Nest Ball and a Pheasantipity.
Oh, no, it was just a Pheasantipity. Okay, so we're going for the Area 0 Underdepths now. Our bench is bigger, so we can use the Nest Ball. But is it going to be able to get us any further in this battle? Gonna go ahead and possibly pinch the Pheasantipity. It can't use its ability yet. No Pokemon have been knocked out. But in Arnie's case, they're going to be quite grateful if this Greninja cannot launch an attack, as otherwise one Charmander, Pidgey, or in worst case scenario, both Charmander could falter.
Yeah, I'm going to say I've played a lot of this deck, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be a way, but it's just down to Mateusz to find this. With Jewel Seeker again, you're probably going to have to get another Earthen Vessel, or maybe something like an Ultra Ball, get full value out of the Star Portal. So there you go. He's already picking up potentially there the Earthen Vessel. So that's another way to pitch another energy into the discard as well, with the water currently in hand. And then it's just thinking about, well, maybe instead of the Ultra Ball, getting a supporter that's not yet been played, maybe there's a way to disrupt, iron up that one-off Judge.
Oh, that's a great card to put in this deck I hadn't considered before. Being able to disrupt this early, unlike Iono, which would gift your opponent 6 whole new cards, putting them down to 4, especially with a deck like Charizard that requires those combination pieces like Rare Candy, would be so strong.
Yeah, just already guaranteed the Earthen Vessel there as a choice. Going for Nest Ball, wants to maybe go for the Mew EX here, just to be able to have further draw power in the deck. Does have the Research in hand as well still, so can continue going through the deck and actually really throwing up this combo piece all together. Oh, maybe just getting another Palkia V as a setup Pokemon, as you do see the Earthen Vessel here. It's going to be pitching away that second water energy, Amy. It's going to be another 2 coming to the hand.
Oh, we're still going. We're ticking away at those water energy. Oh my goodness gracious, we are really ramping up now. And just looking at the board state, you think, wow, that doesn't feel like a second turn board state, but it is. It really is. This is just how quick Terrapagos can help its friends like Noctowl to really accelerate the deck so fast. And Palkia is a great addition to this deck for that reason.
Yeah, so prepping the Palkia V-Star on the bench as well. Now has 3 water energies in that discard pile. Will be able to utilize Star Portal. It's a fantastic V-Star power of the Palkia V-Star. During turn, may attach up to 3 energies, or water energies, I say, from your discard pile to your water Pokemon in any way you like. as we do just see the Hisuian Heavy Ball come down as well. There's another Hoot Hoot, which is always a very useful card to have. Already has one prepped for future turns as well. But Arnie, you're staring down at a Moonlight Shuriken, my friend.
You really are. We're always having a hoot when Hoot Hoot's around, making sure that we're able to evolve to Noctowl whenever a terrestrialized Pokemon is in play, to really have that kind of shady dealings effect that we used to know so quite well with Drizzile.
Now, what would really top off this turn is if somehow Mateus had hit a Lost Vacuum as well, removing that Forest Sealstone from play.
But devastating.
But that, you know, that's probably asking for a bit too much. Potentially here now, if we do go down the Moonlight Shuriken route, it's just a choice of maybe taking out either both of the Charmanders or the Pidgey, knowing how important that Pidgey and Pidgeot can be. There's a star portal, Amy.
Here we go. All on Greninja, full sending. This Radiant Greninja giving us a Moonlight Shuriken. Moonlight Shuriken allowing you to discard 2 energy from the Pokemon, but do 90 to 2 different Pokemon, going for both of the Charmanders, so Arnie won't be able to launch an attack this turn, Alex.
No, it's going to be a tall order for it to happen. There's a number of cards in hand after that insta charge. There's a Pidgeot EX and the Ultra Ball already. If there's a way, the only way to do so is with that Rare Candy Pidgeot into the active, would then have to Fortin into a Charmander with that Rotom on the bench there. Already has a Forest Sealstone active, but then you're kind of needing to try and pick off something a bit better than just this Radiant Greninja.
Goodness gracious, you're right. And because Arnie's deck relies on Charizard to be able to accelerate the energy, we can't attack with Pidgeot. Otherwise, Blustery Wind isn't a bad choice, especially because you'd be removing the Stadium in play.
Yeah, very true. There's a couple of different angles Arnie could go down. One of the few things, however, is just kind of Arnie needs to pick up on the fact that the Charizard EX is actually a really hard and really tough Pokemon to actually knock out. Just kind of double checking the prizes here. Can't see anything too bad. There is that Defiance Band, which would help a Charizard EX sort of overextend to try and take the knockout. But look, we're telepathing that turn, Amy.
Here we go. We see it. We see the special Thornton play, as we had an interview yesterday with one of our Charizard pilots telling us that it's an essential in the deck nowadays, and I happen to feel like Arnie agrees with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thornton, being able to choose a basic in your discard pile and switch it with one of your basic Pokemon in play. Any attached cards, damage counter, special conditions will stay and remain in effect of that Pokemon. But of course, Arnie making sure he utilizes that Forest Sealstone first as well, grabbing that Rare Candy. It looks like we're going to see a Charizard turn 2 for Arnie, regardless of that Moonlight Shuriken.
Possible, but it's absolutely not. Arnie showing us the power of Charizard when you have the right cards in your hand and the right brain on that set of shoulders, I tell you.
Absolutely, and Arnie just saying, any combo pieces you think you're able to do, check out mine. As I'm just going to go straight into grabbing that Charizard EX with the Ultra Ball that I'm currently discarding the Dusclops here as well. And that's not even utilizing yet the Quick Search ability. So maybe that Quick Search is going to go for something like that Counter Catcher and maybe target down a 2-prizer to try and even up the prize race here and just kind of try and set, you know, catch back up on Mateus's combo pieces as well. If it takes out the Terrapagos EX, for example, does put the board state back down to just 4 after the knockout as well. Oh my
goodness, I wasn't expecting that as an ace spec.
Forgot about that as well. A card that's been able to bring Charizard EX from the brink before. Unfair Stamp, only able to be used if one of your Pokemon was knocked out on your opponent's last turn. Your opponent draws only 2 cards and you draw 5. And like I said, that Pidgeot EX is still there. Maybe he'll just hit the Counter Catcher just off this Unfair Stamp, Amy.
See, Unfair Stamp.
Oh, it has.
He did hit the Counter Catcher. Alex, do you reckon he'll use it or hold it for later?
I feel like it's such an important aspect now to maybe actually just target down to 2 prizes. There are 2 prizes on the board that make it quite easy to go down the sort of 2-2-2 route that we've always known many decks like to go in terms of the angle to victory. But here's a Quick Search. I want to see what Arnie's thinking about. He's going to have to start prepping that board state a little bit more as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We need to think about the longevity of Arnie's board state. So you're right, Alex. Unfortunately, Arnie's got nothing but a Charizard going going for it right now.
Yep.
So maybe another Charmander would be ideal before we go in with a more aggressive stance. But I do agree, I think we're going to be looking at a 2-prize knockout here. Each player needs to take 6 prize cards to take the victory. Mateusz, as we can see from the top of the screen, has taken 2 prize cards thus far, and Arnie's going to be looking to even that up this turn.
Yep, would have to grab the Night Stretcher to get a, or maybe, oh, doesn't play the Hisuian Heavy Ball, so it's just a Night Stretcher if he wanted to grab the Charmander back onto the board as well. And don't ever forget, however, by just putting more Pokemon down, you are slowly ramping up that Palkia V-Star's attack as well. That's, you know, it's not in there just to power up your other water Pokemon. It has a pretty aggressive attack of its own. Subspace Swell, we've seen a lot of it. And there, Arnie targeting the Pheasantipity EX, only 210 HP on it. Easy knockout for a Charizard EX of this size.
Absolutely, super easy, and of course taking away some of Mateusz's card draw for the turn. So a great choice of Pokemon to bring forward with the counter catcher. Moving on to Mateusz's turn. Now, looking at still a pretty strong board state, but Charizard has a colossal 330 HP. How are we going to get out of this mess, Alex?
Yeah, just going to have to start trying to maybe target some of the other Pokemon, of course. This board state, which Arnie has set himself up perfectly right now, makes it really, really hard for Mateusz to actually take a big knockout on either the Pidgeot EX or the Charizard EX himself. So you could think about maybe trying to just prod against the Charizard, start putting it in range. That Luminion's also there as sort of a nice, easy 2 prizes, as well as it looks like an Iono is currently being played just to try and slow Arnie's board setup down. But there's no other access to the Charmander at the moment because, well, he may have just taken it out of the prizes there. Yes, he did.
So now it's at the bottom of the deck, but luckily we do have Pidgeot to quick search. But you can only take 1 card per turn.
Yeah, any card you'd like, I'd like to say. But there is 4 that Arnie will be working with. But what can Mateusz conjure up here? He already had an explosive turn 2 with all of those combo pieces coming together to take out 2 Charmanders. But what can we do in this scenario here?
I feel like Mateusz feels in that stance so strong and so sure of himself, but unfortunately Arnie had that thought and play ready to go, kind of surprising Mateusz with the Charizard that I'm certain he wasn't ready for this turn. You can never say anything is impossible here in the Pokemon TCG because we've seen some wondrous plays here.
Yeah, and Charizard is probably one of the biggest king of comeback decks that we've seen throughout his time. Of course, has come in and out of the meta. It's been once upon a time the best deck in format, or what people considered the best deck in format, where it was really shining at the top. But this time round, it's trying to come back into the meta and really come to the forefront. And then we've already highlighted there's 2 in top 4.
Alex, were you talking about Palkia or Charizard there? Because they've both been kings of their format.
That's very
once
true.
upon a time.
Very true. Very true. Palkia did have its time to shine alongside in a very similar setup. Instead of the Noctowls, Jewel Seeker had the Inteleon Shady Dealings, which had very similar combative powers as well. As we do see another Jewel Seeker come down now. Any 2 trainers, as long as you had a Terra Pokemon in play, that's why the Terrapagos EX card is on the bench right now. So was eyeing up that Prime Catcher, maybe just trying to take an easy KO possibly? I'm not too sure there's the energy in hand right now.
No, I think that's our largest concern at the moment, and it's the troublesome part of this deck, right? Energy is a finite resource. We're using Palkia to kind of bring that into play to begin the game, to kind of kick us off. But then you really do need to jump off that platform and continue to dive into the pool. And unfortunately, we're not really seeing much water to do so right now.
No, not at all. Just that it looks like the stadium was being held in hand. That Night Stretcher being utilized most likely to get a water energy out of the discard so that Mateusz can actually launch an attack. So right now already had the supporter played, of course, that Iono. Just grabbing the Judge for a future turn, prepping the next turn as well, knowing that, again, Arnie's going to do their best to actually just kind of set up their future plays. But looks like it's likely to be just be a Night Stretcher for some water energy, maybe a big swing with the Palkia V-Star.
Very much could be. Palkia gaining its power much like Terrapagos.
Oh, okay. We're going for the Fan Rotom instead.
Oh, okay, because we're going to soften up the Charizard a little bit with Assault Landing, doing 70 damage, because it is really difficult, as we assess, to knock out that Charizard in one go. So we're leaving a single prize option in the active spot while softening Charizard up a bit rather than going for a big KO.
Yeah, big choice there from Matej, because now, of course, with a subspace swell, we'll be able to take the knockout on a Charizard EX if it stays in the active spot. And with Arnie not having another Charmander like represented on the board right now to kind of go into a Charizard, that's where maybe Matej can take advantage. And if that Lumineon V stays on the board state, that's another easy 2 prizes for the next turn.
Charmander was hiding right on the bottom there as we're nest balling, just double checking the deck, but taking the Charmander, as we do need to establish another Charizard so we can continue battling and continue putting the pressure on Matej's board state.
Yeah, as we do remind ourselves, Subspace Swell, it does do 60 damage plus 20 for each of yours and your opponent's bench Pokemon. So we just saw the Nest Ball there. That will just ramp it up a little bit more, a little bit closer to take some easy or bigger knockouts, maybe pushing that Pidgeot EX a little bit closer in range. Does look like we see a quick search for Boss's orders as well.
Yeah,
and that's where Matej's choice of the judge is actually a little bit worse than maybe taking someone like an Iono down to 2 as well. But this is Arnie just trying to force his way through into the final here. Remember, by Boss's orders, he'd be able to pick up a Mew EX or maybe a Palkia V or maybe even that Terrapagos and actually go down to 2 prizes away for making it to the final.
Yeah, that's what Arnie's all about at the moment, just bossing forward a 2-prize Pokemon so we can keep pace. Of course, we can use Briar to kind of change and fix prize trades later, but the much better approach is to take down a Pokemon that's going to be potentially troublesome in the future, like a 2-prize Pokemon, or something that's going to give your opponent more support, like Mew for its restart ability and the pivot it provides with its free retreat cost, or alternatively, as we saw with the Pheasantipity. Of course, Arnie's going ahead and benching that Radiant Charizard, which we have seen so much power from in this tournament.
Yeah, Boss's orders here will be able to take potentially 2 further prizes. It is that Palkia V that hasn't been evolved up and will be an easy target for this Charizard EX's Burning Darkness, bringing him down to 2 prizes remaining and setting up that Charizard, Radiant Charizard, I should say, being able to do Combustion Blast once, and if Matej takes 2 prizes here.
Absolutely. If Matej takes the 2 prize cards, they're going to be wanting to try and do so with Palkia V-Star to prevent Radiant Charizard from being able to actually one-hit KO, as Charizard will only do 250 damage, and Palkia, I believe, has 280 HP.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where maybe this is the turn where Matej has to try and target down that Pidgeot EX, try and limit that access to another Boss's orders, which makes it an easy KO on something like that Mew EX here, of course. But if we could take out the Pidgeot EX in combination with this judge, we'll have to find that Prime Catcher that he was eyeing up on the previous turn as well. But should be able to stretch to the 280 damage now. But do we see it right now? It's not there.
No, we've got some great cards like Glass Trumpet, but unfortunately they only accelerate to normal and colorless Pokemon.
We do have the opportunity to maybe maneuver around and get, there's an energy switch, get over to something like the Mew EX as well. Maybe play some card downs and actually consider.
Okay, so here comes the Glass Trumpet accelerating again to our colorless Pokemon, energy switching it onto Palkia and the Terrapagos on bench.
But does,
I think
he's just announcing the attack, takes the knockout, goes down to 2 prizes. I'm pretty sure that should knock out the Pokemon there. There's actually 60 plus 7 Pokemon, that's 140, 200. Oh, maybe not, no. 70 HP, 206 damage. Yeah, that's more than enough here.
Absolutely.
Especially after the benching of the Radiant Charizard there. But this just means Arnie is 1 Boss's orders away. And Pidgeot EX, here we go, quick search.
Quick search.
Is the Boss's orders available?
It's in deck, we get the win! Arnie giving that handshake, progressing further into our tournament for their best ever result.
Yeah, what a fantastic display of Charizard EX as a deck. Arnie going all the way to the finals here after a tremendous top 8 and even in spectacular top 4. And he's going to be looking to bring it all the way home in the finals now, taking out this Palkia Terrapagos EX deck.
Amazing work from Arnie. 2 games back-to-back we just got to see there. Skillful Charizard play at the highest level.
Yeah, and we do get a quick just replay here. Game 1, not as eventful as Game 2, but Arnie still had to play this as best as he could, making sure there was no mistakes happening from his side of the board. There were some big knockouts because of the Dusclops Curse Blast play alongside the Defiance Band. There was just no steps missed here from Arnie, as Matej just couldn't really top deck his way out of it.
Not at all. Matej just sadly could not establish a strong enough board state, and with just a damaged Ursaluna and a Hoot, unfortunately decided enough is enough. We need to conserve time. I'd like to give it a shot at this true best of 3. Let's move very well on to the next game. As we can see Arnie smiling there as we move on to Game 2.
Yeah, look how important this turn was. After an incredible comboing turn from Matej, where we got a Moonlight Shuriken off on 2 Charmanders, we saw the Fortin come down, all the pieces come together, the unfair stamp just to rub it in as well.
Gosh, it just really felt unfair, didn't it? It really is true to its name.
Exactly that, and this is where Charizard really starts to shine. One of the biggest comeback decks, as we've highlighted before, where it's just ramping up in damage as prize cards are taken by your opponent, and then just cherry-picking those 2 prize Pokemon on Matej's side of the board. There was no way to stem the flow of the burning darkness, and despite it going down, Arnie preps that Radiant Charizard with the boss's orders and was able to take the final 2 prizes, Amy.
Absolutely astonishing. I just couldn't believe that Thornton play. Probably one of my big highlights from this entire weekend, thinking that Arnie was out of the match entirely, having no Charmander to come back with, and then saying, give me 1 sec.
Yeah, hang on. I've got this. Your combo turn was impressive. Right. Yeah, it's fine.
Phone a friend, Thornton's coming. He's gonna sort this all out for us.
Absolutely, and it was just incredible to see. I mean, I think Thornton's one of my sort of very underused, cards within the decks and the format at the moment, just because just out of nowhere, when you're kind of comboing into pieces like that and just taking a massive knockout and just so many pieces all came together, it was incredible to watch.
Absolutely, one of the best games of Charizard I've ever watched, and boy have we seen a lot. But just as you very well assessed, Alex, I think Charizard is burning to get its teeth into this tournament and is really making its claim again as one of our best decks in format.
Yep, absolutely, but at the same time, just because there's so many decks in this wide format, I'm sure we'll find itself with a target on its back once again if it does end up taking down this tournament, finding itself at the forefront of yet another format. But one of the best things about Charizard and how it's been able to adapt over time, just like we've seen in formats gone, like the Mew EX, for example. There was the double turbo energy builds, there was the fusion energy builds. Charizard's one of those decks that kind of adapts to the meta and the format.
Absolutely, and as it's proving, you should never forget decks that are just powerful when they come out. We've had Lugia, who kind of dipped in popularity and then came back a storm only a few months ago, and now we're seeing the same with Charizard. What other deck is going to come and surprise us? Actually, as I'm saying that, I'm remembering Miraidon showed us as well that the cards in your binder are never to be forgotten because they can come back.
Absolutely, and I'm just so excited to see what else could come from this Surging Sparks sort of meta and format now. I mean, just a few cards. I mean, maybe just Charizard's probably one of the few that haven't really had any new cards from Surging Sparks, but it's just found itself a bit of a footing once again, just to unfair stamp you, take a big knockout, you can't handle my big 330 HP Pokemon, and then that's more than enough to just handle the rest of the meta.
I feel like that's the biggest change that's happened in Charizard is the ace spec.
Yeah, it has. It's gone through the ringers of. Hero's Cape was one that was very highly sought after in terms of Charizard decks for some time. It's had Prime Catcher out at some stages. It's even had the Maximum Belt as well to stretch even further on that turn 1.
Crazy choices to be made, but I love the use of unfair stamp. I think that may be one of the first times I've seen it in the Charizard deck, but I can really see why it's so impactful right now more than ever. Yeah,
absolutely, and it's probably the one deck which actually has utilized more different ace specs than any others, and that's kind of a really cool thing to be talking about a deck, because it just means it comes in so many iterations.
Absolutely. So, I mean, speaking of so many iterations of decks, we actually have an example to show you guys right now.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex Dow, and I think it's time we had a little chat about Charizard EX. This Terra Pokemon EX has it all: massive hit points, an energy acceleration ability, and a powerful escalating attack. However, Charizard EX's success has depended on strategic partners in the blend of Pokemon, supporters, and item cards in an ever-evolving format. Strong partners have previously included Pidgeot EX, whose quick search ability allows critical cards to be found throughout the game, as well as Barrel with its industrious incisors draw engine providing support against those pesky disruption cards. The release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Temporal Forces saw the reintroduction of A-Spec cards. 3 stand out as the most popular options: Maximum Belt, Hero's Cape, and Prime Catcher, all of which have sparked debates on whether optimizing damage, durability, or gusting utility is the best one-off for Charizard. But don't forget all the other viable tech inclusions. With the introduction of new cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, early game support can be seen with Cleffa with its grasping draw attack, alongside the usual combination of Broton V and Luminium V for their vital abilities. And then we have unique supporters such as Professor's Churro Scenario and Eri, which are crucial for specific matchups. Well, the current foundation of Charizard EX's strategy was cemented at the European International Championships by none other than Tord Reklev, who combined Pidgeot EX, Barrel with Prime Catcher as his A-Spec of choice, as well as other unique inclusions to win the largest tournament outside of Asia.
The knockout, Tord Reklev is your European International Champion.
This win against various deck types and Charizard EX mirror matches secured Tord's 5th IC title. With still so much more to come, I can't wait to see how our players continue to innovate and adapt to one of our strongest cards in the game today.
Well, how about that? We just got to witness Arnie making it through both the quarter-final and the semi-final. I've got to ask you how you're feeling.
I'm feeling really great. It has been quite good 2 games, and played them back-to-back in stream, and I don't know, both of them felt pretty easy. Like, my opponents weren't able to draw the best in their games, and I was able to capitalize on that, and I think I have been overall playing quite well. So,
I mean, with Charizard EX, it can often feel like the best deck ever when it's working well, and we saw in all of those games the deck just seemed to work smoothly. Is that something about the way you've built the deck, or has it just been this event? What is it about your deck that's working so well?
I think it's mainly because of I went to this tournament with the consistency approach, that I'm actually playing 4 Nest Balls, 4 Buddy Buddy Puffins, 4 Ultra Balls, 4 Rare Candies, but like the biggest thing is like I'm running 4 Nest Balls, and I'm not running stuff like Canceling Cologne or Lost Akim, like stuff like that some people are playing, and I'm also playing Cleffa in my deck that others are not playing that much, so it helps you when you only have a Buddy Buddy Puffin, you don't have a Nest Ball, you can grab the Cleffa and draw some cards with it. So my deck is like built in a very consistent way.
Yeah, we saw that in game 2 when your Rotom V was prized. You managed to go Cleffa, 2 Charmander, 1 Pidgey, 2 Duskull was perfect. Yeah. And of course, there's a lot of decks that are quite hard to knock out the Pokemon of, and you've got that ability with the Duskull and the evolutions of it, Dusclops, Dusknoir, as well as the Defiance Band to really control the game. How experienced are you with Charizard EX to see all those lines that you've put together?
I would say I'm quite experienced. Like I said, I played the deck quite a lot for the last 1 or 2 months. Like pretty much since Sebastian Lashmet got top 4 in Louisville Regional Championships, I just copied his list, and after that I changed like 1 card, changed the Mist Energy for the Nest Ball, and have been just going with that list. But also like when Charizard was released, like back in the days, I did play it a little bit, but I've been playing like a lot more recently with it.
Well, let's look at the other semi-final that will be going on in just a moment after this interview. You've got Irvind, a good friend of yours, who's also playing Charizard. How similar are your two lists?
They are quite similar, but Eivind decided that the Collapse Stadium or other stadiums are bad, and he's going with 2 Pokestops.
I see.
And Pokestop is a very interesting card in Charizard because it can get you those good cards like Rare Candies or the Ultra Ball, stuff like that, but it can also hit into your Charizard or Pidgeots, like supporters and stuff like that, but he's also playing the Pal Pad so he can get them back. But like overall, his list is built in a little bit different way, and like I haven't tested his way. Is it better than actually my way? But it's like, it sounds funny at least.
Well, we might find out in the final, but it will be up against Gardevoir. How do you feel like Gardevoir is for Charizard?
I think it's quite good. Like what you want to do in this matchup is you can you can go even price behind because you have the counter catcher and unfazed stamp, and you can take KO from Gardevoir because it takes weakness from Charizard, and then you can also use Dusk Collapse or Dusk Note to KO their like Drifloon or something like that, and then you're gonna go with Briar in the late game. You can take multiple price cards from the single price Pokemon, so you have a lot of ways to like go through their weaknesses. And also if you're playing the Lost Vacuum that I'm not playing but Amy is playing, that also helps because you can put them, if they have a Drifloon with 5 energies in it, 100 damage, you can Lost Vacuum their tool and out of nowhere KO the Drifloon, and you can also take another KO in the turn.
I mean, you know so much about this deck that you can just reel it off like that, and that just shows you what it takes to be one of the best with a deck. You said you've been working on it for months now, allowing you to understand the intricate lines of everything. I guess, who would you rather face in the final? The Gardevoir, because you just mentioned it could be a stronger matchup, or that mirror match against your friend Ervind?
It's a good question. Like, I actually played against Ervind earlier today in the Swiss rounds, and it was a very close set, and I was able to win it in the end. But Gardevoir, like you said, it's a really good matchup, but I would still like to face Ervind just because at least we would have a guaranteed finish winner. So
that would be amazing. I know you guys have always done so well, but thank you very much for the interview. I'm sure we'll catch up with you later on as you go into the final. We'll be having our semi-final in just a moment, but first, let's have a little look at what you guys think of Pocket. Well, there we go. Great chance to catch up with Arnie, and I hope you guys are enjoying the pocket there. We got a chance to open a pack off camera there. You got quite a nice little Porygon.
Yeah, you got a 1-star rare, and then you got we got the B-Drill, right?
Yeah, we got a B-Drill, so we're all having fun here playing pocket. But most importantly, we're in Stuttgart, and we're about to go into our second semi-final. We just watched Arnie win the first semi-final, and myself, Mike, and Freya will be taking you through the action of our second here between Nathan and Urvind.
Yeah, we don't really want to keep them waiting too long. We know they've been sat at the table, we're like itching, ready to go to find out which one of those two will be meeting Arnie in the finals. It could be an all-finished face-off.
And another mirror match. We've had the last two large events. The finals have been mirror matches in Archetype. This time, both of them knowing each other's decks very well, as they are from the same country and play a lot together. I mean, we literally just got a breakdown from Arnie of what was in Urvin's list different to his, and he mentioned the Lost Vacuum being a huge card that will help him in this God of War matchup. But this is how we got here in the Masters bracket top 8, a clean top 8, no asymmetrical top cut, and some great names here, unfortunately falling short in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, so I only saw there the 1-0 start from Maz. It looks like Nathan pulled it back 2 games to make it through to top 4 to face against Irvin here. We did see Irvin himself did actually beat Owen in top 8 to advance as well. Arnie against Antoine, we saw on stream how that went, and now Matej falling to Arnie in top 4 as well, having beaten Robin Schultz. So like a lot of big names going down here.
Yeah, both the Charizard EX beating the Golden Go EX, and now we'll get a chance to see Charizard EX continue its domination here in the top 8 bracket. One waiting in the final, one with a chance to make it. Nathan on the left playing Gardevoir, Urvind on the right with Charizard.
Yeah, so Nathan versus Urvind. Nathan, not someone who I believe we've seen a lot on the stream. Urvind we've seen a little bit more, has had like a couple of successes in the past, but I think this has got to be at least matched for like some of the biggest results that both of these players had.
We mentioned about the mascots being on stream. How about bringing the mascot of the deck you're playing? Sometimes it's quite funny when you put down a mascot or a play mat that represents your deck, and the opponent's thinking, are you telling me what you're playing? Or
it's like a double bluff there, but in this instance, yeah, Nathan telegraphing, because fully honestly, got the Gardevoir there, will be playing Gardevoir in this top 4 match, but up against him is Irvin from Finland, who I'm sure wants to meet his compatriot in the finals, but has to get through Nathan to get there.
Yeah, and you can see for both of them, this will be their best finish so far, and a great opportunity for them to bolster that resume on the most competitive season we've ever had, where you really need to make it right up to the top, into those big finishes. First place going away with 350 CP and that guaranteed invite to Worlds, which is meaning so much more this season.
Yeah, it is all to play for, and of course, even if you win and you get your guaranteed invite, those championship points are still valuable for those travel awards, of course. So still great to go for, so you can get the travel awards for the upcoming international championships. So plenty to reason to accumulate those points no matter what.
As the prizes are being placed, we will now begin our second semi-final here in Stuttgart. Nathan Doyle and Urvind. I'm not going to try that surname, that's out of my ability, but Urvind, a Finnish player, starting off with the Duskull and the Monkey Dory.
It's Svineford.
Yeah, I mean, you're living in Denmark. You've got a better understanding of these surnames.
Yeah, so there we go. Nathan looks like we'll be starting off with just, looks like a Monkey Dory. Does have at least one Rotz Dimension, but then is just going to pass. It doesn't feel amazing.
Yeah, both decks needing a bit of time to ramp up, and both of them actually fine going behind as well. But realistically, they want to go behind with a nice stable board with lots of basics down.
Yeah, I think the fact that Nathan has gone first, even though there is only that one Rot on the field, not the end of the world. Nathan is indeed playing this more common build that we've seen lately, which is incorporating the rare candy, so could potentially burst out a turn 2 Gardevoir. It would be a lot to ask for, but not impossible.
Interestingly, the Monkey Dory in the active being able to use Mind Bend to knock out that Duskull next turn, as it is 60 HP.
Oh, okay.
It'd be an interesting little interaction, but as we mentioned, neither of them really want to take a knockout until they've set up nice and wide.
No, definitely not. So both players will probably be a little bit hesitant. There might be like a little bit of a stare down going on until one of them does decide to fire off that first attack and get that first knockout in. But meanwhile, Ovind starting off with that Arvin, so we'll be able to set up very nicely with a buddy Puffin and can grab any number, grab one of the many tools that his deck plays. Could of course go for that Forest Steel Stone if he's able to get down that Rotom V. The Luminion V is prized, but Rotom V is still there, accessible. So can set up very nicely with that.
You saw a Duskull in hand as well. So Duskull on the field, Duskull in hand. The dream scenario, if you do start getting aggressive with either deck, is you want to be taking out as important a card as possible. And if you are able to use Dusknoir to knock out one of the Ralts and maybe attack into the other one, or if there's 3 of them, take them all out, that can often be quite a dream start to destroy the board of your opponent. But as mentioned, comfortable going slower, as the Rotom is such a great utility to build up big hands and stabilize the board.
Yeah, and very smart here from Ovind. Opted to grab the Nest Ball and the Forest Seal Stone off of that Arven, so you can go ahead and Nest Ball for the Rotom, attach the Forest Seal Stone, use it to it, and then use that to grab either grab the Buddy Puffin to grab your other two basics.
And that instant charge will really bolster the hand up and give more cards for Ovind next turn. And Nathan wondering what's in that hand. It was going first turn, so maybe there is a supporter there to play, but otherwise Nathan's going to be having a slow start.
Yeah, sure looks like it. So it's really going to be some big draws here from Nathan, as Ovind is off to a phenomenal start here and not really too afraid of this setup being disrupted. Double Dust Skull going down for good measure as well, and then just going to finish off with that instant charge. It does end your turn, that ability, when you use it, but does let you draw 3 cards. If you're not attacking anyway, it's a great option to end on.
A Pidgeot off that draw, and on the other side you can see Nathan does have the Arven, so we'll be able to start setting up nice and wide, and either deck will be comfortable with that first knockout going against them, and really Nathan just wants to set up as many of those Curlier as possible.
Yeah, and I think to that exact end, I see there the TM evolution being eyed up already, as Nathan does look through the deck to see what Pokemon are prized and what aren't, but his Arven is going to set him up very, very nicely here. You can go for that Buddy Puffin to grab a couple of Rolts, a TM evolution to attach to the active, and then you can use that evolution attack and turn those 2 Rolts into Curlier straight away.
Yeah, Arven's such a useful supporter now that there's so many good tools. You know, Forest Seal Stone being one of the main targets, but you've also got the TM Evolution, which you need it so early on, and if you can search it out of your deck, can be a great option, and especially when you've got that energy on the Monkey Dory, it will be easy enough to do. Buddy Puffin, TM Evo. What a start.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, Nathan's just going to take the time to look through here. One thing I really like about this list compared to some of the other God of War lists, it is not going the full aggressive path that we've seen with players by the likes of Henry Chow. This list actually is playing, it starts a one-way academy, it's not quite the full 2. It's opting to play the Precious Trolley, actually, instead of the Secret Box, and is opting to play that Manaphy, which I imagine would have come in incredibly handy against Regidrago.
Yeah, the Precious Trolley is almost like a Buddy Puffin ×2 for God of War, and in this situation would allow for that wide board setup. And I think it was a card that was somewhat underestimated by everyone.
Definitely.
When we heard about it and we saw it come out, we were like, well, this is going to be a very powerful card, but it is your ace spec in the deck, and you know, there's so many other cards that you want to put in your deck. But actually, we've seen many strong performances at this event for Precious Trolley.
Yeah, and you see the Precious Trolley is there ready to go. So yeah, who needs Buddy Puffin? Just go for the TM Evo and the Precious Trolley. Fill up your bench fully.
And an interesting inclusion as well is the Cool Bell in this deck. There are 3 Cool Bells, but that does imply to me that they're trying to go second. So Nathan probably would prefer to go second in a lot of matchups because he'll be able to use the Cool Bell to find the Arven, set up all of the Pokemon with Precious Trolley and TM Evolution. So there are actually 3 Cool Bells in the deck.
Oh, very unique. I guess, like with, we've seen Battle VIP Pass in the past, so Cool Bell is one of these cards that's not really useful going on later into the game, but you can just still use it as easy discard fodder for refinement, so you don't really necessarily mind as much in God of War.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who play 4 Arven in their deck, and they would say, oh, I'd play a 5th and a 6th if I could, and the Cool Bell kind of just acts as that 5th and 6th, 7th Arven in the deck on that first turn. And so there we go, there's the Arven. We're going to be getting the Precious Trolley to get all of those basic Pokemon down, the TM Evolution ready to go, and we'll be seeing some Curlier formed in this turn, allowing Nathan to really set up as the turns go on.
Yeah, it gives me a look at the bench. Oh, even better as well, because it does get down that Flutter Mane and is able to attach the TM Evolution onto that, use a Night Stretcher to get back the energy that was just used to retreat, and now Nathan is not only evolving, but denying the abilities of the active of Ovind as well.
Very nice play, and there we go, the Curliers are down. And nice, stable board for Nathan, which Ovind is now going to have to look to dismantle. Hard to do too aggressively, and this is where that prize mapping can be so good. Both players having cards that work better when you're behind. Things like Counter Catcher, Iono, even got the Unfair stamp on Irvin's side, which is waiting for that knockout to happen. So both of them happy to get behind and try and return back into the game towards the end.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be starting off with an Ultra Ball discarding Radiant Charizard and Cleffa. Not going to be wanting to make use of either of those right now. And actually, it's just going to be the grab of that Charmander for now. So just to kind of telegraph the hand, it can't be too strong here if you're not going for like an evolution off that Ultra Ball.
I guess not wanting to over-exert themselves and have just one Charizard in play. Happy to have a nice wide board.
Not wanting to Ovind exert himself. I'm sorry, I had to.
There's the Charmeleon down as well. It just it will save you on. Oh, that's a nice little play there.
Cool. Fortin just to get it onto the field with the Cleffa that was discarded off the Ultra Ball, and then just so you can do Grasping Draw.
Very good play. And the concern you got with Cleffa is it has only got 30 HP, so it can be knocked out through a Monkey Dory ability usage, moving 30 damage from one of your Pokemon, but still a lot to ask for Nathan to get that Adrenobrain online.
Yeah, maybe, and if that's all you can do, right, then you kind of, you're stuck with that regardless. You just need those extra cards. So with that in mind, let's see what Nathan can put together here. If you can get a Gardevoir EX down and start accelerating some energy with the Psychic Embrace, yeah, and you get the Dark Energy down on that Monkey Dory, you can maybe take a free kill on that Cleffa and then KO something else, and that would put you quite far ahead already.
How many cards did Irvin draw off that Cleffa?
So I think it was only 3 or 4.
If it was 3 or 4, then maybe the instant charge would have been better. It must have been like 5, maybe?
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't have been worth it, you're right.
Yeah, very interesting line of play from Irvind, as Nathan now is trying to establish an attacker here and working out what's the correct way to go, because once you put that Gardevoir EX in play, it is a liability as it is Dark Weak.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to put it down though, because that's your main energy accelerator. So it is, yeah, it's Dark Weak, but you put it down, and as long as you're trading 2 for 2 on prizes every single time, then it's okay, because you also, granted, Pidgeot will get you there in terms of searching for the boss's orders every turn, but you need to accelerate energy, so you just have to take that risk.
And sometimes create some really interesting end games where people remove the Gardevoir EX after using it. And
yeah, exactly.
It's a fascinating matchup to watch, and this is one that I'm sure those who've watched Pokemon TCG for a while will be familiar with, as you would have seen Gardevoir EX and Charizard EX competing in the early Scarlet and Violet format around Obsidian Flames' release, and a few formats after that, but both of them have kind of fallen out of favor due to the speed of the current format. Every deck right now is so aggressive, and it does mean that we sometimes see them struggle to come out into play, but now with so many great disruption cards, the INO, and also the ability to come back in the game, there's always a chance they can find a way into the format.
Okay, hold on a second. So we saw Professor Tura's scenario picking up the Fluttermane in the active and discarding the energy, which is exactly where Nathan wants the energy to be. Brings up that Rolt, has the Nest Ball to get the Scream Tail down. Are we going to see some Roaring Scream action here?
I mean, with no Manaphy down and no Manaphy in the list, I don't think, for Irvind. Yeah, no Manaphy available, so we'll be able to target the bench with the Scream Tail, which is always very useful in these kind of situations. Means you can ignore the Pokemon in the active that you don't want to knock out and just take out the important stuff on the bench. In this situation, I guess the Pidgey?
Yeah, I mean, it seems the obvious choice, right? There's no other way to get a Pidgeot out otherwise. So, yeah, take out the one Pidgey on the field. You're doing 80 damage. That's enough. That'll do it.
And maybe this is where that Thornton being used to get the Cleffa into play could have been better held in the hand to then get the Pidgey out now. There's some different ways this could have all gone if Irvind had gone for the instant charge.
Yeah, because, I mean, you could have even used you could have gone for the instant charge, used the Thornton to swap the Rotom for a Pidgey and evolve it to Pidgeots, and then you get the Rotom off the field, which you don't really want it there anyway.
Well, Nathan in a great spot here. Nice wide board, has the Gardevoir in play, Curlier available, the 2 Ralts ready to go, so as the deck starts being drawn, more Curlier get found. Nathan will be setting up a very strong board state here, and it will only be a matter of time before that Monkey Dory is able to help knock out the Cleffa.
Yeah, now, is there boss's orders in Irvind's hand? That's going to be quite important here, because if you want to take down that Gardevoir early on just for 2 prizes, you can do. There's only 2 energy on the Screen Tail, so this might be a good opportunity to do that if you can, but I guess it's going to be off this Pheasantipity, flip the script, see if we can find it. 3 cards drawn. I see Rare Candy, I see Charizard, and a Lost Vacuum. I don't think I see a boss's orders.
Or maybe even one of the counter catchers might be good, or an unfair stamp in this scenario. There's lots of different cards Irvin wants to see.
Could find one as a Pokestop. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that is not a good Pokestop.
I was speaking with Arnie earlier about the difference between their decks, and Irvin has opted to play 2 Pokestop in Charizard.
That's not really something you see very often.
I mean, they both play a lot of consistency cards in the list, so the Pokestop helps find those, but realistically, there's a lot of great supporters, tools, and Pokemon that you do not want to be discarding.
Yeah, no, and look at this as well. Irvind filling out the bench with that Pheasantipity, which I guess you had to do to get the extra draws in, but now you've bench locked yourself. There's no way for you to get a Pidgeot out.
No, I mean, there is a way to get the Thornton back with a Pal Pad, potentially, but again, it's a lot to ask, and isn't that boss's orders?
Okay, looks like I was mistaken. There was one in the hand after all. So yeah, can at the very least take 2 prizes to start a prize race here. But Nathan is going to feel pretty comfortable disrupting Irvin here because yeah, sure, you take the KO with Burning Darkness, but now Nathan can INO Irvin to 4, and there's a Pheasantipity, but there's no Pidgeot to quick search.
All right, well, that Charizard now is scary, as is the case for so many decks in the format. One of the highest HP Pokemon we see. And when it sits in the active spot, it just gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Burning Darkness, 180 damage, plus 30 for every prize card your opponent's taken. So early on, still pretty good damage, but as the game goes on, can one-hit knock out everything.
Yeah, now, going to be very important to note here, Nathan has a pretty decent hand going already. There is a Bravery Charm and a Drift Loon, so I do believe that would be enough to, as long as you can get enough energy in a Discard Pile and you can get another Gardevoir out, you can load up that Drift Loon with damage and you can take the KO on the Charizard, maybe combine that with the Monkey Dory, and you can go ahead and move the damage across from the Screamtail to knock out the Cleffa 2, and then you're only 2 prices away from winning.
Well, let's see how this pans out for Nathan here. A great setup, but with that Gardevoir gone, now asking more of Nathan. I mean, you have to assume Nathan expected that Gardevoir to go down. That is definitely going to be the target for Irvin throughout the game, and is the biggest challenge for this matchup, that Gardevoir is Dark Weak. So from the start of the game, Charizard EX will be able to knock it out in one.
Yeah, and looks like, unfortunately, we're not able to, or going to be forced to not use the Ino and go for the Arven instead, but is trying to look through for something item-wise, but is there anything? What's it? I mean, oh, hold on, let me look at the prizes again. Oh, I think he's looking for that rare candy, which is prized.
That's tough, and the challenge you've got with this deck is, without many Curlier set up, the deck is still very thick, so you're not going to naturally draw into those important pieces. And as you can see here, Arven going to be looking to get the Ultra Ball, which will probably get the Gardevoir, maybe even just a Curlier to try and draw more.
But if you evolve to, well, I guess you can still draw the Gardevoir and evolve the other bench Curlier, but you almost want to guarantee the Gardevoir here, right? It's a very tough situation to be in, no matter which way you look at it.
And still attack with the Screamtail into the bench Duskull.
That's true.
So there is still an attack on board. It's not ideal, just trying to get the Curlier and focus on drawing through the deck.
I think the problem is Nathan doesn't have enough energy in a Discard Pile to take a big KO on the Radiant Charizard. I think that's the big issue here, that you really want to deal with that if you can, but you need a lot of energy in Discard to do that.
And that's exactly why Nathan has got the Curlier out, because across the rest of the game, drawing through the deck is so fundamental to the success here, that the first step is getting the Curliers out before you even start thinking about these big knockouts on Charizard. And this Curlier could be an important draw.
And actually, okay, Nathan actually not going to use the Refinement draw. I guess all the cards in hand too precious right now.
That can happen when you're playing a deck that discards to draw. You might just look at your hand and go, everything here is fundamental to me winning.
And it's quite clever there that, given that, with that in mind, Nathan has set himself up to a single prize board state here. There is no way for Irvin to take 2 prizes this turn, which is going to help Nathan out a lot in terms of the progression of the rest of this game.
Especially taking out that Duskull, which takes away any shenanigans that Charizard might try doing by taking multiple prize cards in one turn. So a smart pacing from Nathan, and also keeping himself match prize cards with Irvin, so there's no kind of use of disruption or counter catcher that's really going to affect Nathan at this stage.
I mean, Irvin could still Unfair Stamp if he finds it, of course. The Unfair Stamp, the only activation condition for it is that one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, but that is the only disruption that is going to be kind of meaningful in that sense.
It's really tricky to do that with no Pidgeot, which is...
Exactly, yeah.
It's these crazy decisions that these players are making, thinking so far ahead and recognizing what is on the board.
And Irvin is committed to no Pidgeot here, because that was a Night Stretcher to get back a Duskull and put that on the bench.
Well, I mean, the Ino should hopefully disrupt from his point of view enough right now. Yeah, I just love seeing our best players playing out these back and forth, not too aggressive decks where they have to try and work out the correct route to victory. They're thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead, and we're just trying to solve the puzzle of what these players are up to.
Yeah, so it actually does find the Unfair Stamp off of that INO. That is huge. I mean, I think you got to play that right, because what's better than putting your opponent to 4 cards, putting them to 2?
Yeah, especially early on when you can use the INO later, and there it is. The Unfair Stamp, what an ace spec this was. I think when it came out, everyone suspected it would be one of the strongest ace specs we'll see, and it is perfect in Charizard.
Yeah, it is. I wouldn't call it necessarily a completely broken card, because, you do get... I think the main thing that makes it hurt so much is that it's a very big disruption early on. That's the main thing. Exactly. Being put to 2 cards so early is, it really can put the hurt on you if you haven't got the board set up to draw out of it.
Yeah, now we've got so many ways to draw out of disruption, like Pheasantipity. You've got the natural draw of things like Golden Go, Radiant Greninja, Pokestops, and so many great cards in the deck that people are happy to see. It does sometimes struggle to disrupt as well as we want, but when You're just trying to make it a little bit tougher for Nathan here. He hasn't got a Guard of War established, doesn't have another attacker established, so you're just asking all of those questions you can to try and see if Nathan can make it happen off of a 2-card hand.
Granted, 2 energy drawn and 2 Curlier down. This is kind of a pretty ideal combination here. You can get energy in discard pile. Oh, there's a dark energy off of that refinement as well, so you can get the Monkey Dory going. That's Hisuian Heavy Ball, which you can use to get the Radiant Greninja out for more draw. These draws are looking good.
Yeah, and getting that Radiant Greninja can discard an energy. Just the dark energy in hand, so it won't be as ideal.
No, not anymore.
So we've got the Ultra Ball there, so can get the Guard of War, I believe, if there is one left in deck, which there should be.
Like, it would have been nice, I think Nathan should know at this point that the Radiant Greninja is prized. Maybe it would have been nice to play the Hisuian Heavy Ball first to use concealed cards to discard the Psychic Energy instead, and then that way you can refinement away another card now.
Yeah, I guess you're just worried he might need it as a discard with the Ultra Ball, but yeah, so much pressure in these big moments. For these players, this will be their best finish at a large event, regional level or higher, so they definitely are feeling the pressure. We've spoken to some of our players and playing on that feature table, there's a lot of pressure involved.
Oh, we're going to get the find of Nathan using Oyvind's Pokestop and finding the Irvin's Vessel!
One of the downsides of Pokestop is both of you can use it.
Wow, Nathan taking a bit of a risk there, but it paying off hugely as the Irvin Vessel is about as perfect a card as you could ask for here.
We're going to be discarding that Heavy Ball, finding more energy, thinning those energies going to be so key off the Ultra Ball.
But then I guess now you're kind of conceding that you don't want the Radiant Greninja down at this point. I mean, it seems like that would be pretty not ideal. I think you really want to get that down for the extra discard, if nothing else. Yeah. I guess you can Ultra Ball these 2 energy away, though, I guess.
Yeah, and then it's just playing out this turn is fascinating. He's got a counter catcher in hand, so might be able to get the Duskull up and meanwhile take out the Cleffer. There's some really intricate plays that can happen here for Nathan.
Yeah, I think I like that a lot. Just you attach a dart to the active, and then you can just do Psychic Embrace, use the Monkey Dory's ability to KO the Cleffer, and yeah, just take out the Duskull, because that that's the way that the prizes can most easily be manipulated. And if you keep yourself to a single prize board state, oh, but no, but you can't do that because you need to evolve into the Guard of War. I'm thinking about the risk of a Briar. That's the only thing that I'm worried about if Nathan does that.
Yeah, I guess that's, again, that hoping your opponent doesn't have it. Asking for a Briar plus counter catcher with no Pidgeot in play.
Yeah, exactly.
Does add a lot of pieces for Irvind.
Weighing up the risk, right? It's basically, can Irvind find that off of a Pheasantipity flip the script?
And we've mentioned how important it is to get rid of that Duskull, because it can do a lot of shenanigans with the way it likes to play. And just trying to work out these final turns. Nathan going to be attaching an energy to that Ralts. And the Darkness Energy to the active from hand.
Yep.
And we'll be moving that onto the Cleffer. Takes a prize card. What has been taken here?
It's Rare Candy. Bit late, though.
Bit late. And then the problem is now the counter catcher's not active.
Oh, wait, yeah, you need to do it the other way around.
Might just look to confuse the active Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, that works too, to be fair. Just make it more awkward for Irvin, force even more outs and more resources to use. So yeah, this works as well. Just go for the Mind Bend, 60 damage plus confusion, and a potentially big flip or big resource discard here for Irvin.
And Irvin just flipping that Charizard upside down to represent the confused active Pokemon. And now Flip the Script is active because there was a knockout there.
And actually, this way now, if Irvin wants to do Briar shenanigans, there has to be a Dusclops or Dusknoir used as well. That's the other thing. So just more pieces to be found.
Exactly. So yeah, just going to be using that Flip the Script, just checking everything here in these high pressure moments. And this is the key. Can Irvin use that Pheasantipity to find all of the pieces needed, despite the lack of Pidgeot on board? Iono, Buddy Poffin, and an energy. That's not ideal.
No, that's not going to do it. And I don't think the rest of the pieces are in hand either. Like, are there any of the pieces there? I really don't think there's maybe an Arvin to find one of them, but that's not going to get you there.
There's a Dusknoir, and you got the Pokestop, so maybe you can find the Rare Candy off the Pokestop. Oh, this is really a chess match here. Both players finding unusual routes, asking questions of the opponent. Can they return it here?
Yeah, and sort of the marker there to denote the Pokestop's usage, but of course Irvin has not used it yet. That was from Nathan's turn. Irvin has yet to use the Pokestop. I think, yeah, you got to go for it here and just try to dig your way to those last pieces to put it together. And all he's thinking about, can we send the Fire Energy to the active?
I love the way he's put the Fire Energy upside down as well.
Gotta be consistent, right?
Yeah. And Buddy Poffin just maybe thin out the Pidgey and could potentially be useful next turn if we see a next turn.
Yeah, if it is a tall order though. I mean, Nathan has kind of played this very smartly, trying to minimize the odds of falling prey to like a Briar turn. So going with his Mind Bend actually really heads up from Nathan.
Interesting scenario here though, that for Nathan it's going to be very difficult for him to take a 2-prize knockout as well as a 1-prize knockout in the same turn. Doesn't have access to a 3-prize turn really. Would have to be something crazy like a Monkey Dory reset. Ultimately for Nathan, he knows he has to win another turn, which is why he's gone for this disruptive route, asking more questions of Irvin, because the more turns at play, the more it leans in favor of Nathan.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Irvin has opted to attach an energy here, because now one manual attachment next turn to that bench Charizard will be able to work as a follow-up attacker. Very, very heads up from Irvin there again, as we do see now the retreat and then the Pokestop. Oh, and there's a free fantastic items from the Pokestop there.
Pokestop in Charizard. I think we will be doing that more often now.
What was that? Rare Candy Super Rod plus Ultra Ball. Could not have asked for a better one. My goodness gracious me.
Just a knockout there from the Charizard EX, recognizing that the rush does not need to happen. Irvin just keeping the pace up. Now 2 prize cards remain for Irvin. Nathan has to try and find a way to not only take a knockout here, but ask more questions of Irvin. Can he stop him?
It is going to come down to, like it often does, an INO. I think Nathan, if you're Nathan here, you need to disrupt Irvin's hand, take a knockout somehow, and then just pray that Irvin cannot piece together the last 2 prizes.
They're just trying to work out, is there a route? Nathan has been on the back foot for a lot of this match, having to try and take away the scary options of Irvin, but while taking out Duskulls on Pidgeys is great, that means the Charizard just stays in the active and keeps swinging.
So I do see there's a Drifloon in hand, so if you can get that down, get a Bravery Charm on it, you can KO this Charizard, and then if you can combine that with an INO, maybe you just hope that Irvin misses off of a flip the script, and then you can take the game from there. But it is a tall order for sure.
Yeah, I think that is probably going to be the best route. I mean, Irvin plays a Lost Vacuum as well, which is...
Oh, of course, that makes things even rougher. But again, that's why the INO just becomes even more important in that instance.
Yeah, so there's lots of cards in Irvin's deck, which, if there was a Pidgeot established, would be very easy to tutor out. But this is where Charizard can sometimes fall prey to disruption. When you don't have the Pidgeot down, it can be tricky to find those final pieces.
So Power Pad to get a couple of supporters back, just so Nathan can close out the game on his next turn if it goes that far. So it's going to be after that, I guess it's going to be INO, and then if he doesn't quite find the pieces, maybe one dig further a Pokestop, go for it again.
Might even put himself in a position where he just swings for 300 into the Charizard and says, well, actually, I might be able to knock it out next turn with a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, as long as he can get it back, right?
Yeah, so might not even look to take a knockout here, to try and force it as uncomfortable a situation for Irvin as possible.
And also not trigger the flip the script as well, and finds the Bravery Charm!
He's got the Bravery Charm, will be able to use the Drifloon here.
That is a huge find. That is exactly what Nathan needed, and now can put together this plan to try and just steal this game back from Irvin here. As we do see the one refinement being used, finds a Buddy Puffin and a Night Stretcher. That's great too. Yeah,
Night Stretcher could be a useful way to get that Monkey Dory back, and 300, a very good number for Drifloon to hit, which would mean that Charizard would get put on 30 HP remaining in range of Monkey Dory, and it really would come down then to what Irvin has in that 2-card hand.
Yeah. And then the draw for turn, because it's very, very heads up, and it's really important that you pointed that out, Mike, because yeah, with the 300 damage, no flip the script, it means it will only be those 3 cards.
But then you've also got to bear in mind there is a Charizard that could easily just swing back, so it reduces the number of cards that Irvin needs to get the knockout. So it's that trade-off. Do you leave the attacker in play, or do you remove the attacker and give 3 more cards?
I think you just have to pray that one of those 3 cards that Irvin has next turn isn't Boss's Orders. I think that because giving your opponent 3 more cards with flip the script, I think that's just too much.
Don't even know if Nathan has access to being able to knock out this Charizard, because it would require the Monkey Dory to be involved, and I don't think that's possible with the current hand, so might just have to lean into this 300 damage from the Drifloon. Drifloon attacking will do 30 damage for each damage counter on it with Balloon Blast, and by attaching these energy through the Gardevoir, each energy will put 20 damage on it, so Drifloon will be able to take a massive swing into the Charizard EX, but just fall short of the knockout.
You can tell that Nathan is agonizing over this. He knows that it's a very tricky spot and that the statistical margins are so marginal in that instance, but I think this is absolutely the right play to go for here. 5 Psychic Embraces onto this Drifloon will do 10 damage, and that will mean Balloon Burst will do 300 to this Charizard, and now it's all up to Irvin. What does he see off of these 2 cards in the draw for turn? If there's a boss's orders, he will win the game, and we'll be going to game 2, but this is going to be the big top deck here. What does he draw? Come on, don't leave us waiting, Irvin, come on!
Show us what you've got, Irvin. In that hand, there's an Ultra Ball there. Is there anything else? A Super Rod.
And a Briar. That's not going to do it. Like, Nathan has his own 3 prize cards. The Briar you can't activate yet. Unless he can put together a Dusknoir.
I mean, he could put together a Dusclops.
Maybe so. He could Pokestop again. Counter Catcher. You know, you can't use that.
A Lost Vacuum.
Oh, that's
huge. My goodness, that Pokestop has come through huge.
The Lost Vacuum. The clutch find for Irvin is he can get rid of the Bravery Charm and get the KO. And now, no matter what Nathan brings up, he'll get KO'd by the Charizard, and we're going to game 2.
Pokestop, the MVP for Irvin, showing exactly why even the most clunky of decks like Charizard can find a way to Pokestop their way to victory.
What a game. What from Irvin. What a clutch find. Both times the Pokestop coming in huge. And have we ever seen like Pokestop at Charizard before? Not to my recollection, at least.
There's so many important one-of cards, one-of supporters, one-of Pokemon that you do not want to discard. But equally, you saw how many great items there are. The Lost Vacuum, the Rare Candy, the Ball Search, and also a great way to disrupt your opponent's board and bounce their stadium, and it really has come in clutch there for Irvin on both those Pokestop.
Yeah, we did see there the early Gardevoir KO, taking like the first really big knockout for 2 prizes. Nathan, knowing that this was coming along, kind of tried to pull it back a little bit and did have the board set up to do so, but it really just kind of fell apart from there. Both times, Irvin just not missing a beat with his Pokestop. 3 items buff of that.
Outrageous. And when we said about the no knockout from Nathan leaving Irvin in a 2-card hand, we didn't account for the fact that Pokestop would juice it up with 3 new cards, one of which being that Lost Vacuum that created the game-winning moment. Great inclusion from Irvin, a great power card to work well into the Gardevoir, and consequently Irvin wins our first game of the semi-final here. We have a semi-finalist on the other side already waiting in Arnie, a fellow Finnish player to Irvin, who has made his way all the way to the final, just waiting to see which of Nathan and Irvin will join him.
Yeah, wow, what a game 1 that was. And I think if you're Nathan, to be fair, you're thinking, you know what, yeah, I lost that game, but I know I can take this deck down. I know that I'm not out of this by any means, and so he's got to just brush it off and think it's just 2 games. I've done this once before. In top 8, I was 1 game down against Mads, and I brought it back 2 games to 1 to win, and I'm going to do it again here. Nathan goes first.
And you could just see why it's such a tough matchup.
Oh, wait, no. Irvin went first and passed because Nathan's playing the Call Bell.
No, it could be just going...
You can only use it if you're going second and on your first turn.
Surely not. I mean, this is an incredible start. This is an unbelievable beginning. How on earth does this happen?
Irvin must have draw past, right? That's the only way this is possible.
Yeah, Cool Bell, for those of you who've not seen it before, you can use this card only if you go second and only during your first turn. So we did just miss the Charmander pass.
Yeah, and it was a draw pass. We just got confirmation there. So yeah, wow. Irvin with a really not strong start at all. And again, I guess Nathan would have chosen to go second and really want to because of the Call Bell. So working out really, really well in Nathan's favor here.
Yeah, it's one of those weird matchups where they both need to evolve a lot, but actually they'd rather set up a stable board because they don't mind getting knocked out. So they tend to want to go second so they can use that Arven and get that big evolution turn. The precious trolley allowing the board to go wide for Nathan. Already have 2 Rolts in the hand anyway.
Look at that.
Just a few more there, and then the TM evolution just to be able to turn those into Curlier.
Yeah, and then I got the TM evolution again, the Flutter Mane. So as long as Nathan has a way to retreat this Screen Tail, you can go ahead and use the Flutter Mane, use the evolution, and you are not only denying your Irvin the active Pokemon ability, but you're setting up your Curlier so wonderfully. You're going to be taking a huge lead in this game.
I mean, if you want an example of why Nathan has built Gardevoir the way he has, with the Cool Bells and the Precious Trolley to activate that Arven and do this kind of first turn, you can see exactly why. Essentially having 7 Arvens on his first turn going second by having 3 Cool Bell and 4 Arven in the deck means it's so consistent at setting up a TM Evo Precious Trolley play.
Yeah, now it looks like, I don't think there's a way for Nathan to get this Flutter Mane into the active, so it's just going to be a TM Evo and a Psychic Energy onto the active Screen Tail. But then we'll use that evolution and evolve 2 of those Rolts into Curlier. Fantastic stuff.
It looked like Irvin had other basics in hand, but opted to just leave the lone Charmander there, because when you're playing a deck that has liabilities to put down, and you're worried about putting them in play when your opponent goes like this, you don't need them in play because they're going to go slow, right? So you can leave just a lone Charmander in play and let your opponent do their setup turn and then start benching things next turn.
Oh, look, what a draw for turn there from Irvin. Finds a Buddy Puffin off of the top of the deck, so going to be able to set up well already. And I do believe I saw an Arvin in hand too.
Yeah, the Buddy Puffin, the dream starting card, just one turn late for Irvin, but as mentioned, as long as you set up nice and stable, you're not too worried about going behind for either side.
Yeah, and I don't think, looking at the hand again, there were Pokemon in the deck, but I don't think they were basics. I think they were evolutions. I think I saw a Dusclops and a Charizard in there that he wasn't able to put down.
Charizard?
Oh no, there was a Radiant Charizard, actually, you're right, but you really don't want that down because, like you said, it is a liability.
And that's the kind of knowledge these players have. They know which matchups they can get donked in, where their opponent gets a knockout first turn. And Gardevoir is one of those decks that cannot do that. And so it looked really bad for Irvin, but actually having the Arvin available and that Buddy Puffin top deck has set him up for a nice stable board.
Yeah, so going to be pretty content with that, even though obviously it's not ideal going first and essentially just doing nothing, but still knowing that you have enough good things to work with that you can stabilize even in a situation like this, as you will count through the deck. Now, we didn't quite get a chance to look at the prizes. There's a couple of unfortunate ones here for Irvin. 2 is 5 Fire Energy prize, and also that Forest Seal Stone, which is quite rough.
Yeah, the Forest Seal Stone and the Defiance Band, which is...
Oh, Defiance Band too, yeah, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, potentially why it's taking so long here is they are the tools of choice that you'd want to take out the deck off this Arvin, so we'll only be able to get an item card and have to wait for those tool cards to come off naturally through the prize cards. And I think this is a tougher start for Irvin.
Yeah, well, no doubt about that. And I mean, it's one of those things that you take like a little bit of a risk, right? These Charizard decks keep going lower on fire engine counts. We saw 7 and then 6, now 5. At the very least, even with the amount of prize, you still have enough to power up the Charizard to take a KO at least.
And the natural draw into the rare candy Charizard, certainly a great place to start. We'll be able to start swinging. We mentioned how hard Charizard EX is for Gardevoir to knock out. It is just out of that range of the Drifloon without a bit of Monkey Dory support. So despite the rough start, we see Irvin has the board behind to be able to set up over the future turns. No 2 prize liabilities in your Rotom Vs or your Luminium Vs, your Pheasantippides, and now you've got the Charizard EX in the active starting to attack and ask those questions. Can you keep up, Nathan?
Yeah, so actually, all things considered, not bad. And I mean, I think that's why Nathan in an ideal world would have loved to get that Flutter Mane active, because if so, that turn would have been possible because Infernal Rain would have been shut off.
Exactly. Now the draw engine revs up for Nathan. Refining cards away with that Curlier ability refinement. Discard a card from your hand and draw 2 cards. And as we are seeing now, it really does help you get those energy into the discard pile.
Yeah, not many in discard now, though. I believe it's just one little Psychic peeking out there. That second refinement discarded Professor Tourist scenario. We do see Curlier number 3, though. This can go ahead and discard the Psychic Energy that was in the hand. Draw 2 more cards. We see, oh, a Counter Catcher and another Iono. You really want to see more energy here.
Yeah, because this is the point where you want to see an attack come off to try and keep up with the Charizard EX. I mean, that is all Charizard has to do, is just keep a tempo up. Keep taking knockouts and keep saying, can you keep up with this? Because I can take more prize cards than you in one turn. I've got Dusknoir, I've got Briar. What do you have? And Nathan is really trying to find that now. What is the answer to this Charizard EX?
Well, imagine one answer that would have been nice would have been, of course, that Pheasantipity EX, but on Nathan's side, that one is prized, so can't have access to it with his Nest Ball right now.
And
that's rough.
Needing that Gardevoir as well in play, which, as we mentioned, is always scary to put down in play because you know it's a 2 prize target for a Charizard EX to take out due to that dark weakness.
Yeah, so maybe considering that Monkey Dory, considering that Arvin in the hand, Arvin and Iono are both options for him. I mean, disrupting to 5 in hand isn't bad, but it doesn't feel amazing. You really want to be saving those Ionos for later on, where you can really put Irvin down to a low hand size, but if you need them to draw cards, then you need them to draw cards.
So, tough decisions. Monkey Dory needs that dark energy attachment to be activated, but great to get in play.
There is 1 dark energy in the deck, or in the list, and I do believe it is there in the deck, because I don't believe I saw it in hand already. No, it's not. So yeah, it's there in the deck. It's not in the prize cards, so, but there is only 1.
It's interesting, because we have seen Gardevoir lists really lean into Monkey Dory more and have 2, maybe 3 dark energy with 2 Monkey Dory, really trying to get it out, but this deck is very much lean on the options, really trying to be as consistent as possible. As we mentioned, that 3 Cool Bells, certainly taking up some space in the deck to try and get set up more often. And in most matchups, I'm sure Nathan has found throughout the day, if you set up as Gardevoir, you do have a lot of control across the board. It's often those slower starts that let you down.
Yeah, it really is. Now, had to play the Arven to find an Ultra Ball to go ahead and get this Gardevoir EX. It means that it won't be... oh, well, hold on. You have the Counter Catcher in hand, though, don't you? So you could maybe use that to bring up one of these low HP bench Pokemon, and then you can go ahead and attack with the Flutter Mane.
You'll notice that Urvin plays the 50 HP Pidgey. So there is a world where the Flutter Mane plus a Monkey Dory would be able to take out that as well, but on this occasion it is just going to be moving that Monkey Dory back into the active.
Mind Bend.
Using the active Pokemon with Mind Bend.
Here it goes again, so 60 damage plus Confusion. Definitely a lot more impactful this time, given there's no Pidgeot out and there's no second Charizard out, so going to be a little bit harder for Irvin to bail out of this unless you can find the Rare Candy combination here. We do see the Dusclops coming in, though.
He's going to attack. So he's going to attack. If he flips heads here, the attack will go through. If he flips tails, that Charizard will do damage to itself. And
it is tails! Oh, a huge Confusion flip. Does Irvin is denied the attack, and from the Confusion effect has to put 30 damage on the Charizard!
We've all been there. Charizard EX hurt itself in Confusion.
It's not just in the video game, it's in the trading card game too. It just doesn't happen as often as you'd think.
And that Monkey Dory, a great attacking option in this matchup, because you want to put that Charizard EX in range, and that flip has just given Nathan another turn.
Going to be very, very grateful for that, as now we do see, not the, oh, okay, I got a little bit confused there. The Ino hit the discard pile, but that's from our refinements, not playing it yet, and then a very easy discard choice from that Coal Bell for the second refinement too.
Yeah, similar story to Battle VIP Pass back in the day.
Yep.
It is now rotated, but those only going on your first turn, and in this case, going second cards, they become useless for the rest of the game, but they are nice, easy discards with the refinement. But now Nathan's got that turn back through that Mind Bend Confusion. Now he's got to try and work out how to get back into the game. What's the route this turn?
Well, I mean, Mind Bend again doesn't seem... unless you're bringing something else up, there's not much point in doing that, just because the Charizard is already confused. The Counter Catcher is still there, ready to go in hand. So it looks like it's going to be Power Pad to shuffle back in, and was that Arven and Boss's orders, or was it something else in Boss's orders? I just missed that a little bit there, but so you're going to get the supporters back and has one more refinement. Maybe would really like to find that Boss's orders again.
And maybe that Dark Energy too, to start using the Adrenabrain of Monkey Dory, can start accelerating the game and taking knockouts where otherwise you'd have to just knock out the active, start sprinkling some damage about.
So the only thing I'm thinking is, if you wanted to draw the Dark Energy, surely you don't do the Power Pad first, right? Because now you've kind of reduced your odds. I guess if you find the Arven, you can find one of your Earthen Vessels, so maybe in that case it increases the odds, and then if you're doing that, you want the Boss's orders back. So maybe just thinking about it from that angle. But yeah, there's a lot to consider here. And it will go do refinement, discarding one of the two. Oh, finds a Dark Energy off the first draw off of the refinement.
That is perfect right now. There is a world where if there's enough Psychic Energy discard, I don't know if there is, the Flutter Mane could be an option. Going for the Pidgey and then potentially setting up the other Pidgey on the bench for a knockout. I'm not sure if it's available. Is there enough Psychic Energy to be able to do that?
I'm not sure. Let's see here. So this Counter Catcher, I think, will tell us a lot. No matter what, I think you've got to go for this Charmander, right? Because if you can like KO that and just leave, yeah, exactly. Take out the Charmander, and actually it's going to be, attaching the Dark to the active. Is it going to be Mind Bend plus?
Oh, there we go. That's going to be the knockout on the Charmander. Just using your Adrenabrain to move 30 damage
okay.
from the Monkey Dory to the Charmander. 60 damage from the Mind Bend. Knocks out the Charmander. Means that this Charizard EX is the only available option for Irvind unless he finds a sneaky route through a Thought and Play.
Yeah. Oh, but draws the Pidgeot for turn. Has the Rare Candy already.
Pidgeot established. It was missed in that first game, but Irvin now having the Pidgeot available, and the Unfair Stamp will be disrupting Nathan in this early stage, both of them with 5 prize cards remaining, but this time Nathan will take 2. Irvin will take 5.
Holding on to that for the perfect moment as Nathan does take that first KO, but the Unfair Stamp is there, ready to go. Now, the saving grace for Nathan is there are free Curlier out in the field, so that will be free, free options to draw 6 cards to try and get back from this Unfair Stamp. But wow, what well timed from Irvin there.
We did see, though, in the past, sometimes it can be quite tricky to discard with Curlier.
It can, that's true.
You don't necessarily want to discard all the cards in your hand, but we'll see what happens off the back of this. And this is going to be a big 2 cards for Nathan, but also for Irvin to just continue attacking whilst also having that Pidgeot to help stabilize the board.
Yeah, looks like there's another Rare Candy found. Briar 2 can make use of that later if the prize mapping ends up making that viable. it does look like there was maybe an Ultra Ball as well. It's just going to go for that quick search, though. And you really want to establish more Charmander here. That's the main thing you want to go for, because you know that this Charizard DX and the active is going to go down, and you don't want to be left without a Charizard to attack with.
And it can often be easy to forget with that unfair stamp that we have just witnessed an item being played to disrupt the play. And so supporters are still available. And so Irvin now could be in a great position to gust and disrupt in the same turn, which would be devastating for Nathan's board. If that Gardevoir EX goes down, he's then going to be able to try and find a way to set up another attack.
Yeah, if Boss's Orders seems pretty strong here. And yeah, there it is. Boss's Orders bring up that Gardevoir EX with that Dark weakness. The Burning Darkness will very easily, even with no extra damage on the Burning Darkness, the 180 base will easily KO that Gardevoir EX. And there it is. 2 prizes for Irvin. And Irvin is only 3 prize cards away from making the finals.
And with a Dusclops available next turn, the Charizard EX in the active, a Pidgeot available, Irvin is staring down a great position here as Nathan is going to have to draw out of this unfortunate scenario. Does have a few options here. Doesn't really want to bench that Radiant Greninja because he needs to leave the space for an attacker now. And this is when your back is against the wall after being disrupted.
Yeah, it is very, very tough here. At least, okay, the first refinement is a good one. It's guarding a Psychic Energy. You definitely want that. 2 more cards drawn. Oh, an Earthen Vessel and a Boss's Orders. You've got to be feeling pretty good about that too. You know that the Pheasantipity is prized, but you also know that you need more energy. So in this instance, just going to give up the Pheasantipity EX. I guess it's an easy 2 prizes as well, which you don't want. So going to instead use it as discard fodder for the Earthen Vessel to grab 2 more Psychic Energy.
Well, this is a tough position to be in, but what better way to do it than discarding as many energy as possible, thinning that deck. Plenty of draw now off of these refinement, and we'll see what comes off the back of that. But there was a Gardevoir EX in the prizes, 1 in the discard pile, 1 in the prizes. So for Nathan to get this Gardevoir EX established, we'll need to find one of those 2 Night Stretchers to bring it from the discard into the hand.
Just can feel the tension here. Both these players know exactly where they are in terms of the board state. If you're just joining us, we are here at our last semi-final match before our finals here in Stuttgart. Ovind is 1 game ahead of Nathan. Nathan is trying to find an out to pull back in this game 2, but his back is against the wall, and Ovind is looking very pretty to secure a spot in the finals.
There we go, another refinement. The Drifloon's available, Ultra Ball, but there isn't another Gardevoir in deck. It will have to come from the discard pile, so it needs exactly Night Stretcher at this point. 1 Gardevoir EX prized, 1 in the discard. This is not a comfortable position, and this shows you the power of the unfair stamp. Despite the draw Nathan's been able to put on, still limited avenues after that Gardevoir EX gets taken out, really forcing Nathan to find 1 of 2 cards.
Yeah, and there is an Ultra Ball in hand, but oh wait, this is the problem, right? The other Gardevoir EX is in the prizes, so you need a recovery card as well as a way to search it out to get your Psychic Embrace back online.
Yeah, it looks like it could be the next prize card taken for Nathan, but needs to try and find a knockout at this stage, but has the Boss's Orders, so can just use the Mind Bend again, but that's not ideal. That's not really keeping you up with the prize race, but it's all Nathan can do in this scenario after being disrupted.
Yeah, just like KO the Charmander. I mean, surely in this situation, you think about KOing the Dusclops, right? Because you leave that in play. Now Ovind has potential to... Oh, no, I guess you can't really win this turn, right? Because there's no 2 prizes out, so you can't do like Briar Shenanigans or anything like that. So I guess in that sense, it's safe, but I really would have rather not left the Dusclops ready to make use of more Curse Blast Shenanigans if it were me.
So Irvin placing the Pheasantipity EX down. Flip the script. If any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your last turn, you can draw 3 cards, featuring in pretty much all of our decks here in Stuttgart. Such a great card to help you in these final turns to find all those pieces needed. Now Irvin may not be able to win this turn, but can put himself in a great position to take the final turn by storm. Just going to be looking through the deck with that quick search. Any card you want from your deck.
Yeah, such a powerful ability. It was powerful when it was on a single prizer all the way back in the Ruby Sapphire era. Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pidgeot with quick search. Back again in Obsidian Flames in EX form with just as strong an ability. And even on a 2 prizer, worthwhile to play. And also with a great attack in Blustery Wind as well. A really great clutch attack in certain situations. Not going to use it here though.
You can just see Irvin trying to work out how to get a Charmander out, debating between Super Rod and Thornton. Super Rod would allow him to put it back into the deck and place it down. Thornton would allow him to add it straight to his bench now, replacing one of his basic Pokemon, and potentially even be able to get another Charizard in play, which would be Interesting. So the Thornton really opens up these avenues throughout the game for Charizard EX to be able to set up Pokemon in unusual, unorthodox scenarios.
I mean, not only that, but in theory, if you do some Thornton shenanigans, couldn't you win this turn by KOing 2 things with 2 Curse Blasts and then doing an attack with the Charizard?
Essentially, yeah. I mean,
you don't need to do that necessarily. I think if I had enough regardless, but the potential's there.
Could be a bit of a reach, but there we go. Thornton just going to be thinning the deck of the Cleffa, putting the Charmander down. Doesn't need to evolve it this turn. Just trying to set up a strong board state for the final turn.
Just playing it safe, making sure that, yeah, this Charizard is going to attack, but next turn I have a Charmander that's ready to go and evolve. That makes a lot of sense here from Ovind, and going to put a Defiance Band on it for good measure to get that out of the hand. And it will be, yeah, Burning Darkness for an easy KO on his Monkey Dory, and Ovind's only 2 prizes away from securing a spot in the finals.
I just love how calmly he's just attacking every turn, nothing too crazy, going back to the basics of Pokemon, knock out the active or knock out the biggest threat on the board, and you're in a great position as Nathan now has 4 prize cards to take and nothing really able to be easily knocked out and become Nathan's final knockout. It's going to be really easy for Irvin just to keep swinging, so Nathan has to try and find a way to not only take a knockout but disrupt at the same time.
Yeah, because if you knock out a 2-prizer here, then Irvin just wins off a Briar and a Charizard, which we know is ready to go in either in the deck or in the hand.
And we saw last time what Nathan tried to do, leaving the active on with 30 HP remaining to try and do something with Monkey Dory, but that's not going to be easy to do here either, because the Gardevoir EX now is going to be a liability on the board.
There's just the options are running out for Nathan. The jaws are closing on his chance to make it to his first regional finals. Ovind is this close, he can taste it, but it's up to Nathan here to try and again to put it together as we see these refinement draws coming in. The last one now, that's the Night Stretcher and the Rare Candy, but just looking at this hand, yeah, I just don't see a way for Nathan to piece it together unless there's something I'm missing. Here we go, maybe this Arven can find a way out for him.
I mean, the Arven means there's not going to be any disruption here, so everything that's in Irvin's hand right now will be available in the next turn. And so this is going to be really tough for Nathan. Just hoping that there's nothing in the deck available, but with the Pidgeot EX available, last time we saw this scenario where Nathan had to try and take a knockout or leave Irvin in an uncomfortable position, there was no Pidgeot EX, whereas now, any card that would win the game for Irvin can be tutored out of the deck exactly with that quick search.
Yeah, there's just basically, there's no good knockout to take. That's the Nathan's biggest problem, right? No matter what you try to knock out, you're either playing into Irvin's hand in terms of the overall prize race or falling victim to a Briar. And yeah, I think Nathan's recognizing that now. He's really struggling to think of how he can just try and find some way back into this game. It looks like it's going to be Bravery Charm and Countercatcher as the choices. That deck is looking mighty thin as well, I gotta say.
Well, Countercatcher to find a bench target. Which of those is Nathan going to go for? I mean, we've seen it across so many eras of the TCG. Gusting up something that might not be able to move could be an option. Can be quite tricky for them, but then the Drifloon will swing into something here. I mean, I respect Nathan trying to find a route here, but it's looking really tough at this point.
Yeah, I did find that second Gardevoir EX off the prizes with that last knockout though, so there's something to consider at the very least. The Gardevoir's ready to go in hand, but the second you put that down, that Charizard EX is thinking, you know what, I'm gonna take out that Gardevoir post haste.
So going to be taking out that Pidgeot, which will take away the ability to find anything from the deck.
And I guess this is like the best thing for it, right? Just hope that there's no way for Irvin to bring up the Gardevoir as long as you take out the Pidgeot.
We know that there's a Lost Vacuum in the deck, so after this attack from Drifloon, the Lost Vacuum could be used to remove the Bravery Charm from it, so that could be a route. But this is going to be it, just hoping that Irvin doesn't have it in hand and that knocking out this Pidgeot will be enough to delay the game and allow Nathan to take a 2-prizer next turn. It's a lot to ask, but it is the only route for Nathan, playing to his outs. He's going to ask the final question of Irvin, and if Irvin is able to answer it, he will be making his way to the Stuttgart final against his fellow countryman, also playing Charizard EX.
Yeah, for a same country, same deck mirror match. Not same list, though. That's important to know if that happens. So let's pay attention here to this. This is it, the key moment. Nathan, considering all the options, Balloon Burst, Taste and Knockout on the Pidgeot. Ovind, I think he looks a bit confident there. He's bringing up the Charizard. Does he have a way to... Oh, wait, no, it doesn't matter. You can just Curse Blast, and then you can KO anything. anything. It doesn't matter. You already won.
Irvind had it on board and will be making his way to the Stuttgart final as the second Finnish player to make it there. An all-Finnish final, all Charizard EX final, and will be crowning a first-time regional champion. Arnie versus Irvind will be happening soon, but what a performance from him there.
Yeah, completely missed also with the dust off. So that we were sitting there that whole time. We completely forgot about it. But then, of course, that Curse Blast can just KO the Drifloon, on 20 HP left, and then anything that Nathan brings up can get KO'd by Charizard. So, yeah, Irvind checkmated Nathan, essentially.
Yeah, that's why this matchup is so difficult. Charizard has so many options in that endgame to turn 2, 3, 4 prize cards remaining into a win. And with the Pidgeot EX, it's always a worry that they can just find it no matter what. And we saw exactly what happens when the matchup goes in the Charizard EX's favor early on, and they just stay there, keeping swinging. You just see it here. Attack, 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 and you can't do anything about it.
No, absolutely can't. Irvind, it never really felt like Irvind was out of control at any point during that game. Even when, yeah, so sure, there was these lucky finds off the Pokestop, right, that were absolutely clutch, and that really did help him out a lot. But at no point, Irvind, I think you said it yourself, Mike, he's just so calm, so cool, collected, just didn't even look bothered at any single moment during that match, and it's paid off with a win.
Yeah, that Pokestop there with the lost vacuum to get the win, but I reckon there was some other option in that hand as we see the final knockout there. And on this game, I think this was the one where it just was Charizard EX took the first knockout after a lone Charmander passed for turn 1, and for the rest of the game, Charizard EX just kept swinging. Even when it was confused, it tried swinging, it hurt itself in confusion, but it carried on for the rest of the game, taking knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, that was the last time that Charizard was damaged. Every single other attack that Nathan did was playing around that Charizard, so that 90 damage stayed on there for the rest of the game.
And that's when you've got a big Pokemon like Charizard EX that's got 330 HP. It's so hard to knock out for so many decks, and Nathan unable to knock it out. And you're always worried about the Pidgeot, you're always worried about the Pheasantipity, the Duskull. There's so many other things that you're worried about, and Irvind showed exactly the power of Charizard EX in those final moments.
Yeah, no way back there for Nathan. Huge commiserations to him. A really insanely impressive finish with Gardevoir, with a kind of new build of it as well, taking his bit in a different direction. And top 4 is nothing to sneeze at all.
Yeah, and a great position to be. Loads of points, loads of prizes, and I think inspired a lot of those Gardevoir players out there to try and change up the list. Maybe Precious Trolley and Cool Bell is the way to do it, and it is, as long as you're avoiding those Charizard EXs that are popping off and doing everything they want to do, a very strong deck there that has many options.
Yeah, there'll be no avoiding Charizard for us, though. I mean, it's gonna be an all Charizard finals here in Stuttgart. Charizard is guaranteed to win Stuttgart Regionals.
Yeah, it's almost like a cycle we've had. We had Regidrago V-Star Mirror in LAIC, and then we've got Sacramento, where it was a Miraidon EX Mirror, and that almost beats Regidrago. And then everyone went, do you know what I think will be a good idea? Charizard EX, that beats Miraidon. So we're having this kind of cyclical meta right now, and it seems to be the mirror match final era right now in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, a little bit. At least there's a mini era for these last few events, if nothing else. And yeah, I imagine kind of a similar story to what we had in LAIC as well, with Daniel Magda and Miloslav Posledny, only instead of meeting in top 4, they're meeting in the finals.
Yeah, so 2 players who know each other's decks very well. They opted for different styles. You know, the Pokestop, an interesting innovation from Irvind, and we saw how powerful that was. Adding that lost vacuum in, and then on the other side, Arnie just opting for consistency. He said it here in the interview. 4 Nest Ball, 4 Buddy Buddy, 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Rare Candy, and just saying, I'm going to play Charizard EX every single game, and if I do that, eventually I'll win. But then maybe in that mirror is where those power cards will come through and really help out.
Yeah, it can really go either way, right? Either you win a mirror match by being the more consistent version, or you win the mirror match by having an edge in terms of power that your opponent doesn't have. It depends a lot on your deck building and playing philosophy, I think, a lot of the time.
Yeah, and so much can change throughout the game. And I think when you see mirror matches, you really do see the full skill expression of the players, especially in something like Charizard EX, where it's not so much who gets going first. You know, it's not an aggressive matchup where the winner is the person who takes the first knockout. There will be some Dusknoir, Duskull shenanigans. There will be who can establish the Pidgeot, who can take out the Pidgeot, and whether that Charizard EX is a 2-hit knockout or a 1-hit knockout. There's so many things that make this matchup fascinating to watch, and we're going to be in for a real treat here at Stuttgart.
Yeah, we are, and I'm sure we would love to hear from Irvind too. We're not quite ready yet for that, but I mean, I can't wait to hear what Irvind... We heard it from one side, right, in terms of Arnie's thoughts, but I wonder if Irvind's thoughts are going to be similar, or like there's going to be some differences in philosophy there. That'll be quite interesting to see.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really great about the format right now. There's so many different ways you can play every deck. You know, people have mastered certain decks, changed up those decks, especially with Surging Sparks, a few new cards here and there to add add in, and then the way they're piloting them has become more and more interesting. And I think that idea of the 7 Arven with the 3 Cool Bell, that's something that many players wouldn't have even thought of going into this meta. And so that great innovation from Nathan. And on the other side, we've got the Charizard, which is slowly innovated over time, and it's had all these different ace specs, but realistically going back to good old-fashioned unfair stamp Charizard seems to be the way to do it.
Yeah. Now, I don't know about you, I think we've done enough yapping here. I want to hear from Irvin, so let's just swap things over so we can hear from our feature match winner here at the desk.
I met people in Finland who is very important to me, and they play Pokemon, and they told me to join us to play Pokemon. I was, okay, I can try out. And I got excited to play again and again, and here we are. My favorite Pokemon competitive deck probably is Ho-Oh-Kiawe and Green Blacephalons, because I love fire decks. They are so aggressive, they are so strong, they one-hit KO everything. They can just win mostly of decks in the formats. I really wish that one day I can be a Pokemon TCG champion. Any kind of regional, international, or world championship champion title will be very cool to get it. I'm looking Brent Tonison because I really like to see he's traveling the whole world to play regional championships, and I really wish I can do the same one day.
Thank you very much. Always great to hear from Julius, but we are here, and I'm here. I'm Alex Dale. I'm here with the winner of our top 4 most recent feature match, Özvind. How are you feeling, my friend?
Great, actually.
Yeah? It was. How did you find the matchup against Gardevoir?
I have played against a couple times in League Cups, and it's fine matchup when they don't play Stamp. And when I did see the Precious Trolley, I was like, okay, this is going to be fine because
you can be aggressive.
Yeah, I can be aggressive, and okay, the games went how they went. I had like the best draws you can imagine. I was like looking my starting hand in the game 1, and I was like, now I'm going to need a Paddy Puffin or an Arven. And I got it.
Yeah, I mean, it worked very nicely, especially in that game 2 when you just left it with the Charmander, then of course you ripped. But let's have a little look at that Pokestop, because that's something very special to your list that we play, don't you? You play 2 Pokestops in your list, and just on the screen here, we have the first Pokestop, you hit 3 items, which was really nice, but the most special one, this Pokestop for 3 cards to win game 1. How did that feel? Did Pokestop work well across the weekend?
Yeah, I had many games. Like I had 2 mirror matches which I won because my other opponent discarded there's Dusknoir.
Oh wow, okay, all the key pieces.
I stamped her to the perfect cards, and then she just played the Pokestop and discard the cards.
Wow, okay.
Which you could have found with Lumineon Forest Sealstone combo.
Amazing.
And then against another mirror, they used Pokestop and discard Crucial Boss. And then in day 2, the first game, I was like, I'm losing this game because I misplayed and I discard my Thornton early on. And I didn't have like Thornton access. I have Palpad.
Yeah,
then
sure.
I put 1 energy on 1 Bitsy randomly.
Yep.
And then I had to hit, the Pokestop had to discard the Charizard, Radiant Charizard, and it had to get the Palpad.
Wow, okay. And it hit it perfect.
Yeah.
Just like we saw in the top 4 matches. So Pokestop, you know, a little secret spice card in the Charizard list. Not, I mean, we don't see it a lot, right? It's pretty cool because you have so many items in there that are so useful. Counter Catcher, rare candies, all the ball counts, you know, Nest Ball, Buddy Puffin.
Yeah.
So it's a great feeling when you hit that lost vacuum at the end, right?
Yeah. And if you play Arven and get your Forest Sealstone out, there is nothing that is undiscardable, you know, like everything is getting back with the Palpad or the Stretcher or Super Rod.
Yeah,
so
when you can cherry pick just the Forest Sealstone and the Pidgeot, it feels so good.
It feels bad when you don't have the Forest Sealstone in your hand. I have a couple times played Pokestop and discard a Forest Sealstone and then just pick up my cards and go to the next game.
But it's worked out. It's got you to the final. You're up against Arnie. We've seen him in top 8 and top 4 as well. Yeah. An all-finished final and all Charizard matchup. A little bit different. How are you feeling with that?
Well, actually, my list is like Arnie's list, but I think Arnie's list is boring.
That's one way to put it. I like it.
I had some fancies to that list. So my deck list is completely from Arnie, and then I just put the Pokestops, and I had to put the Palbet so I could one Arven for.
I mean, it makes it a lot more fun, like you said.
He is now playing Collapsed instead of the Vacuum, but the initial list that he had.
So you were initially looking at it together, but then you went for fun, and like you said, Arnie, he's called your deck boring, but we'll see how the final goes.
Yeah, boring is good because
that's very
it's
true.
More consistent, so I'm not feeling great. And also my Charizard Mirror gameplay is like 3 games on a train with Alexi. And 3 games in this tournament, and I think he has more experience. So.
Okay. But you never know. This is a game of Pokemon, right? Anything can happen in the final. But thank you very much for joining me for a very quick interview. Just a little bit insight of your very special Pokestops there. We'll let you have a little bit of a break just before we go and into the finals, of course, where we will crown our Stuttgart Regional Champions. But I think Amy, just outside on the field, might have a little bit of a surprise for you guys.
Hi guys, come on with me. While we're anticipating the Masters Finals, the Charizard Showdown of the Century, we're ready with some other finalists. Some champions, in fact. We've already crowned 2 today, and thankfully I get to introduce you to them. So while we wait on our dramatic finals, why don't we hear from some finalists ourselves? So, may I introduce all of you to Oliver from the juniors bracket, who is our Stuttgart champion. Oliver, how does it feel to be champion?
It feels really fun and exciting that I get my 2nd win this season.
2nd win this season? So you already won?
Dortmund.
Oh, are you enjoying Germany, would you say?
Kinda.
You've done exceptionally well. Oliver goes to the same locals as me. I actually taught you how to play. Yeah? What deck did you bring today?
Dragapult.
And what do you think was your toughest matchups?
Probably round 3 against Samuel C. Snorlax Stall.
Oh, that is a tough one. So why Dragapult now?
Just because it just has good matchups against lots of things. The ball matchup was a bit tough, but I texted in Pokemon League headquarters and Vacuum. And also I got inspiration from Nathaniel for playing Dragapult because he got top 8 in Gdansk with it.
Amazing. Oh, thank you so much, Oliver. And congratulations once again on being Stuttgart champion. Is there anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out to?
I'd like to shout out to my mom, my dad for taking here, my brother who I played in top 4, he was playing Cloth, and my friends Nathaniel, Thomas, Matthew, Big Jacob, Little Jacob, Declan, Isaac Delaney, and all my locals.
Thank you so much, Oliver. It was so great speaking to you. Thank you so much again. I'm sure I'll catch up with you later, bud. See you later, because we have another champion on our hands, because it's not just Oliver. I've got another surprise for you guys. Hello, how are you? Our seniors champion of Stuttgart. Please introduce yourself.
Ahoj, jak se máš? Prosím, představ se.
Já jsem Adam Vojtěch a jsem z Czech.
My name is Adam and I am from Czech Republic.
Amazing. Traveling not too far. How are you feeling being champion of Stuttgart?
Jak se cítíš, když seš champion Stuttgartu?
Skvěle.
He's great.
Oh, amazing. What deck did you bring today?
Jaký jsi vybral balíček?
Regidrago V-Star.
He chose Regidrago V-Star.
Amazing. Did you have any inspiration for playing the deck?
Měl jsi nějakou inspiraci, že jsi ten balíček zvolil?
Můj coach to hrál a myslel jsem si, že je to asi dobrý.
His coach was playing the deck also and they thought it was the best.
I love that. Amazing. Getting coaching as well. You must be so very proud. Why do you think Regidrago was the play for this tournament in seniors?
Proč si myslíš, že byl Regidrago ten nejlepší pick pro seniory na tomhle turnaji?
Že tady byly kontroly a Miraidonové, že to má asi jako nejlepší matchup spread.
So he thinks there were a lot of Miraidons and stalls, so he thinks it's the best matchups for him, so he chose the Regidrago Vestar.
Absolutely blown away. Thank you so much, champion of Stuttgart. I'm sure you'll have a fantastic run from here on. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out before we leave you alone?
Chtěl bys někomu poděkovat nebo někoho zmínit, než odejdeme?
Můj táta a Miloslav poslední.
He wants to give shout out to his dad and to Miloslav poslední.
I love that so much. Thank you so very much for being our champion. Of course, you've worked so hard. I really appreciate that all of the work that the juniors and seniors put into their decks and the tournament and kind of everything that we've come to know with Pokemon. But of course, we have one more finalist to crown, and it is going to soon be time to crown our Masters champion. However, we don't have one yet, but we do have one we spoke to not long ago.
Me llamo Fernando Cifuentes y vengo de Chile. Yo creo que sería tipo eléctrico porque me gusta la electricidad. Mi papá y mi hermano ya jugaban de antes al juego de cartas Pokémon y después ellos me metieron al juego y empecé a jugar con ellos y empezamos a viajar. Principalmente hacer algún top 32, algún regional o para clasificar al mundial y el resto inesperado.
Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
Did you think you were going to win?
No, porque el mazo que jugué no era un mazo para ganar el mundial. Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo. He jugado un par de finales de regionales y special events cuando era senior, pero no se compara en nada a una final de Master mundial a esas finales de special y regionales. Una experiencia totalmente distinta. La razón por la que siempre vuelvo a competir es principalmente porque viajo con mi familia y mis amigos. Y la he pasado muy bien, esa experiencia es muy bonita. Y no solamente competir, sino vivir la experiencia. Da lo mismo resultado. Mis recuerdos favoritos son cuando mi hermano ganó el regional de Boyanía este mismo año. Ahí la pasamos muy bien. O también puede ser este mismo año cuando hice 8-0 y pasé invicto al día 2 del mundo. Admiro a mi hermano porque yo lo considero uno de los mejores jugadores del mundo en este momento. Mi consejo es, para el resto de entrenadores, es que se diviertan con el juego.
Fernando taking the World Championship trophy back to Chile for the first time ever in Pokemon history.
And it's time to finally crown our Stuttgart Regional Masters Division winner. And I'm back here. I know I gave you a moment just to recompose yourself, of course, Amy. You had a lot of fun having a chat there with our juniors and senior winners, of course.
I know, already champions in their own right, did fantastic, battled it out today. The juniors division started out with 154 players down to 1 and 173 for our seniors division. So we've really cut it down already. And now with our masters, with over 1,600 players, and we are down to 2. One of them will be our champion today.
2 Finnish players in the final. 2 Charizard EXs in the final. We will have a new regional champion, and that's what we're excited for. Hopefully you guys have been following us throughout the weekend. If not, you have just joined us as we're about to enter the finals here of Özvind up against Arnie here, who have just taken slightly different paths here to the very, very top of the tree.
And we can absolutely attest to the fact that some of the Finnish players are some of the best in the world. We've known this for a very long time. Very high quality play coming from all of them. And now for 2 in the finals really speaks to their kind of testing and dedication to the game.
Yep, there was a bit of a mixture of the Charizard lists that some of the Finnish players were playing, but some of the other Finnish were also playing Clorth Terapagos as well. But it has been the tournament for the Charizard EX decks. We saw it very, very early on won yesterday in the first stream match, all the way now back round, and in every round so far of this top cut, we've seen Charizard. I mean, we've seen Arnie a couple of times, and Hojvin just there taking down that last deck that was just in the way. That's Gardevoir EX piloted by Nathan Doyle.
Yeah, Nate going ahead there and really showing their stuff with Gardevoir, but unfortunately falling at the final hurdle where Charizard just proved that once again it is an absolute force to be reckoned with in our tournament today.
Yeah, and we do have our players already seated. We will get confirmation that they haven't quite started yet. It is 0-0, though both our players. We've got Hojvin on the left and Arnie on the right-hand side there. I'm sure we'll get a chance to just have a quick look at both our players. Hojvin, someone I've actually seen in contests for quite some time now, a regular on the scene with some fantastic finishes as well.
Absolutely, as you can see, top 16s and top 8s galore, and a Birmingham regional top 8. Tell us about that, Alex. That's a funny one.
I faced him in top 8, and
really?
It was yeah, he was my top 8 opponent, so that's why we do go back. So it's great to see him in this position here. A chance to call himself a regional champion as well, but standing in the way is a fellow compatriot, Arnie.
Absolutely. Arnie, we've had a chance to chat earlier, and they are such a lovely guy. Really confident in this deck, has been playing it for 3 tournaments in a row now. Now this is the moment. This is Arnie's chance to go all the way with the deck that they know back to front, and they've done this matchup 100 times, but have they gone up against such an unusual Charizard build before?
Yeah, it was great having a chat with Hojvin just a moment ago as well at the end of the top 4 match, just to hear a little about those little nuances, little changes that have been made, and he called his deck more fun.
He did. I heard the interview, and yeah, more fun, less boring, but boring is consistent.
Yep, exactly that. But this is where, you know, both our players will know each other throughout the years of competing, of course. I'm sure they're going to be congratulating each other regardless of the result, but either way, both players will be walking away with plenty of cash money that you'd love to mention, Amy. Plenty of booster packs. CP is on the line as well, but one of these will get an automatic invite to the World Championships.
One of these lovely fellows we will be seeing at Anaheim at the end of the season in California for our huge World Championships, where the best of the best gather, just like these two, who are absolutely going to do their very, very best to become the very best there ever was.
100%. I mean, I love that, by the way. That was great. As both our players are just setting up now, we're just getting confirmation. They're just getting a chance to look at their opening 7 cards. They'll check whether there is a basic Pokemon so that they can begin battle in this final here at Stuttgart Regionals, and then both our players will place 6 prizes down for us to have a little gander at shortly, as we do see they're beginning to do it now.
We need to take 6 prize cards in order to win this game. That will seal up this finals, and here they are. My word, Alex, what do we notice about that?
That is a double Charmander in the prizes for Hojvin.
And a Pidgey.
This is gonna be a little bit tricky. We're kicking things off. This is the finals of Stuttgart Regional Championships 2025. We're looking to crown our winner here. Arnie will be kicking us off.
Our potential champion, Arnie, going ahead with that nest ball, kicking it off Charizard style, possibly looking for Pidgeys, Charmanders, or indeed the Rotom V, dependent on the rest of the hand. Now, going first with Charizard is just as nice as going second. It's a bizarre scenario where actually either is great. The only problem with going first is getting all those essential Pokemon out, ready so they can evolve next turn confidently. So sometimes in a mirror, going first is trump.
Yeah, but at the same time, is a lot of the Charizard players have previously decided to go second at points because they start utilizing things like the Cleffa to use Grasping Draw on the first turn, or get into the Arvins to be able to actually grab the right tool cards to really burst into the game. As we do see a second nest ball now hit the field for Arnie, I'm sure it's going to be something like that Rotom, which is currently at the front of the deck. That instant charge ability, one of those core components just to kind of maneuver the first couple of turns at points. Really, really vital when you're a setup deck like this.
I've heard many a fresh player ask me why it's so impactful for a deck like this to run Rotom. Why 3 cards are so essential, Alex?
I mean, because you're looking for all those combo pieces with those rare candies to kind of evolve up into something like the Pidgeot and then into the Charizard EX. Additional 3 cards, really just putting all of them into your hand is fantastic. But comboing that when you use Forest Sealstone as a fantastic tool onto a V Pokemon as well, giving it a V power, that Star Alchemy, allowing you to just search any card in your deck, that's where it really all comes together. As it is a passover, well, it wasn't a passover, it was that instant charge over to Ujvin, and now let's see how Ujvin can take this first turn going second.
Absolutely. Although instant charge is an ability, it does end your turn as it's quite powerful. So going straight in with the Nest Ball, and once again, we're probably going to see quite a similar turn. Really, Charizard just wants to make sure it's consistently getting set up. However, in this instance, we'll also get to play a supporter, which will just increase that consistency factor.
Yeah, 100%. And Ujvin, I'm sure, will be looking for a way maybe to maneuver the Rotom V out of the active spot as well. Generally, it's not in too much of a threat from Arnie's side of the board. One other way to extend over 180 damage, which is the base amount from Burning Darkness, is utilizing stuff like the Dusclops and Dusknoirs with the Cursed Blast to either give Ujvin a prize or just put the damage counters on. But with that not currently on the board, Rotom might actually be safe, but you never really want to leave it in the active spot.
No, not particularly. Unfortunately, the HP is a little bit on the lower side and just can be taken advantage of later in the game.
Exactly that, as we do see the first Nest Ball just for that Charmander right now. It is Ujvin just shuffling up, so I'm wondering what currently else is in that hand. I'm sure he's going to be looking for those other pieces as well. He would have just worked out that it's just the one Charmander he has access to.
Okay, going for the attach for turn. We do seem to have a supporter, but it's just an Iono, so not that kind of expected Arven play that we love to see on kind of going second Charizard turns, usually for the Buddy Poffin and the Forest Sealstone. So we're hoping that Iono has brought us some treats.
Yeah, one of those aspects is trying to look for maybe a Buddy Poffin. We see the Pokestop that we've spoken about a little bit earlier, and he does spin. There's a boss. Oh, it's not quite the same that we saw in top 4. He was hoping for a Nest Ball or a Buddy Poffin, as you mentioned, because even if he did have an Arven in hand on that opening turn 1, because he only has access to one Charmander, sometimes there's just not much he can do about that. So it will just be an instant charge for now. Arnie's going to be staring down at that Charmander thinking, there's only one there. I've got to be able to take that out somehow.
Absolutely, and that's what we're going to be going for on this turn with Arnie, trying to take advantage of the fact that Ujvin just had a really lackluster turn, and that Pokestop really came to bite.
Yeah, Forest Sealstone popped already. Star Alchemy being utilized here. Let's see which direction Arnie will go down. I mean, if there's a world where he could get Pidgeot and Charizard into play alongside a boss's orders, this could spell a lot of trouble for Ujvin.
That really could spell disaster, and that's the risk of using Pokestop, right? They know that their opponent is lacking on just basic resources at this point, especially with the Pidgeot in there, and no Pidgey to be seen on board either, and that really is a big consistency factor of this deck, as we see Arnie create their own Pidgeot EX, so now they're able to essentially kind of use a Forest Sealstone per turn when you think about the quick search ability, allowing him to search for one card every turn.
Yeah, and just put it straight into your hand. You don't have to reveal it. You can grab whatever you like. We do see
you like
the Buddy Poffin now, so Arnie's just kind of, stabilizing that full board here. So really troublesome to kind of just stare down from Ujvin's side. He did instant charge and does have that Forest Sealstone in his hand himself. But at the moment, this is just a little bit troubling. I wonder how Arnie's going to play this out, whether maybe he takes a slower route to victory here, because knowing that Ujvin hasn't really got much going, maybe he can build up the board a little bit further. Quick search here. I'm wondering exactly what card he pulled to the table there. We'll try and get a bit of a glimpse as well.
The Charizard Mirror is such a difficult one because your opponent's damage output scales when you take your prize cards. So although normally an aggressive start and taking lots of prize cards before your opponent would be beneficial, in this instance it can be your undoing if you're too keen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like just a Charmeleon, so he might be going down this sort of slower route just for the moment. moment, and it is just an instant charge. I mean, what we've seen in previous mirror matches, especially when Charizard's been at the forefront of a meta or a format, is the one who can take out the Pidgeot EX in combination with a disruption card like Iono tends to find themselves in a much better footing. But here we go. Ujvin has found himself a bit of a route here.
Ooh.
Does have the Forest Seal Stone. He's popped his own Star Alchemy. During your turn, you may search your deck for any card and put it into your hand. He was eyeing up that Charizard EX that he may have just put down onto, well, into the hand effectively here. He's just kind of double confirming it is that Charizard EX. He must have rare candy there.
Here we go. Okay, Radiant Charizard also joining us on the bench. Double Charizard turn. Not a bad idea when we're looking to evolve a Charizard for its Infernal Rain ability, being able to attach three fire energy from your deck to any of your fire type Pokemon. And just as I thought, absolutely 2 on the Charizard so it can use Burning Darkness, and 1 onto our Radiant Charizard so that we can try and skew a prize trade later in the game.
Yep, Luminium V also coming down as well, eyeing up that boss's orders here, which has just been grabbed from that Lumiere Sign ability, being able to cherry pick a supporter card from your deck, and he's chosen to go for the boss's orders, maybe target down and start trying to put some damage counters on that Pidgeot EX. Here we go, we're Pokestopping.
Oh no!
He's hit the rare candy. He has thrown away the Dusclops there, but maybe for the moment, it's not the worst scenario. That rare candy could be held on for future crazy turns. It looks like he's pointing at the and he's going for the Duskull here.
Okay, so not choosing to take a 2-prize tournament, but instead going for the Duskull, making sure that Arnie isn't going to be able to Curse Blast themselves.
Yeah, it's kind of taking control out of Arnie's hand, because when you are allowing your opponent to cherry pick, when you move yourself down to 2 prizes, for example, and opening avenues for Briar and things like that, it can cause a bit of chaos on the side. And also taking the prize here, Ujvin's got a 1 in 3 chance of actually getting a Charmander out of the prizes. I believe he did.
Just checking in on that.
Yeah, he did. He's confirmed.
Lovely. So we're rocking and rolling now. Both players have the potential to win this game 1 of our finals here in Stuttgart. We're looking at our potential buddy Poffin targets. And of course, we're looking at that Duskull again, trying just to get that set up. I think especially with Ojvin's discard pile being kind of full of those ghosties, we're certainly going to be looking at making sure that Arnie is thinking, ooh, okay, well, if you can't use them, then I think me being able to use them would be quite beneficial.
I mean, that's why we've got another one straight back down again here. But because Ujvin has taken the prize, it does mean Burning Darkness now has ramped up a little bit more. It's doing the base 180 plus 30 for every prize your opponent has taken. So 210 right now is actually taking a knockout on the Rotom V, taking a knockout on the Luminium V. So let's see where we're going. That looks like was that a Pokestop?
That was a Pokestop, but everyone is Pokestopping. These guys look like they're playing Pokemon Go, not the TCG finals.
It was like the wrong kind of game for here, but both players are discarding some vital resources that Iono could become in handy later on, as sort of mentioned, when you want to try and disrupt and take out sort of big support Pokemon, just like that Pidgeot EX there. But at the same time, maybe just getting the resources out of the deck, maybe just good things left. Who knows?
That's the thing. It's a huge risk versus reward scenario for Charizard, which is why we don't typically see Pokestop. But of course, now we're going into an unfair stamp. Maybe Ojvin taking a prize card was premature.
Yep, that unfair stamp, one of the A-spec choices of the Charizard EX decks. Both of these players are piloting it with unfair stamp, only being able to be used when your opponent's Pokemon is, well, when your opponent has knocked out one of your Pokemon, you can play this card and your opponent only gets 2 after shuffling their hand in, whilst you take 5.
Absolutely, and that is the concern. Ojvin now down to 2 cards in hand. We have no access to a Pidgeot. We can't quick search, and Star Alchemy is gone. So Pokestop and these 2 cards from the unfair stamp are now all he's relying on to try and kind of undo Arnie's plans.
Yeah, absolutely here. So I wonder what those 2 cards are. We do see the quick search here now. Arnie in a sort of, despite being 1 prize down, more of a commanding position, simply because Arnie has access to that quick search ability with that Pidgeot EX, and Özcan doesn't even have the Pidgey down at the moment. So being able to cherry pick what he wants, when he wants, is a real benefit to the deck Arnie is piloting right now.
Honestly, I think it's one of the biggest strengths of the mirror match is just being able to go, okay, once per turn, I'm going to go into my deck, get one card. I don't have to show you what it is because it can be any one card, and then I'm going to use it. Or not. Even if you've got everything you could possibly want in your hand, psyching your opponent out by potentially cherry-picking something can be a strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing that your opponent's just cherry-picked this card and just holding onto it just kind of means, oh my god, what am I expecting on the next turns? But we do see an Arven coming down, so just kind of getting more pieces out of the deck for the moment. Here comes the Charizard from Arnie's side. Infernal Rain powering up itself with 2 fire energies, just deciding whether he wants to power up the other Charmander. Does choose to do so.
Charmander getting an energy too. It's always for good measure. Sometimes, you know, things need to be super odd later. Sometimes there's only 1 energy left, but also thinning the deck of an extra card is really essential when you're really trying to keep up with masterful play and fantastic players such as Odvin.
Yep, another opportunity here to be the first one to deal damage to an opposing Charizard EX. Does require a 2-hit knockout from opposing. This could be a bit of a Charizard EX war here that's going to happen. There's an Ultra Ball, a Super Rod, and here we go, Pokestop, because it's not that
1,
useful.
2. Oh no, more ghosties in the discard pile. They really want to be not seen, don't they?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're not getting any, I'm not getting any either. So right now, the only way to get them back is with that Super Rod back in the hand right now. But there's the Ultra Ball. I wonder what piece we can try and conjure up here. Because we've already used the Luminion V as well for his ability to find a supporter.
Oh no, it
so
just really feels like there's just not many options left, unfortunately. Luminion's washed up all those options. We've got an Ultra Ball, and I mean, really not much to receive with it. I think Charmander is the most sensible choice, but it's not really getting us a whole lot closer to our goal of taking our next big knockout. But it is troublesome for both players where Charizard has such colossal HP.
Yeah, it's just whether that's enough, right? Because it's just what I think is a Super Rod that's remaining in the hands after this Charmander is being cherry-picked out from the Ultra Ball. But at this moment in time, you know, Özcan probably would love to see maybe that Pheasantipity come down at some point if this Charizard EX is going to be the one that gets knocked out. There's the benched Charmander coming down, and it will be a Burning Darkness for 180 damage, so a little bit short in comparison to what Arnie can currently deal. But Arnie's got an advantage to go two prizes up here, or 1 prize up on Özcan's current position, but taking 2 prizes.
Absolutely, and taking out an attacker and 2 energy along with it. And with limited resources left, a Super Rod, but actually already some really great targets in the discard pile, it poses many questions about how Odvin is going to come back from this.
Yeah, so this is a real troubling moment here for Özcan. He will have to maybe go for another spinning of that Pokestop if it remains in play. Arnie does have a little bit more control over that, maybe taking it away from Özcan if choosing to do so, of course. Remember, can cherry pick those cards. At the moment, though, it looks like that quick search has already been used, or maybe he just doesn't want to go for that boss's orders.
Yeah, kind of contemplating it, but went there in the end.
Second guessing himself at stages. That tends to what happened. You always have to try and think 2 or 3 steps ahead.
It's been brought to the hand, so that's the decision made. We're keeping it. But more moves to be made yet. The deck needs a good shuffle, so we're going to have more cards be played. No point in wasting time shuffling our deck. We've got a finals to run, and we've got a champion to crown. So we're going to go straight back in with that Ultra Ball. Okay, discarding our Dusclops.
Yeah, maybe want to eventually go into something like the Dust Noir instead. You know, Defiance Bands right now not too useful.
Alex,
there it is.
Very good, very good. I like it. I like to see it. Going ahead, thinning the deck again and kind of putting cards in the discard pile that we don't really need right now. Arnie quite confidently thinking, I don't need that Defiance Band. Behind, never heard of her.
And I think it's really becoming, in this game 1 at least of this Masters final here at Stuttgart Regionals, that Rare Candy now into the Dust Noir. Looks like it's going to be a pop-off here into the active. Takes the double knockout.
There we go.
And now it's on Özcan to see what is going to be promoted. It's going to be 2 prizes for Arnie. Özvin's going to go down to 4 prizes as well, but this is where it gets real tricky for Özvin. Does get a prize. I wonder, I didn't quite clock exactly what it is.
No, I didn't. Oh, it's not the other Charmander.
Wasn't the unfair stamp that's sitting in there either.
Oh, Luminion's now in the active. This is not feeling fantastic.
No, so if there is a knockout on this Luminium V here, the only other target on the board state for Arnie to win would be that Rotom V, because Özvin could send up the Radiant Charizard and actually swing for a big knockout as well. So, you know, maybe that's kind of the gambit Özvin's going for right now.
Yeah, the thought process throughout these games is so intense, especially with something as coveted as a Charizard mirror. As we said earlier, that damage scales and Radiant Charizard activates when you've taken prize cards. So you've got to time things perfectly. One of these 2 players is going to be our champion, so we know they're going to time it just right.
Özvin has hit the Nef's ball off the prizes, just having a little scan of that hand, so can get Pheasantivity if something when it passes over to Özvin's turn as well, following another attack. But Arnie's still got plenty more to come as another Duskull comes down now, also staring at Özvin's board, thinking, I can maybe cherry pick some other things off in a moment.
Well, they are ghost types. They do tend to work their way back.
Very true, very true. Never leave sight of you even after a Curse Blast here. But Arnie in a very commanding position here. But there's still plenty of time. Remember, this is the Masters final, 75 minutes on the clock. This is game 1 here of the Masters Division final. Arnie really showcasing the true power right now, as he has done so far, and yet another massive knockout.
Taking the huge knockout for 2 more prize cards, going down to 2, saying, okay, Özvin, if you can't speed up right now and take some big knockouts, then I'm going to take them.
Yeah, looks like a Super Rod being played here, and a Nest Ball being eyed up here by Özvin as well. It's going to be that Pheasantivity. Maybe he's looking for some way to just kind of get back into the game, maybe make a comeback if possible. Of course, Arnie doesn't have another Charizard right now. Maybe in combination with an Iono and sort of the knockout here, 1 Pidgeot Quick Search isn't enough to bring out another Charizard EX to kind of rain down with Burning Darkness. But let's see what this Flip the Script gives us, Amy.
Here we go. This could be crucial to the
Duskull Rare Candy. Rare Candy Charizard.
Ooh, okay. Rare Candy Charizard, Infernal Rain, 2 energy from the deck onto that Charizard. Do we have 2 energy?
Just the 1. But I'm sure he just wants to be attacking with the Radiant Charizard anyway, but didn't hit anyway to get maybe an Ultra Ball yet. We've still got a Pokestop to go.
Here we go.
We're spinning.
We're doing it. Spinning the stop.
1, 2, 3. Oh, it's just a Power Pad, not an Ultra Ball, I think, and that's the writing on the wall. So it looks like he's conceding game 1. Özvin doesn't take the first game. Arnie will be the first winner of this Masters Division final right now. So game 1 to Arnie.
Arnie bringing it home with Charizard, a classic from day 1. One of our first partner Pokemon, showing just why so many trainers choose Charmander.
Yeah, and one of the few other Pokemon that you find often very early to help it out as well. That Pidgey on that very first route that you get in the games as well, supporting the Charmander and Charmeleon and Charizards, as we saw it being a vital piece of the puzzle here to really push himself so far ahead.
And one of those really pivotal points was the unfair stamp, which we assessed earlier is a new-ish aspect to this deck. And then we were blasting off again with that Curse Blast, taking out the Charizard for a 4-prize turn.
Yep, exactly. Really turning things on its head there. Özvin, of course, will be able to take the knockout with the Radiant Charizard, but the Pokestop this time not working in his favor, and just 1 card away, maybe just trying to disrupt with a Luminion V or an Ultra Ball to be able to grab it somehow. But, you know, it's fine. There's still plenty of time on the clock. These Charizard mirror matches can go in so many different ways because of the disruption cards like Iono, like Unfair Stamp.
Yeah.
So let's see how game 2 is going to go.
Absolutely. And these players are showing us just how masterful and how tricky these situations can be when they're both very different builds of deck. I feel like Özvin's definitely leans a little more on getting lucky on those Pokestops, but they bring so much power when they're successful.
100%.
Can Arnie avoid that? Or are they going to take a bit of a spinny demise?
Yeah, let's see which way those spinning of the starts will go, as we do see a little mulligan there from Arnie's side. Just a confirmation, this is the Masters Division Final. Arnie is 1 game up here, 53 minutes on the clock. Right now, Arnie is in an advantageous position to try and become Stuttgart Regional Champion, but Özcan will be doing everything in his power to try and stem that flow.
Absolutely, this is the Masters Final of the Pokémon trading card game, and these two trainers have been battling it out all weekend. So many rounds and so many opponents fought, but it's down to 2 decks, and they're both Charizard fueled, but in very different ways.
Yeah, exactly that. Those Pokestops could be the key to either winning or potentially losing this Masters Final here. So much on the line, so much money on the line, booster packs on the line, CP and that invite on the line here. We do finally get a basic Pokemon for Arnie here, as the prizes are set out for both of our players. Let's have a quick look. Amy, a couple of Fire Energies. Again, Briar, 1 Charmander. We can work with those. Let's see.
Bad. I like it. And the fist bump. We love that. A bit of respect between champs.
Oh, it looks like Özcan has decided to go second here. And Arnie looks like he just top decked that Rotom V.
Oh, wowza.
We're going to be drawing some cards here with double Charmander in play. The Pidgey, though, is not there, so won't be hitting that Pidgeot EX anytime soon.
Oh, let's go. Oh, that was fantastic. That was a nice turn. Although we didn't get a Pidgey down, I don't think you can complain. When a Charizard player is going first, you just need a couple of basics, but being able to grab the Rotom as well, yes, please.
Yeah, exactly that. And we've got an Ultra Ball here for Özcan just to find those pieces, iron up that Luminion V to get into an Arvin, grab a couple of those important pieces that we talk about, that Forest Seal Stone, the Buddy Puffin, get his board state going right now, has led that Pheasantipity EX, which shouldn't be going down anytime soon.
Absolutely. And although we're talking about the luck needed with Özcan's deck, we're also praising its consistency. This Arvin play just proves that the deck is consistent. That is how it works. That's how it functions. But then we have that amazing Pokestop element, which we've been raving about, to just bring that upper level, to just bring that element of, oh, if I really get great on those Pokestops, man, they are nice.
Yeah, we saw the Arvin being played there. It's grabbed the Buddy Puffin. The Forest Seal Stone actually is prized right now. So again, we won't be seeing that yet throughout this game. He may be able to grab it at some point. Sometimes there's a blessing in disguise to be able to utilize it in the mid to late game as well. But here, you know, Özcan is just making notes of his prizes, of what he has identified to be prized right now. You know, again, always important to understand where your resources are. Doesn't have access to Rotom V in the same way that Arnie does, but does have that Pidgey, I should say, currently set up on the board.
And as we assessed last game, that Pidgeot really seemed to be the key to a victory as in a Charizard mirror. If one player gets that quick search once per turn and the other doesn't, it can be really hard to respond.
Yeah, it's just a pass over. It's really tricky to try and get a Rotom V down alongside two easier not to knock out 2 prizes as well. So it's pass over. It's on Arnie to try and maybe build his board state to be as good as possible. Does have the Buddy Puffin now following that instant charge, and of course the draw onto his turn. Eyeing up that Pidgey of his own.
Absolutely mad. Just wild to think that that Rotom makes such a difference. We were talking about it last game, where those 3 cards may seem insignificant, but they can mean the difference between an early, really solid board state, and that can just catapult you into a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see the Duskull and the Pidgey hit the field now from the Buddy Puffins, just kind of having a quick gander of Özcan's hand as well. He does have the rare Candy Charizard in hand, so we'll be able to maneuver into an attacker on the next turn as well. Does have Pokestop and a few other things, but Arnie here is looking to start trying to apply some pressure of his own. That Arvin is eyeing up a rare Candy.
And I don't blame them at all. Even placing some damage on this Pheasantipity would mean that we can use a Dusclops later in the game to take an easy 2 prize cards. And then you can't use Pheasantipity to respond with drawing more cards.
Yeah, exactly that. Maybe trying to limit what Ozhvin might have access to at some stage. Doesn't have to pop it now, just can very easily swing 180 into the active Pheasantipity EX. One of the few things, again, we have to keep track of, however, is when we see sort of the first hits into the Charizard EXs or opposing Charizard EXs, or even sometimes the Pidgeot EX, but it's just an instant charge, Amy. We're just building up that hand first.
And we saw it work so perfectly last game, so why can you blame him for doing the same this time? As we move on to Ozhvin's turn and see a rare candy, of course, into that Charizard, I imagine.
Yeah, looks like a double rare candy now in hand after that top deck. Rare candy into Charizard. Let's pull out some of those fire energies out of the deck for the moment. Likely 1 to the active, 2 to the Charizard EX so that it can pivot. Maybe then, does Ozhvin go for... Oh, hello,
no.
maybe...
Wait a minute. The long forgotten attack.
Cruel Arrow.
Cruel Arrow. 100 damage to any Pokemon on Arnie's board.
I really, really like this. Trying to stifle your opponent somehow, especially when you've got sort of these Pokemon, these support Pokemon on the bench of Arnie right now, that Pidgey and the Duskull, you know, prime targets in this scenario. This Pokestop, he's going to spin it and see what else he hits.
Go for it. I'm loving this. No!
Nothing again.
Pokemon, no! Why?
I feel like he's lost all of that luck, and it is that Cruel Arrow just targeting down that Pidgey, taking the first prize here, and it's just kind of pushing Arnie behind just on that kind of support perspective. I mean, Ozhvin does have a Charizard EX with no energy on it right now, but when there's an opportunity to maybe build up a second one, you can power it up that way. So it's just Ozhvin just asking questions of Arnie right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Pheasantipity saying, I'm the only bird in town.
Pokestop struggling to spin. Oh, it's all 3 gone. That's the Pidgeot gone as well. But, you know, when there's no Pidgey, you're not getting into that Pidgeot EX, my friend. Arvin and the Clef are also hitting the discard pile. Plenty of cards to work with, but which direction does Arnie take it right now?
There's a lot of different plays that Arnie could employ here, but getting just the right tactic is the only way that he's going to get through this troublesome matchup.
Yeah, let's have a little look here. He has that rare candy, I believe, with that Charizard. Is popping off that Forest Sealstone now as well. So maybe just trying to work out if there's a way to, I don't know, maybe Fortin into something, maybe disrupt with something like the Unfair Stamp and take a knockout on this Pheasantipity, because right now 210 HP isn't going to be protecting itself too much. That Burning Darkness will be dealing 180 plus 30 because of that Cruel Arrow knockout. So this is a big direction. Hello.
Here's the thought, and I imagine into Pidgey. Yes, here we go. We've got a rare candy into Charizard.
Into either. Oh, yeah, I think he wanted a nice stretcher for that Pidgeot first.
Nice stretcher first for the Pidgeot, and then our rare candy into the Pidgey. We did it.
There you go.
And although Pheasantipity said my Pidgey's going to be the best Pidgey, no, Arnie said, Thornton, come help me out, buddy. Pidgey's back.
And here we go. Looks like that Pidgeot EX has just quick searched for that Unfair Stamp. We saw how impactful it was in that game 1. I'm sure Arnie's now going to rare candy up into that Charizard EX as well to take a simple knockout on this Pheasantipity. This has turned on its head once again. This is going to be dealing 210 damage and also disrupting Ozhvin as well. So what a combo that we're seeing here from Arnie, and a display of dominance. In all honesty, as he's continuing, we've still got things to play.
We do, and that's the thing. You can't underestimate these opponents. Ozhvin is a very well kind of experienced player, and Arnie knows that. We're not going to take any chances. We're going to use every resource to make sure the deck is as thin as possible, to make sure that every draw for turn matters. Arnie is thinning out the Pokemon. They can't be Pokestopped that way. They can't be drawn for turn because we don't want them in the deck right now. And this is going to put some massive pressure on Ozhvin, as not only Collapse Stadium comes down, removing the Pokestop for Ozhvin's draw power, but also Unfair stamping so that Ozvin only has 2 cards in hand, 0 card draw, and this Fezandipity will be taking 3 energy to the discard pile with it. How's he going to respond?
Yeah, Ozvin was actually holding his own unfair stamp that turn as well. So if that Fezandipity got knocked out and there was no disruption, unfair stamp was actually in the hand, ready to go himself. But he's only going to be drawing 2 here. There could be 2 good cards, 2 really bad ones. It's a Pokestop.
Okay.
So the Pokestop could go into a rare candy, but let's see how Arnie finishes off this turn first. It's a big knockout. 2 prizes.
All right, 2 prize cards. How will Ozvin come back from this moment? We have a Super Rod, which is great, but we're gonna, you spin me right round. Let's see, we've got 1, 2.
Oh my, not again.
No, I absolutely can't believe this, Alex. I don't think Ozvin's taken a single card from that Pokestop yet, and it's a pass to Arnie as we see the draw for turn. This could be enough to put Arnie in the forefront if this turn is played to perfection.
Yep, there's so much going here now for Arnie. I mean, he can just remove the Pokestop again out of play, start swinging into some of these 2 prizes, or maybe just putting some damage on this Charizard EX. I mean, it's not going to be attacking anytime soon because it doesn't have any energy on it after all the free energies were committed to that Fezandipity EX. And just unfortunately, Arnie had all the pieces of the puzzle to get that Pidgey back and get it evolved all the way back up to that Pidgeot EX. So, yeah, this is looking like a tall order for Ozvin to try and come back from.
It really goes to show that, as we interviewed not too long ago yesterday, that Thornton is essential to Charizard in this current format, and that really shows why. I thought that was such a clever play with the Cruel Arrow, and then Arnie coming back again and again just to keep putting the pressure on. We're bossing the Pidgey, we're taking that out too, giving Ozvin no wiggle room, absolutely no chance for a Pidgeot here.
Looks like we're going to be spinning the stop for the 3rd time. He's 0 for 4, or maybe even more, 0 for 5. I've lost count.
I've lost count.
He hasn't hit any items, and that's been the trouble with playing a card like that in a Charizard EX deck. It's not something we typically do see. There are very good items in the Charizard deck, of course, but when you don't hit them and you hit your one-off Pokemon and your supporters, and just...
That's not what you want to see.
It's just not at all.
Unfortunately, I'm sure that Pokestop has caused Ozvin to get to this spot. I'm sure spinning it has had so many game-changing moments throughout this huge tournament, bringing him to the finals here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, now I feel bad that we highlighted it in his interview after that top 4 game where he hit 6 items off 2 Pokestops. But unfortunately, it feels like the spinning of the stops luck has run out a little bit here, as we now see yet again, after a counter-catcher play of a Charmeleon into the active spot, Pidgeot EX just being able to cherry-pick whatever, whenever it wants. And is probably the main reason why Arnie's deck has been functioning the way it does and being able to really take itself in such a commanding spot because of that Pidgeot EX's quick search ability.
Absolutely, and just having a really dominating board presence like you assessed earlier, a Charmeleon ready to become another Charizard, Charizard on bench with 2 energy, 2 Duskull. You really could not ask for much more as a confident and kind of very experienced Charizard player. Again, Arnie played this deck to 3 regionals now. This is their 3rd go with this exact same 60. They know how to make this deck work.
Yeah, Ozvin is the one who even pointed it out that Arnie is far more experienced with this deck than he is. Of course, Ozvin right now has been able to pilot it to this Masters final. If you have just joined us, Arnie did take game 1, again in a very dominant display, and in a very same light, that unfair stamp has turned it completely on his head. And Arnie, once again, is demonstrating the true power of why he is currently on the cusp of becoming a regional champion. But is there anything that can be done here? Just the 1 energy from the Infernal Rain.
1 from hand, tops it off. And that's going to be, wowza, that's going to be a, oh, this turn is crazy. I was going to say that's not going to be quite enough damage to knock out a Charizard EX, but we are going to curse blast.
Yeah, he's calling it.
And that's it. Arnie is our Stuttgart
What a dominant display. We've been talking about it in both Games 1 and Games 2 of this Stuttgart Regionals Master Divisions final, and Arnie has been able to make himself undefeated throughout top cuts to this point with that automatic invite, $10,000 richer, plenty of booster packs to take home, and just being able to be now crowned a regional champion in this all-finished final.
And this is how it went down. Game 1, really confident start from both players really in the end. However, Arnie was able to use that Thornton play really cleverly, use their Curse Blast and just sneak ahead even though Ojvin took the first prize card.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it was a tale of that Pidgeot EX just being in play in comparison of Ojvin's side of the board where, you know, there just wasn't enough options from Ojvin's side. He did try and Pokestop so many times. That was the Pidgeot he would have loved to have. Palpad not useful, and in the end, Game 1 went to Arnie because there was no way to disrupt that hand at the same time. Arnie there just very confidently just kind of looking at what was happening. Cruel Arrow was a massive knockout, but this Pokestop, once again, we've already mentioned it. Game 2 and 1, 0 items grabbed off. Actually, I think there was a Palpad in the very last one.
There was one, but the Palpad unfortunately was just not enough and not quite what you want to see. Putting more pressure on by relieving Ojvin of that Pokestop with the Collapse Stadium, and then the unfair stamp. Taking Ojvin's opportunity to come back away by knocking out the Pheasantipity in combination with the Pokestop. Although another got played immediately, it unfortunately once again betrayed Ojvin's trust.
Yeah, double Iono and the Cleffa. I feel like he knew that this was not going his way when those Pokestops just weren't spinning the right way for him, and he does offer the concession. I'm sure both of these players know each other very well. Commiserations, Ojvin. You still walk away with $7,000, I believe, as well, and a hefty amount of championship points that would work towards the invite to the World Championships as well. But congratulations once again to Arnie.
Absolutely, Ojvin. I hope there's enough space in your bag for all of those booster packs, or maybe you'll be out on the table soon opening them all up. Who knows? But congratulations regardless. Absolutely phenomenal placing, really interesting deck choice, and I'm so glad that we got to see it more than once on stream kind of do its thing.
Yeah, I'm so glad we got to at least see it in top 4 and hitting those Pokestops to actually be sort of game-winning Pokestops as well. It's always just a little bit unfortunate to see it in the finals after taking him so far, and it's just, well, Pokemon, supporter, and it's just such a sad sight. But at the same time, he knew what he was getting himself in for. He was playing that deck and his fun spin to it.
He did,
and it's taken him to the final.
Exactly, it took him to the final, but there was a long road ahead to get there. As we can see from our day 2 deck analysis, of course, the way these, I'll walk you through it. The way these graphs work is that, of course, we have the amount of masters at the top there and how many decks in numerical value next to the 2 cards that were in the tournament. So we had 40 Regidrago V-Star players in day 2. That's 13% of our day 2.
Yeah, exactly that. And we see just from the meta, and we get a chance to look at the best of the rest as well, the other 6 best and most represented decks outside of the top 6 that we initially saw. Just start to see a bit of a nice spread. Of course, the ending deck there on the first day 2 graphic was around the 6% as well, but 6% of Ancient Box, something we haven't seen far too often in recent times. Golden Girl we've seen also in that sort of top 8 berth as well. It's just a load and host of these decks actually can take down a tournament like this at any one point.
Absolutely, and we've seen that through the last few tournaments in our Masters division.
Yeah.
We've seen back-to-back mirror matches, but they were all different decks in their own right. And so it just goes to show not only how diverse our meta is, but how kind of it can get that far, and we didn't really have that much overlap here in our top 8 decks.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we've gone back in time to see a Charizard mirror match sort of at this sort of stages in the final. As we just have a quick look at the top 8 decks here, we have some surprise packages. That Dragapult Iron Thorns deck there that we saw Mads go undefeated throughout Swiss, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah.
And then we've got Gardevoir EX making a bit of a comeback. We saw the new impressive Cloth Fusion deck with Terapagos EX. Palkia Terrapagos EX,
Right?
Golden Go, which had back-to-back top 4s from LAIC to Sacramento.
But 2 versions of that as well,
Exactly.
including the Palkia. Terrapagos. So we have 2 versions of Palkia because that's with Terrapagos and Golden Go, and then we have 2 versions of Terrapagos.
Yeah, exactly. Some of these synergies that we're getting between decks. We've seen Charizard and Terrapagos come together before as well, but in the end, it was a story of the Charizard EX decks that made it all the way to the final in a mirror match. We saw it, as we mentioned earlier, in round 1 of day 1 as well, but this was just the journeys that both our players took. Loads of 2-0s that we could see across the boards as well. I mean, the top 4s and the final were 2-0 records between our players, but what a journey for every one of these. It's a huge congratulations for all of them.
Absolutely. Players from all over the world, over 1,600 players, and it all came down to this single Masters bracket, and now we have our champion.
Yeah, an incredible champion as well. And again, we've mentioned it before, the Finnish players really showcasing just how good they are.
Really,
I mean, they've demonstrated across the years so far, just like Julius Brunfeld, you know, we've had Irvin, we've had now Arnie take down a regional champion. So these were our final standings there. Of course, we've already spoken about our finalists and our champion many a times there. Mateus with that Palkia Terrapagos EX, Nathan Doyle in the top 4 spot with that Gardevoir EX as well. But never forget some of these very familiar names. You know, Owen Kammerman, a back-to-back regional special event champion, a world champion in Robin Schultz. Some of these players are incredible in their own right. And again, it's just true testament to people who keep playing, keep testing, finding that gap in the meta and finding themselves once again in this position.
Absolutely. There are some gigantic names, Mads, Robin, Anton, Mads, and yet Arnie went all the way to the top because he played his deck 3 tournaments in a row. He trusted that 60. He knew it could get to the top, and sometimes you've just got to keep trying because 3rd time's a charm, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know some of these other players as well. I mean, I caught up with Robin a little bit before he headed up into top 8 and just after the top 8, which he did lose, unfortunately. But he did give praise to some of those creators who actually piloted the Cloth Terrapagos EX deck at Sacramento regionals as well. But again, just kind of honing in on this idea that actually we've seen Cloth in a variant before, but with and alongside this turtle can do some serious damage.
It really can and should never be underestimated. So I think some people definitely thought, Cloth Terrapagos, that sounds a bit silly.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. It was in our top 8 and it was all throughout our top of day 2. So, and it was our most represented deck, in fact, in day 2, right?
Just under. I think it was second. But in terms of conversion, I think it was like 31 Cloth Terrapagos decks in day 2. And that was out of about, I say about 58, I think, if I recall correctly, in day 1. That conversion was incredible, by the way. That's almost like, you know, 60% of all Cloth Terrapagos players making it into day 2. And then one of them even making it to top 8.
And I mean, realistically, that's quite unheard of.
Yeah, exactly.
That is really unheard of. So never underestimate the underdog. Never say that your friend's ideas are silly because you never know where a silly little idea could take you.
Yeah, you find the right meta, you find the right matchups, you can go very far. It's why we talk about certain decks like control archetypes. You know, it's finding the right meta, finding the right matchups. With Lugia, stocks basically going down, you know, being less played. Things like Snorlax might come into the game again. And that's why in a similar vein we saw at Sacramento, Miraidon came out of nowhere and was like, actually, I've got new tools and I can take down a big tournament, just like Charizard has done this one.
Precisely that. And with the increase of Latias being used, with now a champion Charizard, will we see that rise of Block Snorlax?
Are we in another cycle, Amy? I'd love to hear your next predictions for the tournament, but maybe we'll save that for next time.
Absolutely. As you guys know, this may be, you know, starting to conclude our day 2 here in Stuttgart, but we have so many more events going on this season. As we've discussed many times, we will do so in the future as well. So make sure that you're always staying tuned. And no matter where you are or what you're doing this weekend, make sure you use #PlayPokemon in any of your posts at every regional event that we do. We love to hear from you. We love to hear your feedback, what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see on stream, or just what you're up to.
Yep, so this is actually the rest of the schedule for us in Europe as well. We've mentioned a number of times, we've got back-to-back UK tournaments, as it were, Birmingham Regionals in January, and the second international championships of the season will be in London at the Excel Centre in February as well. But we've got a host number of cities and regionals and special events to come before we even culminate and at the pinnacle of Anaheim, California.
Absolutely. It looks like we are, you know, a good third of the way through our season at this stage here in Europe, but there are many events across the world, and I'm so excited to get to as many of them as I can. I love exploring the world with my Pokemon friends.
I mean, absolutely. I think we were both at NAIC, right?
Yeah.
This past season in New Orleans, but this is exactly what our players are competing for. This is the World Championships qualification sort of structure, as it were. Now we don't have a threshold. We are aiming for the best players in each of these regions. So for the European regions, 75 or the top 75 junior players, the top 100 senior players, and the top 125 Masters Division players based on championship points will qualify to compete at Anaheim. And just on the left there, you can show the number of championship points on hand for all of our players that they're competing for.
But they're not just playing for those CP, of course. We know they also are playing for cash, money, and booster packs, some of our favorite things here in the Pokemon TCG, opening more shiny cardboard.
Play cards to get cards. That's the dream. And as you mentioned, this is just the placements that we're showing up to top 64. We actually hand out, and part of the tournament structure, we do often get the right thresholds to give out booster packs all the way down to top 256, top 512, I should say. And that's a real nice opportunity for everyone to be involved and play the game a lot more, you know, and just continue to play, you know, don't give up. Even if you had a couple of rough games, you can keep going, and you can actually take home some prizes as well.
Exactly. You never know. It's never over yet.
Exactly.
Keep playing, and the worst that can happen is you lose a match, but maybe you gain a friend.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's why we're all part of this community. We've spoken about it so often. You know, Amy speaks glowingly about her Pokemon League and all the friends that she's made every time she steps foot into a new place as well, especially new adventures and new cities that we get a chance to go to, and that's why we continue to be part of this community, right? I mean, I would never have met you if we weren't part of this community together.
And then we wouldn't be great friends.
Exactly, and that's why we're here trying to put on the best possible show for you viewers at home.
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you a secret, Alex.
Oh, go on.
Every time I go on vacation, I go on the Pokemon store locator.
Oh, yeah?
And I see if there's a Pokemon League near where I'm going for vacation, and I'll sneak off to a Pokemon League session. My family will just be out for dinner, and I'll be like, I'll be back in like 4 hours.
Yeah.
And they're just like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm just going to go to this store. Bye. And I'll just go to Pokemon League. You always take a deck with you.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you get the opportunity like that, why not, right?
Yeah.
But just for you viewers at home, again, we've already mentioned it a little bit, but let's give you a little bit of an inkling of just how that kind of works.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Come play at your local Pokemon League. This is a call to action for all of you viewers at home, wherever you are. Get your phones out, scan that QR code, and there's an opportunity for you to try and find, just like Amy does when she visits new places, that local Pokemon League. Not just to play the Pokemon TCG, although we will advocate that at all times.
Of course, we're
biased. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet video game is available for you guys to play with new friends and new people as well as Pokemon Go. Just go out and catch Pokemon. Do everything you want to alongside people that share the same hobbies.
Absolutely. If you're out there making a cup of tea right now, please scurry back to the screen and just have a look at the event locator for me. Yeah, just have a little look there. Yep, yeah, that's your local store. Yeah, okay, cool. Bookmark.
Great, thanks.
And you might see Amy at that, at that Pokemon League.
Very much so. I love to travel around and meet new people, go to different Pokemon leagues, play against different decks. It's honestly one of the highlights of going elsewhere in the country, or the world, in fact, is just being able to kind of rock up. Even if you don't speak the language, we all speak the language of Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. And, that's what brings us all together. We've just showcased this Stuttgart Regional Championships, I should say. But at the same time, you can start at the local level, play with some new friends, meet some new friends, bring some friends along with you to play together.
Absolutely.
And then maybe you can go to a league challenge, you can go to a league cup, amass some championship points, get that confidence up, and maybe we'll see you at a regional championship soon as well.
Absolutely. And speaking of our local leagues, where all of us begin our journeys, a journey that has brought a particular player to our stage with Freya. So let's quickly search for our winner.
Yes, indeed. What a journey it has been. After just over 1,600 Masters came and tried to conquer the Stuttgart Regional Championships, in the end, it was a swarmy sweep in the finals for an all-finish face-off and a Charizard mirror match. So I think it's about high time we commemorated our finalists. First up, in second place, give it up for Ivan Svinufun! So I know you've been playing for a very, very long time. Alex mentioned during the cast that you two played against each other in Birmingham top 8, but this is your first really big finish in a while, getting second place at regionals. How does that feel?
Relieving.
Yeah, I bet that's such a long time. And I know for being like an all-finish finish, as it were, it must mean a lot for the local community and everyone at home who tested together, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time and congratulations. Once again, a big round of applause for our runner-up, Ivan! And now, without any further ado, your Stuttgart Regional Championship, Arya Yanni Got so excited over your win that I stumbled over my words. So we were just talking a little bit now before the award ceremony, and you were saying how much this win meant to you and how you almost couldn't believe it, right? What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, it's a crazy feeling. I wasn't expecting it, and I was just first really happy making top 8, and then winning all of the games in top 8. Actually, win all of my games in top 8 2-0 as well, and no, it just doesn't feel real. It feels very good.
I'm sure you'll wake up tomorrow with the medal by your bedside table, and then you realize that it is indeed real. Now, you're also saying you've had quite a few good results in seniors, but this is actually your first big win in the Masters event, right? So having had success before, but now finally taking that win, it must be like Irvin was saying as well. It must feel like a huge relief, right?
Yeah, it does feel very good. I have been top 8 once last year in Dortmund regionals, and then also in senior division I was top 4, but I actually haven't even ever made finals in seniors. But this is the first time making finals and first time getting the win. It doesn't feels very good.
I bet it does. One last question, most important one. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to? Anyone to give a shout out or anything like that? I mean, you're here on the stage. Take it. The stage is yours.
I mean, there is a lot of people. Just everybody. My mom and dad. Then every Finnish players here. All of them. There are too many players. I can't say every one of them. Then my international friends. Like we have here Giorgio, Julio, Roberto, Kaya, Ricardo, Justin Newdorf, Nathan Ostakas, Sebastian Lashmet, and other guys, and just everyone who has supported me during this journey.
Clearly a very popular win. You've got a lot of friends and loved ones here supporting you. So once again, a huge round of applause for our Stuttgart Regional Champion, Arnie! Yeah. Hey, hey. Okay. I think with that, we'll leave the Finnish crowd to celebrate here as we throw to the couch for a wrap-up of today's events.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 US National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item locking cards. with Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format. Players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's B-Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flair's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no card to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item lock. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached Floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that?
Uh-oh.
Bring up
Oh my
Vileplume, and that's the whole game?
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again, and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And we are finally there. We're finished up in Stuttgart. We've had so many players here, over 1,600 players. Now only one is remaining as the champion, and we got to see such a great final. And Amy, Freya, Alex, and myself, Mike, have taken you through all the action. I hope you've enjoyed it here in Stuttgart. And we've had a chance to see so many different decks, which has been amazing.
You see, we finished up in Stuttgart. I think the Finns finished up here in Stuttgart. Let's be real here.
Yeah, they're quite literally putting Finnish in their names.
Yes.
and for you, Amy, a lot of your locals have done well here. It seems to be the story at every event. Your locals must be incredible.
Oh, you flatter us so, Mike. No, honestly, it's been a great weekend for us. We had top 4 in juniors and a juniors winner. And also from my neck of the woods, we had a VG winner.
So a lot of great players around across all the different games. And I think it's fair to say, Charizard, your prediction as a castle prediction came out on top.
Yeah, maybe one day I'll be able to be brave enough to take, my prediction as well. But we do see our finalist and champion here, both piloting Charizard EX. These were our event winners for the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Charizard EX really making it rain.
Pokestop, an interesting inclusion. It definitely showed its highs and its lows. I think we can safely say that it's got Irvin to the final, but in the final it let him down.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, we saw, 4 Pokestops, and each one, I think the only item from all of them was a Pal Pad. I think it was, that's what I recall.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Just to say, Arnie now joins this incredible list of EU event champions, all the way back in Dortmund with Ryuki Okada, and then James Cox taking down Lil.
Absolutely. And then we saw the amazing triumph of Alberto Conti beating Tord in the finals of Gdansk. And then today we crowned a new champion. Amazing storyline.
An amazing Arnie.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, Arnie, quite a young player as well, so proving themselves, as is the case for a lot of our younger players who seem to keep rising to the top. I think it's something to really inspire you at home. If you're looking to get involved, make sure to get involved locally and work your way up. And it really is a game where you can practice and make your way to the top. As both of our finalists said, they've been putting in the work to make Charizard EX the deck for the day.
Absolutely, and I think that really shone. And although we had highs and lows with Pokestop, honestly, I think it gave us a really exciting top 4 and finals, so I'm really grateful for that.
Well, this isn't the only action you can catch here on the stream. We also have plenty of other amazing content where we can see Birmingham and London coming up soon. Birmingham, you're going to return there and try and win it again, Alex?
We'll see if there's an opportunity to do so. But yes, Birmingham in January is going to be our first stop of a little double header of the UK before the second international championships that comes our way for this season that will be taking place in London in February.
Well, I mean, look at that. The journey you can take around the world to compete in Pokemon. And this is just those European players with all the European events and ICs. There's obviously plenty more events going on. I mean, we just had Sacramento last weekend where we all got a chance to learn the Surging Sparks format by the North American players.
Yeah, we did, although quite a different end result on an evolving format, comparing how, we had a double Miraidon final in Sacramento and now a double Charizard final. It really has been the finals and the mirror matches lately. I mean, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting to see some changes now off the back of Charizard doing well, and that's the beauty of such a wide format like this, is there's counter picks and then counter picks to decide at the next event.
Absolutely. It just carries on, and all of the decks seem to be on that rotation right now that we've been speaking about this weekend. And honestly, I'm a fan. I really love it when people take an ode of a previous tournament and go, oh, okay, right, Miraidon did really well. What's good against Miraidon? Okay, next tournament, I'm going to bring Clorf.
Clorf did very well here, as did Charizard, and I think it was really nice to see that Gardevoir build, a deck that's always possible to come through and perform, and to play 3 Cool Bells. I think a card a lot of us probably didn't even think to collect as a potential opportunity to use, but basically acting as 7 Arven in the early turns.
I mean, everyone's going to be digging it out of their binders and their bulk boxes now, surely, right?
So first we had Raging Bulk, and now we have Cold Bulk, I guess, but no longer.
Well, there is more action than just the TCG streams here on the channel. Make sure you're checking out some of our amazing content featuring all of your favorite Pokemon throughout the week of December 2nd. I think I'm looking forward to watching some Black and White Rival Destinies.
I'm looking forward to that movie on Friday. I think a movie night needs to happen. I'm going to get the popcorn out.
You booked it in?
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, I come to think of it, I don't think I've seen that film either. So yeah, that might be a good chance to get together with Tyler, watch Dance of Cocoon Destruction. Sounds like a fun time.
Well, I mean, you guys are going to be tuning in plenty, and hopefully we'll see some of you right now in the chat when they do happen. And we've got some events coming up soon, but the next European event is going to be in 2025 when we head to Birmingham in the UK. So our last Birmingham winner was you, Alex Dow, a fairly local event for us.
Yeah, relatively local.
Relatively local. You know, this is going to be much bigger than last time you were in Birmingham. Could be one of our biggest ever European events. Are you excited?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when there's a UK tournament, we always get the numbers sort of astronomically growing every single time. Of course, we've had Liverpool regionals in previous seasons. This time we're returning back to the NEC. It's just a fantastic location and a fantastic venue, so really looking forward to it in whatever shape and form I attend.
Yeah, and a big part of that is, of course, the UK. I think out of a lot of Europe has, I mean, there's so many local scenes in the UK, so many local game stores. Of course, you would well know about this as well. And there's just League Cups everywhere in the UK, so it makes sense that the player base be huge, and the UK regionals will end up some of the biggest.
Absolutely. We have a lot of locals in the UK. We are so thoroughly blessed, and when I speak to other league leaders in Europe, they do really wish for more in wider Europe. So if you want to start your own Pokemon League, you very well can. Get involved in the Professor program, speak to local stores. You just need a venue that's safe and everyone can get to, and we're on our way to playing some Pokemon.
And for another large event, we'll be heading over to North America fairly soon to go check out Toronto, a lovely event every year we get to see in late December. So December 13th to December 15th on the east coast of North America up in Canada.
Gosh, I wish I was going there. Toronto, one of my favorite cities, been there to visit many times. Won't be there in any capacity, unfortunately, but I will be watching along at home with bated breath to see who our next North American regional champion will be.
I've got a little fun story. It's like one of my first memories as a child was visiting Toronto when I was about 5, and there was some moose. You know, like when they paint an animal around the city, and there was some moose with Pokemon on. I remember it being like one of the coolest things as a kid, and it's like one of my first ever memories. So I'll definitely be tuning in to check out one of my favorite cities in the world. But of course, if you want to check out where any of these other broadcasts are, it's pokemon.com/broadcast, and you can find out when the next events are going to be happening. I know we've got the AOS Cup today in Pokemon Unite, so check it out for not just TCG, but for all of the Pokemon competitions. And that just about finished it up here. So I hope you guys are following. And if you're not, make sure you leave a follow so that you can catch all the action next time. But closing thoughts from everyone. We've had an amazing weekend where we've seen such cool matchups with all the different decks, which has definitely been a highlight for me. But for you guys, what's been the best thing about Stuttgart?
Honestly, I think this is just an event that I'm going to remember forever. It's just been one of a kind. And I think all of those different matchups, being with you guys, some who I've not been able to cast with often, has been just a really huge highlight.
Oh, that was very wholesome. I feel like we've now all got to be really wholesome. So, Freya, do you want to carry on the wholesomeness?
Well, I mean, as luck would have it, mine was kind of along with a similar vibe. I more just wanted to say, I mean, the event as a whole has been great, but you know, we're wrapping up the year, so I just wanted to say to everyone at home watching, I hope you have a wonderful holiday season, and all the best to everyone. That's it.
Okay, Alex, wholesome's not normally on your cards, so...
Thanks.
What have we got from you?
I am a robot, as apparently. No, I'll just say the biggest thing of this tournament in the Stuttgart Regional Championships was that sort of evolving meta. Being able to see so much diversity in all shapes and sizes, it was incredible. And being able to cast over some of those games, yeah, fantastic.
Well, it's been amazing for us here, and I hope it's been amazing for you guys at home in the chat or watching after the fact. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. It's been a great time here in Stuttgart. Congratulations to Arnie once again and all our other champions in all the age divisions. I hope you have a good evening, and we'll see you soon.